1992, Permanence of Paper. For Kathy, and the Next Generation. Contents. Prologue. Author's Note. Part 1, Famine. 1. Potato Blight, 1586–1883. Part 2, Plague. 2. Marsh Fever, 2700 BCE 1902. 3. Black Vomit, 1793–1953. 4. Jail Fever, 1489–1958. 5. Black Death, 541–1922. Part 3, War. 6. Synthetic Chemicals of War, 423 BCE 1920. 7. Zyklon, 1917–1947. 8. DDT, 1939–1950. 9. I. G. Farben, 1916–1959. Part 4, Ecology. 10. Resistance, 1945–1962. 11. Silent Spring, 1962–1964. 12. Wonder and Humility, 1962. The Future. Epilogue. Acknowledgements. Map of place names. Literature cited. Index. Prologue. In 1921, the brilliant inventor Thomas Midgley Jr. discovered that he could eliminate knocking in internal combustion automobile engines and dramatically boost performance by adding tetraethyl lead to gasoline. 1. However, this resulted in the deposition of lead oxide in the engine, which damaged spark plugs and exhaust valves. To solve the problem, Midgley and his team experimented with scavenger compounds of chlorine and bromine that bind to lead during combustion, thereby releasing it as exhaust. In 1925, they chose ethylene dibromide as the ideal scavenger. Producing this scavenger in immense quantities required extracting bromine from the ocean, and Midgley quickly developed a suitable method. 2. The team called the resulting fuel, which they tinted red as a marketing ploy, ethyl gasoline. 1. Midgley suffered lead poisoning during the development of ethyl gasoline, but after a break from research, he recovered. 2. Meanwhile, workers at 3 production facilities either died or developed psychosis. 3. Nevertheless, Standard Oil and DuPont produced the fuel on a large scale, and in the next half-century, drivers filled the cars with 25 trillion liters of leaded gasoline. 4. The resulting lead pollution released from tailpipes worldwide caused irreversible losses in intelligence and increases in impulsive and aggressive behavior in exposed children. 5. 6 scientists subsequently linked the neurological effects of airborne lead pollution to rising rates of delinquency, violent crime, and unwed pregnancy associated with exposed children becoming young adults. 7 to 15. Another of Midgley's chemical innovations followed a similar trajectory. Refrigerants in the 1920s were toxic and had an unfortunate tendency to catch fire or explode. 16. Midgley and his team synthesized various compounds to find a replacement chemical that would be volatile, chemically inert, and non-toxic. The solution they found after merely 3 days of experiments in 1930 incorporated fluorine into a hydrocarbon to make dichlorodifluoromethane, the first chlorofluorocarbon, or CFC. 16. 17. General Motors and DuPont marketed the compound as Freon. To demonstrate Freon's safety, Midgley inhaled some before an audience and then blew out a candle with his Freon-saturated breath. 17. Freon and subsequent CFCs proved to be a regrettable replacement for prior refrigerants as they destroyed ozone in the stratosphere, which protects life on the planet from damaging ultraviolet radiation. Mario Molina and Frank Sherwood Rowland discovered this global threat of CFCs in 1974, nearly half a century after Midgley first produced Freon. For their planet-saving work, Molina and Rowland received the 1995 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. 19. A year after Molina and Rowland discovered that CFCs destroy ozone, another scientist demonstrated that CFCs are also potent greenhouse gases contributing to global warming. 20. Environmental historian J. R. McNeil declared that Midgley had more impact on the atmosphere than any other single organism in Earth history. 4. In his attempts to improve the world, Midgley managed to invent products that were responsible for causing neurological damage in countless children and for potentially making the Earth uninhabitable. But he did not live to see the downsides of his discoveries. Polio robbed him of his mobility in 1940. 17. Ever the inventor, he designed a machine to facilitate his entry and exit from bed. On November 2, 1944, at the age of 55, Midgley suffocated in the ropes of his contraption. The story of Thomas Midgley Jr. is part of a long history of chemists and chemical engineers who, when confronted by intractable problems, produced a startling array of products and applications, often resulting in serious unintended consequences. This book is about that history, and about the scientists who strove to halt famine, infectious diseases, and opposing armies with chemistry. Some of these scientists started with pure intentions, but slid into the darkest depths of depravity. In a disquieting number of cases, chemicals designed to prevent famine and plague were eventually wielded for evil, and chemicals designed to do evil were afterward employed to do good. This book is also a story of human folly, prejudice, slavery, and genocide, of the scattering of ethnic groups and the destruction of nature, and of scientists scrambling to forge a world free of hunger and disease. It is the story of competition between scientists to be the first to make a discovery and of the occasional realization of the triviality of their rivalries in relation to the events of war unfolding around them. It is the tangled story of how chemicals link the histories of famine, plague, and war, how humanity's uneasy coexistence with pests and long-standing battles to exterminate them have shaped history, and how our relationship with pesticides eventually made possible a new era of ecological awareness. This book explores the period of 1845 to 1964, with some meandering to both more recent times and back as far as 2700 BCE. The primary historical range is bounded on the early end by the Irish potato famine and on the late end by the firestorm over the publication of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. The book starts with a tragedy that led scientists on an urgent mission to prevent famine with chemicals, and then traces the centuries during which epidemics tore through humanity's ranks. The subsequent discovery of disease pathogens and their transmission by animals presented a means to end misery. Pesticides were quickly developed to kill these animal vectors. Inevitably, scientists discovered that many of these chemicals could be weaponized, and the world experienced waves of chaos as modern warfare swept over national boundaries. The complex, two-way relationship between pesticides and chemical weapons solidified, and chemical companies accumulated wealth and power. The use of chemicals in war led to a rush to harness the power of chemistry against pests during times of peace. All the while, chemical discoveries ratcheted the world into new realities in which hunger and disease retreated into smaller geographic regions, chemical weapons became accessible to more belligerents, and persistent pollutants contaminated even the most remote habitats on the planet. The book ends with the dawn of society's realization that pesticides often eat away the very fabric of human and ecological health, sometimes leading to human tragedy and driving species to extinction. Who were the scientists battling pests and opposing armies with chemistry? The science essential for the synthesis of new chemicals developed in the cultural context of 19th and 20th century imperial ambitions. The scientists, embedded in national conflicts, and shaped by adulation and fame, took extraordinary risks on the path to extraordinary discoveries. The hazards of these novel chemicals, for both human and environmental health, were in some cases discovered through deliberate experimentation on humans, while in other cases they were stumbled upon by keen observers. The most important of these observers was Rachel Carson. Her struggles to alert the world to chemical risks not only ushered in the environmental movement, but also revealed the extent to which human health is dependent upon functioning ecosystems. Her work encouraged holistic thinking about humanity's place in the natural world. These ideas, so important to our future, have their roots in the story of pesticides. This book is ultimately about the birth of these ideas, which occurred in the context of our long and tumultuous relationship with lethal chemicals. Here is the story of the people who dragged our world, for better or for worse, into the chemical age. Author's note. Citations. This book relies on primary source material, with documents extending back to the 14th century. Every fact in the book is cited. When a fact has no citation, it is drawn from the immediately preceding citation within the same paragraph. In addition to primary source material, this book also draws upon original translations of non-English sources and scholarly work that synthesize topical areas. Units of measure. The units reported in this book are the units used in the primary source material. Spelling. American English spelling is used throughout, except that quotations from historical sources are represented with their original spelling, reflecting in some cases changes to the English language, including word choice, and in other cases British spelling. Part 1. Famine. And in other cases British spelling. Part 1. Famine. Potato blight, 1586-1883. I have visited the wasted remnants of the once noble red man, on his reservation grounds in North America, and explored the Negro quarter of the degraded and enslaved African, but never have I seen misery so intense, or physical degradation so complete, as among the dwellers in the bog holes of Eris. James H. Tuke, Autumn 184721. Potatoes are the world's fourth most important crop, and for some nations they are the primary food source. But potatoes are vulnerable to an array of pests, which have caused sporadic and severe famine across time. The story of the potato and its pests is the story of the globalization of commerce, of famine and deadly disease outbreaks, and of the search for chemical agents to kill plant pathogens and the insects that consume potatoes or serve as vectors for diseases. Those chemical agents are pesticides, and pesticides are woven into the account of more than a century of progress in the battles against hunger and disease. Pesticides also are integral to the history of modern warfare and environmental destruction. A logical place to begin a history of pesticides is with a chronicle of the potato and the famine it brought to Ireland. The history of potatoes begins with 8,000 years of cultivation in the Andes, where the indigenous people developed thousands of potato varieties. 22 Some Andean farmers raised as many as 200 varieties on a single plot of land. In the 16th century, Spanish explorers brought the potato from the Inca Empire to Spain and then to Florida, from where colonists took it to Virginia. From Virginia, the well-traveled potato returned to Europe. Sir Thomas Heriot, a companion of Sir Walter Raleigh, transported the potato to Great Britain in 1586. 23 A few years later, the famous botanist Gaspard Bauhin gave the potato its scientific name, Solanum tuberosum. Solanum is derived from the Latin meaning, soothing, or quieting, though this tuber did not have a soothing future. The first significant European cultivation of potatoes occurred in Ireland, near Cork, and then spread to farms on the continent. However, the plant's membership in the family of the deadly nightshade, the Solanaceae, cast a shadow over its reputation. 23 Indeed, many people blamed the potato for leprosy and other ailments. Noble efforts eased the potato's path to acceptance, though that, too, was a rocky road. Sir Walter Raleigh managed to convince Queen Elizabeth I to allow the potato to grace the royal table, an effort that flopped. Courtesy forbade the guests to refuse to partake of the new dish, wrote the authors of a 1906 history of potatoes, but the dislike was so obvious, and so assiduously did they circulate tales regarding the poisonous nature of the tubers, that we do not read of the experiment being repeated. 24 The potato took hold in Ireland, but not in England, until 1663, when the Royal Society pushed for its general cultivation because of its value in times of famine. 23 In France, the cultivation of potatoes was forbidden until the charismatic army pharmacist Antoine Augustin Parmentier made it his task to advocate for them. Parmentier had eaten potatoes while a prisoner of war in Prussia. 26 After he returned to France, he convinced the Paris Faculty of Medicine to declare potatoes edible in 1772. Public acceptance was harder to achieve, so Parmentier used trickery to convince people that potatoes were safe to eat. He received the royal blessing of King Louis XVI to generate popular curiosity by stationing troops to guard his potato plot. 23 The troops were permitted to accept bribes from people wanting potatoes, and the soldiers withdrew at night to allow for theft. 26 Parmentier also used his harvest to create feasts of potatoes. Men of influence, including Benjamin Franklin, were invited and convinced. 23 Louis XVI, festooned with a potato flower in his buttonhole, expanded the tuber's acceptance when he ordered large-scale cultivation. By 1813, the Central Society of Agriculture had collected well over 100 potato varieties under cultivation in the French Empire. The potato was known in French as pomme de terre, or apple of the earth. Potatoes became particularly important in Ireland, where they could be grown on lands unsuitable for other crops. 21 The Irish had long ago been pushed off the best lands by English landlords, who grazed cattle destined for the British market. But even on marginal lands, in bogs and along mountainsides, the potato's vast and nutritious yields supported the exploding Irish population. Between 1779 and 1841 the Irish population increased by 172%, to 8 million inhabitants. 27 Ireland had the densest population in Europe, with its arable land having a greater density of people even than that of mid-19th century China. 27 A unique vulnerability settled over the land as the peasant class of Ireland, which made up 95% of the population, relied almost entirely upon potatoes sown densely in the soil of the overcrowded island. 21 Indeed, the population had grown so much, and the land allotted to subsistence had been divided into such small plots, that potatoes were the only food available that could sustain a poor Irish family. The potato's success led to a vicious, self-perpetuating dependency. "The whole of this structure," wrote Cecil Woodham Smith about Irish society in A History of the Great Irish Potato Famine, the minute subdivisions, the closely packed population existing at the lowest level, the high rents, the frantic competition for land, had been produced by the potato. 27. One of the first products of globalization, the potato in 1845 became the target of a fungal rot that launched the worst famine ever recorded. The principal food of Irish peasants, seemingly overnight, putrefied into a toxic mush. "History presents no parallel to our circumstances," wrote one Irish resident. "There is no other instance on record of the whole food of a people becoming rotten before it was ripe." 21. Official British indifference to conditions in Ireland, coupled with centuries of discriminatory policies, created a perfect storm when the potato blight struck in 1845. Discrimination had focused upon the difference of religion between Irish Catholicism and the Protestant Church of England. Irish Catholics had only gained the right to sit in Parliament following the Act of Emancipation in 1829. Until then, the penal laws of 1695 had aimed at the destruction of Catholicism in Ireland by a series of ferocious enactments. 27. The penal laws barred Catholics from serving in the military, pursuing civic careers, voting, holding political office, purchasing land, even attending school. Catholic-owned estates were dismembered by the law's clause that split the land among all sons upon an owner's death, unless the oldest son converted to Protestantism, in which case he would inherit all. Even following Catholic emancipation in 1829, conditions for most Irish did not improve. Tenants paid their rents with crops of oats, wheat, and barley for their largely absent landlords, while they themselves subsisted almost entirely on potatoes. 21. 27. The structure of Irish society discouraged industry and productivity. If a tenant improved the land, those improvements belonged to the landlord, and could serve as a justification for increasing rents, so economic incentive for development was non-existent. Landlords evicted tenants at will, whether or not tenants had sufficient money for their rents, which embedded in the Irish deep feelings of insecurity and resentment. 27. According to a leading economist of the time, rents owed, or the hanging gale, maintained the lower classes in a continual state of anxiety and terror, and acted as one of the great levers of oppression. 27. Once a family was evicted, their home was destroyed. Families that remained in the ruins were chased out, and when they sought refuge in ditches and holes in the ground, they were chased out again, appearing as little more than vermin in the eyes of British law. The Earl of Clare, a Tory Lord Chancellor, said of the landlords that confiscation is their common title. 27. Irish potato crops had partially failed many times, most notably in 1728, 1739, 1740, 1770, 1800, 1807, 1821, 1822, 1830-37, 1839, 1841, and 1844, leading to widespread famine and poor future yields as people ate much of their seed stock. 21. 27. But nothing could compare with the potato blight that rolled across the Irish countryside in August and September 1845, after appearing first on the Isle of Wight. 27. The blight likely originated in Mexico, and was then transported several centuries ago southward to the Andes. 28. The blight likely made its way from South America to the North Atlantic states of the United States in 1841-42, where outbreaks occurred first in the coastal states near Philadelphia and New York in 1843. The blight then crossed the ocean to Europe, either from the United States or South America or both, in 1843-44. The blight may have arrived first in Belgium with potatoes imported to replace those affected by viral diseases and a dry rot caused by the fungal parasite Fusarium, or it may have come first with guano traders, whose field of business began in the 1830s. 28. Regardless, the blight crisscrossed the Atlantic with the speed of the merchant fleet that carried potatoes from one hemisphere to the other. 21. 23. Speed may have been a critical element. Steam-powered ships had begun regular crossings of the Atlantic Ocean in 1838, 29, just 7 years before the Irish famine. And merchants preserved their shipboard stocks of potatoes with ice, further ensuring that the blight could survive the transatlantic trip. 30. 31. The blight may have sailed to Ireland on clipper ships or steamships from Baltimore, Philadelphia, or New York, the epicenter of the North American outbreak. The Irish potato famine then discharged starving and typhus-ridden Irishmen into these same cities almost immediately afterward. But these American societies, unlike that of Ireland, did not depend on the potato for the very existence. It was as if the 32 counties of Ireland were held together by one long piece of baling wire, and when the blight snipped that wire, the whole country came apart. Had the famine been engineered, it could not have been better executed. Rather than having policies in place that would have made the famine transient and partial, governmental actions before and during made it general and overwhelming. 21 In 1845, approximately one half of the potato crop failed. In 1846 the failure was nearly total, and people died in droves. The blight seemed to pass through the country overnight. One priest noted on July 27, 1846, as he traveled across Ireland, that the potato crops bloomed in all the luxuriance of an abundant harvest. 1 week later, crossing over the same route, he beheld with sorrow one wide waste of putrefying vegetation. In many places the wretched people were seated on the fences of the decaying gardens, wringing their hands and wailing bitterly the destruction that had left them foodless. The new harvest, just after the famine of 1845, melted away in a few short days, into a stinking mass of corruption. 27. Two successive British governments, one under the Tories and the other under the Whigs, proved unequal to the task of saving Ireland. England's leaders believed that swift and meaningful aid would only worsen the plight of the Irish and the economy of the empire because it would disrupt free trade. The English government also was unwilling to disrupt the power of English absentee landlords to clear the land of their starving tenants. These policies ignited the tinder of Ireland into an inferno. More than 1 million famished, disease-ridden Irish emigrants scattered in all directions. Many Irish hoped to avoid starvation or famine fever, typhus and relapsing fever, by emigrating to England, Scotland, Wales, British North America, Canada, and the United States. Traders who ferried desperate Irishmen abroad often arrived in port with one quarter, one half, or even more of their passengers dead from starvation and infectious disease. The scenes of misery on board of this vessel, wrote an observer of the British ship Erin Queen, could hardly have been surpassed in a crowded and sickly slaver on the African coast. 21 In debarkation ports, in Liverpool, Glasgow, Quebec City, Montreal, Boston, Philadelphia, and New York, the destitute migrants holed up in the cellars of newly created Irish slums, which became the nexus of typhus outbreaks. Irish immigrants were feared as the source of deadly fever and despised for their squalor. Irish society could not withstand the combination of famine and disease, and each facilitated the other. Typhus and relapsing fever had always run rampant through Ireland in times of famine. During the potato blight famine, these diseases wiped out entire villages, and the doctors, nurses, and priests who endeavored to help the dying contracted typhus and relapsing fever themselves at alarming rates. Lice transmitted both diseases from person to person, but this fact was unknown at that time. The starving peasants of Ireland, lacking even a change of clothes, lived in dense squalor, conditions in which lice flourished. The famine and its accompanying diseases suddenly brought the accumulated evils of centuries to a crisis. 27 By the famine's end, well over 1 million Irish people had perished, in addition to the million plus who had emigrated. 21 It seemed as if America and the grave, wrote the Irish author of A History of the Famine in 1902, were about to absorb the whole population of this country between them. 21 The globalization of trade brought the potato and its blight to Ireland. The British developed the tenant system of Irish peasantry, which precluded prudent selection of crops. Only the potato could support large families on their small plots of rented land. Unfortunately, without land ownership or secure leases, wealth could not be accumulated across generations. As a final blow, the potato blight left no room for luck. The potato blight instigated famine, and famine invited infectious diseases. 1845 was a hopeless moment in time. Neither the potato blight nor infectious diseases related to famine were understood or could be combated with chemicals. With a belief in the spontaneous generation of microbes and plant pathogens, and no inkling of the role of insect vectors of disease, the scientists and doctors of 1845 stumbled toward solutions. Those solutions, it turned out, were not far away, though too late for the Irish. A remarkable shift in scientific thinking lay just around the corner. Water mold, 1861. On the first appearance of the blight in the autumn of 1845, Professors Kane, Lindley, and Playfair were appointed by Sir Robert Peel to inquire in the nature of it, and to suggest the best means of preserving the stock of potatoes from its ravages. The result showed that the mischief lay beyond the knowledge and power of man. Every remedy which science or experience could dictate was had recourse to, but the potato equally melted away under the most opposite modes of treatment. Charles Trevelyan, head of the British Treasury during the famine, January 184832. The blight destroyed all potato varieties in the United Kingdom, where people were frantic to avoid another mass starvation. Since nothing worked to stop the blight, growers devoted themselves to discovering new varieties, which should show sufficient constitutional vigor to hold the disease at bay. 23 William Paterson developed a resistant variety in the late 1850s, the Paterson's Victoria, a splendid cropper of excellent quality, and practically immune against the disease. In an 1869 report Paterson wrote, "My own conviction regarding the potato blight is that there is no direct cure for it, but that it is entirely owing to atmospheric action in the plant, and that it will be always more or less subject to it." 23 Unfortunately, Paterson's varieties and others eventually lost the pristine vigor to the blight, and their resistance failed. 23 Besides Paterson's Victoria, there was Niddle's Champion, early 1870s, Sutton's Magnum Bonum, 1876, and many other resistant varieties that produced excellent results for a decade or two. Therefore, following the disastrous season of 1879, Lord Cathcart stated that the production of new varieties is of national importance. 23 others failed likewise, and many new varieties, such as Findley's the Bruce, the Up-to-Date, and the British Queen graced the fields of the United Kingdom. Speculators drove up the price of resistant varieties to fantastic levels in the Great Potato Boom of 1902-04, when some tubers brought a price greater than their weight in gold. Single tubers of new varieties sold for up to $500, and, in one case, for $800 per pound for tubers and $20 per shoot or sprout, based upon the accounting of contemporary scholars in the United States. 231 Potato developer claimed to have sold 1,000 shoots from a single tuber at these prices, making perhaps $15,000 from a single potato. The public appetite for new varieties seemed to be insatiable at the time, wrote one observer, and scores of new varieties, most of which were old friends with new names, were rushed upon the market and eagerly snapped up at fabulous prices by growers. 23 I had the pleasure, wrote a farmer in 1911, of paying $37.40 for a few of the new kind that I am afraid are not worth 7 pence halfpenny. 23 A professor studying the resistance of potato varieties in Ireland concluded that no variety of potato which was then on the market, or was ever likely to be on the market, was proof against the disease. 23 Because new resistant varieties eventually succumbed to the blight, a different means of protecting potato crops was required. But first, the cause of the blight had to be found. Theories abounded. Some thought that a white vapor passing over Ireland, a dry fog, with a sulphurous stench, like that of the bilge water of a ship, was charged with a fluid that diseased the potatoes. 21 Others attributed blight to microscopic insects wafted by the air, or to an epidemic analogous to cholera, arising from some pestilent emanation or specific poison in the atmosphere. 33 A prominent physician blamed electrical agency. 21 During the last season, he wrote in the fall of 1845, the clouds were charged with excessive electricity, and yet there was little or no thunder to draw off that excess from the atmosphere. In the damp and variable autumn this surcharge of electrical matter was attracted by the moist, succulent, and pointed leaves of the potato. Electrical theories were parsed into varying mechanisms, such as static electricity caused by smoke and steam from the newly invented locomotive. 27 The earth itself might be responsible, as mortiferous vapors rose from blind volcanoes, deep underground. 27 Or perhaps the blight came with imported guano fertilizers, a distinct possibility. 28 Or was due to the inability of potatoes to absorb excess precipitation leading to wet putrefaction. 27 It is the combination of untoward circumstances, wrote one distinguished investigator, of feeble light, cold, ungenial weather, and incessant rain, that has done the mischief. 33 The fact that no epidemic of this kind has been observed for many years, wrote another, shows that the cause must be complicated, depending upon a combination of several conditions, which do not frequently occur together, such as remarkable alterations of weather, and light, deficient in chemical power. 34 The majority view was that the potato disease spontaneously generated in the plant tissue and was, therefore, unavoidable. In 1847, John Townley, an expert on potato cultivation, criticized the entire suite of proposed causes. 35 Of the idea that the disease could be caused by unknown atmospheric influence, he wrote, it would be as easy a matter to prove that it was owing to moonshine or fairies. Townley noted that the sudden appearance of blight suggested that it was linked to some agent conveyed by man across national boundaries. Finding that destructive agent was critical to finding the cure. Soot, salt, lime, and Epsom salts are favorite remedies, he wrote. Smoke, hot water, carbonic acid, infinitesimal doses of the salts of copper, and arsenic, and a legion of ducks have also been suggested. If there is a prospect of any of these mitigating the disease, let them be tried. I need hardly say that I have no faith that it will ever be effectually cured by any such means. A few contemporaries discovered the cause of blight, the Belgian Professor Charles Morin and the English Reverend M. J. Berkeley foremost among them. Berkeley was a leading authority on fungi. He studied more than 10,000 species and performed first descriptions for hundreds of them, including every fungus specimen collected by Charles Darwin aboard the HMS Beagle in 1836.36. Berkeley wrote of the potato disease, "It is probable that it has existed for some time without attracting much attention. At any rate it is not the birth of 1 year only, as the advocates simply of atmospheric influence suppose." 33. Berkeley noted that, "The malady is well known in rainy years at Bogota, where the Indians live almost entirely on potatoes. The singularity confirms Drive. Morin's notion that the disease, like some other afflictions of the vegetable kingdom, is of American origin." 33. Fig. 1.1. Berkeley's drawing of the potato blight fungus creeping through the underside of a potato leaf. 33. Berkeley observed in the summer of 1845 that a tiny fungus grew on the diseased plants, and the following winter he declared it the causal agent of blight. 33. His declaration was rejected and ridiculed by most authorities, however, who viewed fungi as a mere result of decay. Berkeley's thesis was therefore tossed aside by critics, one of whom wrote, "The discovery of the cause of the mischief with any certainty seems hopeless, and the world has wisely resigned itself to its fate. What can't be cured must be endured, and the potato disease belongs to that class of evils." 35. Berkeley held his course despite the withering criticisms. "I must candidly confess," he wrote, "that with a becoming share of philosophic doubt where such authorities are ranged upon the opposite side, I believe the fungal theory to be the true one. It is by these instruments, contemptible in the sight of man, that the Almighty is pleased sometimes to accomplish his ends." 33. Berkeley received considerable intellectual support from Townley, who advocated restoring vigor to the potato to impart resistance to the fungus. 35. Unfortunately, Berkeley could not demonstrate that the fungus appeared before the blight or how tubers could be infected, because his experimental inoculations were unsuccessful. 33. The theoretical framework for such a claim as Berkeley's required time to mature, and as a consequence his idea remained unresolved for 15 years. In fact, long before the Irish famine, Johann Christian Fabricius had already set the framework for the discovery of plant pathogens in his 1774 essay on plant pathology. 37. Fabricius correctly deduced that fungi found in the lesions of diseased plants were separate organisms and not dead plant tissue. Unfortunately, his thesis was rejected by the scientific community for another 3 generations. 38. By the late 1850s, however, there was general acceptance among scientists of fungi as distinct organisms, and the belief in spontaneous generation collapsed. The belief in spontaneous generation had persisted for many centuries. Among ancient authors, Aristotle noted that all dry bodies which become damp, and all damp bodies which are dried, engender animal life. 39. Archelos wrote that snakes arise from decaying spinal cords. 40. Virgil observed that bees originate from the entrails of bulls. In the 17th century, Dutch alchemist Van Helmont wrote, "The smells which rise from the bottom of morasses produce frogs, slugs, leeches, grasses, and other things." 39. All one needed to do to transform wheat into a pot of mice, according to Van Helmont, was to mix a filthy shirt into a vessel of corn. Similarly, crushed basil exposed to sunlight could be converted into scorpions. The Italian physician Francesco Redi, however, demonstrated that meat covered with gauze that excluded flies did not generate maggots. This forced the advocates of spontaneous generation to admit that animals that could be seen were not generated spontaneously, but surely, they argued, this could not be the case with microscopic life. Paradoxically, the invention of the microscope armed advocates for spontaneous generation with a formidable tool. It was common sense that no other process could explain the proliferation of animalcules, microscopic animals and other tiny organisms thought to be animals, in decomposing plants and animals. 39. In 1858, Félix Archimede Pouchet, the director of the Museum of Natural History in Rouen, France, announced that he had experimentally proven that microscopic life arose spontaneously upon hay heated to boiling in a sealed vessel of water and oxygen that he had inverted into a basin of mercury. The mercury prevented outside air from entering and therefore contaminating the vessel of hay, and yet microbes emerged. Pouchet had considerable influence, but his proof would soon be crushed. The idea of spontaneous generation stifled progress on many fronts, including investigation of the potato blight. Berkeley recognized this and noted in 1846 that for his thesis to be incorrect, one need take recourse to the notions entertained by many of spontaneous or equivocal generation from languid or diseased tissues, for the question at last reduces itself to this, which is indeed one involved in mystery, but which, as far as I can judge, wherever the veil is partially lifted up, seems after all to point to the same general laws by which the higher portions of the creation are governed. 33. In 1859, Charles Darwin lifted that veil with his landmark book, On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. 41 Darwin provided the theoretical framework for the idea that all life was connected by the process of evolution, which would not be the case if new life forms continuously arose by spontaneous generation. Also in 1859, Louis Pasteur jumped into the controversy over spontaneous generation. Pasteur's confidant, Jean-Baptiste Biot, upon hearing from Pasteur that he planned to study spontaneous generation, argued vigorously against such a waste of time. You will never escape from it, Biot prophesied. 39. But Pasteur did. He performed experiments in which he used a glass bulb with a long, bent neck attached to a heated platinum tube. 39 Air could only enter the glass bulb after first passing through the tube, which due to its extreme heat killed all germs. Pasteur showed that when germs were thus excluded from a nutrient broth that had first been sterilized in the heated glass bulb, the broth remained sterile, germs did not arise spontaneously. He tried this experiment with different, putrescible liquids, including urine. He then extracted dust from the air and showed that sterilized nutrient broths could be seeded with this dust and the germs it contained to become fertile. He repeated his experiments under varying circumstances that consistently showed that microorganisms had to colonize the nutrient broth in order for it to produce life. For his experiments disproving spontaneous generation, Pasteur won the 1860 prize from the French Academy of Sciences, which was offered to the person who could best endeavor by well-contrived experiments to throw new light upon the question of spontaneous generation. 39 Even these experiments, however, did not convince everyone. If the smallest bubble of air held germs, Pouchet argued, then germs in air would form a thick fog, as dense as iron. 39 To this objection, Pasteur performed experiments where a nutrient broth was exposed to air from different localities, some of which, like those at high elevation, rarely contained germs. In a keynote lecture given in 1864, Pasteur criticized Pouchet's experimental work. 39 This experiment is irreproachable, he said, but irreproachable only on those points which have attracted the attention of its author. Pouchet had made an error that renders his experiment as completely illusory as that of Van Helmont's pot of dirty linen. I will show you where the mice got in. The microorganisms got into Pouchet's flask, Pasteur showed, on particles of dust attached to the mercury. After defeating all possible arguments for spontaneous generation, Pasteur announced, those who maintain the contrary have been the dupes of illusions and of ill-conducted experiments, tainted with errors which they know not how either to perceive or to avoid. Spontaneous generation is a chimera. 39 Pasteur's work on spontaneous generation had profound practical applications, including his demonstration that microorganisms could be killed with heat, a technique that came to be known as pasteurization. 42. Pasteur devoted himself to finding cures for diseases following the deaths of 3 of his 5 children, 2 of whom succumbed to typhoid fever. 42 Pasteur reasoned that just as microorganisms spoil milk, so, too, could they be responsible for the onset of disease. In the 1870s, Pasteur and his intellectual rival in Germany, Robert Koch, independently demonstrated that a microorganism causes anthrax, providing proof of the germ theory of infectious disease. 43 The Pasteur-Koch rivalry was more than personal. The two men represented the prestige of their nations in fiery academic debates immediately after the defeat of France by Germany in the Franco-Prussian War. Koch won the Nobel Prize in 1905. Pasteur died before the first Nobel Prize was awarded, or he, too, surely would have received one. The theory of Pasteur and Koch that germs cause infectious disease had an immediate and critical corollary, that it must be important to prevent microorganisms from gaining entry into the body. This logical deduction led Joseph Lister to his surgical advance of antiseptic techniques, which he published in 1867.44. Meanwhile, Pasteur developed vaccines for anthrax, chicken cholera, and rabies, the last of which he first tried in 1885, with success, on a 9-year-old boy named Joseph Meister who had been bitten by a rabid dog. 42 The Pasteur Institute subsequently employed Meister as gatekeeper. 55 years after Pasteur saved his life, Meister committed suicide so that he could not be forced to open Pasteur's crypt for Nazi invaders. It was hard for people to imagine that infinitesimally small life forms could wipe out the crop of a nation or cause epidemic disease. Pasteur broke through that intellectual barrier by showing that germs do not arise spontaneously and that they are the basis of human disease. Surely the same principles could hold true for plant diseases. The same year that Pasteur published his landmark experiments disproving spontaneous generation, another remarkable microbiologist discovered the pathogen that blighted Irish potatoes. 38 Anton de Bary first gained prominence in 1853, when, just 22 years old, he published his classic work demonstrating that fungi associated with rust and smut plant diseases were not generated spontaneously and were the cause and not the effect of disease. Over the course of his career, de Bary established the causal link between particular fungi and a remarkable array of plant diseases. De Bary's work established the modern field of mycology, the study of fungi, and was a precursor to Pasteur's work on spontaneous generation. In 1861, de Bary published his study showing that Phytophthora infestans was the pathogen responsible for potato blight. 36. 45 The blight pathogen was first described and named by an old surgeon from Napoleon's army, Drive Montagnier, at the Société Philomathique in Paris on August 30, 1845. 36 He called it Botrytis infestans, and because he beat the competition by a few days, the other proposed names, Botrytis vastatrix and Botrytis forlax, lost out. Montagnier's description of the pathogen was published in Berkeley's key treatise on the subject. 33 The name was later changed to Peronospora infestans. 36 De Bary discovered key differences between the blight pathogen and other members of the Peronospora genus that warranted its membership in a separate genus. He renamed the blight pathogen Phytophthora infestans, imparting a new name to the species after its behavior. Phyto means plant, phthora means corrupter, and infestans means aggressive, hostile, or dangerous. Phytophthora infestans is not truly a fungus, but is a fungus-like organism belonging to the group Oomycota, or the water molds. 46 De Bary inoculated potato leaves, stalks, and tubers with spores of the pathogen and then followed its progress through to potato rot. 36 De Bary demonstrated that Phytophthora infestans enters the potato leaf through the small holes that allow gas exchange in plants, individually known as stoma, or in the plural, stomata, derived from the Greek word for mouths. The parasite's mycelium, the vegetative part composed of thread-like hyphae, then branches, its numerous hyphae worming their way among the leaf cells and consuming their nutrients. 23 Hyphae then extend outward through the stomata and produce branches tipped with pear-shaped fruiting bodies, sporangia. The sporangia easily detach and fall onto the soil or are carried aloft by the wind. When they land on another potato leaf, they bide their time until a drop of water from rain or dew stimulates the growth. The water mold then holds two options. In the first, it may grow a filament that enters the leaf through a stoma, repeating the process of its own formation. In the second, it may develop and release infectious spores. These ride droplets of water through soil particles until they meet the potatoes below and initiate rot, which is why many people attributed the blight to excessive dampness. The fact of infection does not become evident to the farmer until yellow or brown spots form on the leaves, much as if a dilution of acid had fallen upon them like drops of rain. 21 The spots enlarge and blacken before the leaf curls, decomposes, and produces a unique and unpleasant smell. Words describing the terrible smell typically found their way into the alarming reports of Irish potato failure. The mildew that borders the rotten leaf tissue is the forked hyphae tipped with sporangia ready to accelerate the field's infection until it appears as if a fire has swept across it. Berkeley noted that the blight pioneers the potato's destruction, for following infection, other fungi establish themselves on the surface, or in the decaying mass, which emits a highly fetid odor resembling that of decaying agarics. The union of the cells is dissolved, animalcules or mites make their appearance, till at last the whole becomes a loathsome mass of putrescence. 33. The Irish summer of 1848 mirrored those of 1845 and 1846. On the morning of the 13th of July, wrote a parish priest, to the astonishment of everyone, the potato fields that had, on the previous evening, presented an appearance that was calculated to gladden the hearts of the most indifferent, appeared blasted, withered, blackened and, as it were, sprinkled with vitriol, and the whole country has in consequence been thrown into dismay and confusion. 27 reports came in of potato fields, blackened as if steeped in tar, and as before, the scarred landscape carried an intolerable stench. 27 potatoes were either positively rotten, partially decayed and swarming with worms, or spotted with brownish-colored patches, resembling flesh that had been frostbitten. 33. In the late 19th century, many evolutionists incorrectly argued that things in nature have a purpose for which they evolved, even very bad things. It was a philosophy that allowed a hand to guide the evolution of life, a marriage of a faith in creation with the modern tenets of evolution. It gave people comfort to think that evolution progressed with purpose, and the philosophy was consistent with humankind occupying a position at the pinnacle of creation. This philosophy also allowed people to view potato blight as a positive force that killed sickly varieties and furthered the propagation of robust varieties. At the time, fungi were believed to be plants. 9 years after de Bari's discovery of Phytophthora infestans, a potato cultivation expert wrote, "The object of nature in bringing into existence the large family of mildews, each member of which is a perfect plant in its way, and as capable of performing its functions as the oak of the forest, was undoubtedly to prevent propagation from sickly stock, and by the decomposition of feeble plants to make room and enrich the soil for the better development of healthier plants. The potato disease is rather an effect than a cause, and appears to have been designed to prevent members enfeebled by accident or otherwise from propagating their species by putting such members out of existence." 47. Although such ideas of evolutionary purpose and progress persisted well into the 20th century, they were a misinterpretation of evolutionary theory as presented by Darwin. Indeed, Pasteur, Koch, de Bary and Darwin broke through long-established modes of thinking stifled by the concepts of special creation and fixity of forms. These mid-century paradigm shifts, that life did not arise spontaneously from inanimate matter, that microscopic organisms could be the source of disease of both plants and animals, and that life evolved, fed a furious pace of scientific discovery that has never ceased. Bordeaux mixture, 1883. Since the appearance of mildew in France in 1878, I have not ceased to study Peronospora in the hope of discovering in its development some vulnerable point that might permit of its mastery. Pierre-Marie Alexis Milaudet, 188548. De Bary's identification of the pathogen responsible for potato blight brought to light a tempting target. If an agent could be developed to kill Phytophthora infestans, future potato famines could be averted. The development of such a weapon followed a curious path that had nothing to do with potatoes. A tiny relative of the aphid, called phylloxera, from the Greek for the drying up of leaves, made its living by sucking sap from the leaves and roots of grape plants in its native lands of eastern North America. 36 When English wine enthusiasts imported botanical specimens of American grapevines in the 1850s, phylloxera hitched a ride. But unlike their American counterparts, European vines were not resistant to the insect. In 1865, vines in France withered before the onslaught of phylloxera as the great French wine blight cast wineries into ruin. In the years that followed, wine production tumbled across Europe, ultimately affecting about 2.5 million acres of vines. French vineyards employed numerous techniques to stop the destruction, including burying live toads under the vines to pull out the plant's poison, and injecting carbon disulfide into the soil, but to no avail. Nothing, it seemed, could stop phylloxera, also known as plant lice. Pierre-Marie Alexis Milaudet, a French botanist and mycologist, confronted the problem of the wine blight. Milaudet was perfectly suited to the task. He had studied medicine in Paris, a prudent choice to support his mother and youngest siblings after his father died in the 1854 cholera epidemic. 49 At that time, medical school necessitated the study of medicinal plants. As a young physician, Milaudet studied in Heidelberg, and then worked in Freiburg for de Bary, before receiving an appointment in 1869 as a professor of botany at the University of Strasbourg. 51 The following year, with the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War, Milaudet enlisted as a medical officer in the French army. France suffered a humiliating defeat and lost Alsace and much of Lorraine, Furthermore, Strasbourg was now a German university. 51 Millet therefore accepted a position in Nancy in 1872, and in 1874 he traveled to Bordeaux to investigate the phylloxera infestation. 2 years later, engaged in the study of phylloxera, Millet relocated to the University of Bordeaux for the position of chair of botany. Millet demonstrated that by grafting American grapevines onto French vines, hybrids resistant to phylloxera were created. 50 Unfortunately, in 1878, Millet discovered that some American vines imported to France were infected by another American import, the downy mildew, which, like Phytophthora infestans, is a water mold. Downy mildew concentrated its pathogenic efforts where phylloxera hesitated, and sped across France in a path of vineyard destruction. Millet's focus shifted from conquering phylloxera to defeating downy mildew. In October 1882 Millet observed that vines along roadsides of the vineyard of St. Julien en Medoc did not exhibit mildew on their tissues, while rot initiated by downy mildew remained chronic away from roads. 48 Millet questioned the viticulturists about the pulverized bluish-white substance that he observed upon the leaves of the uninfected plants. 48 They told Millet that they sprayed a visible and bitter-tasting mixture of lime and copper sulfate along the roads to discourage foot travelers from pilfering the grapes. 51 It was a stroke of great luck that this mixture also protected the plants from downy mildew. Millet, armed with this serendipitous discovery, conducted experimental trials with various combinations of the different salts of copper and iron with lime powdered or dissolved. 52 He demonstrated that a particular mixture of copper sulfate and lime, which came to be known as Bordeaux mixture, was an effective solution against downy mildew, and did not harm the plant or grapes. 51 Millet worked with the chemist Ulysse Guérin to determine the perfect concentrations of ingredients for maximum effectiveness. 52 The downy mildew, upon settling on a grape leaf treated with Bordeaux mixture, either dies directly or its zoospores are unable to generate their germ tubes and penetrate the epidermis of the grape leaf. 52 Infection is averted. The leaves are healthy and of a beautiful green, the grapes are black and perfectly ripe, wrote Millet. The vines that were not treated present, on the contrary, the most wretched appearance, the majority of the leaves have fallen, the few that remain are half dried up, the grapes, still red, will not be fit for anything except sour wine. 48. Millet also found early in his investigations that the reproductive bodies of downy mildew did not develop in water from his household well, though they did in city water, rainwater, dew, and distilled water. 52 The explanation for this became apparent only after his discovery of Bordeaux mixture. Water was drawn from his well by means of a copper pump, and the water, which contained 5 milligrams of copper per liter, also held dissolved limestone from the surrounding rock. 52 Millet's well, by happenstance, produced its own Bordeaux mixture because it contained both copper and lime. Bordeaux mixture was cheap and effective. 50 liters was sufficient to treat 1,000 plants at a cost of only 5 francs for materials and labor, and one need fear no harm, even to the most tender organs of the vine. 48 A single treatment was all that was needed to protect vines from downy mildew, but it had to be applied preventively since the mildew grows within the grape leaves. 48. 52 Millet's work gave rise to the world's first commercial fungicide, and more generally, to the first pesticide effective against plant pathogens. 50. 51 Millet was most concerned about the priority of his findings over those of Baron Chatry de la Fosse and others, who also observed, but 2 years later, that grapes treated with this mixture did not succumb to downy mildew. 53 Just as Darwin accelerated the publication of On the Origin of Species because Alfred Russel Wallace had independently discovered natural selection and threatened to scoop him, so, too, did Millet rush his work to publication. 48 Millet felt it necessary to write a detailed chronology of who discovered what and when, month by month, in order to establish his precedence in the discovery of Bordeaux mixture. 53 I claim the honor, he wrote, of having conceived the treatment with copper, that of having first experimented and, likewise, of having first proposed the practice. May I be permitted to add, for these are for us learned men our titles and our dearest souvenirs, that first, in 1878, simultaneously with M. Plancken, I observed the presence of mildew in France. Since then I have constantly been on guard. 53. In the small world of 19th-century public health research, considerable crosstalk linked investigations between scientists and nations. Some advances were ignored at tremendous cost to human lives. Others were seized upon and broadly applied. The latter was the case with Bordeaux mixture, which sped in its application from the grapes of France to the potatoes of Ireland. Indeed, Milledit anticipated this critical outcome. The close analogies that exist between the peronospora of the vines, he wrote, and the causing the disease of the potato and tomato cause me to hope that we shall henceforth have at hand a real prophylactic treatment for these latter diseases. 48 What worked on grapes worked on potatoes. Researchers in Ireland snatched up the idea and sprayed potato crops with Bordeaux mixture to combat Phytophthora infestans, which proved up to the hilt that this system was of incalculable value in either altogether preventing or at least very materially checking the ravages of the disease. 23 Bordeaux mixture was simple to prepare. 12 pounds of copper sulfate was neutralized with approximately 8 pounds of freshly burned quicklime, both previously dissolved in a total of 75 to 100 gallons of water. With Bordeaux mixture applied, farmers harvested usable crops even during years of heavy blight, as long as they sprayed the mixture before the blight manifested itself and at intervals throughout the season. Had Bordeaux mixture been available in 1845-49, Ireland's misery could have been averted. America would be a different place without an immense immigrant Irish population. Typhus epidemics would not have torn through cities where Irish immigrants alighted, and the bitter divide between Ireland and England would have been less acrimonious. Indeed, some scientists had tried applying salts of copper upon potatoes during the famine, 35 but not in the right concentrations or mixtures. Phytophthora infestans, or the late blight, as it turns out, was not the only enemy of the potato faced by 19th century farmers. Various other diseases, such as early blight, potato scab, dry rot, fusarium blight, stem rot, rhizoctonia, blackleg, and European wart disease, infested potato fields. 23 Insect enemies were also plentiful and included potato flea beetles, Colorado potato beetles, potato bugs, potato worms, potato stalk weevils, potato eelworms, grasshoppers, and even a species, the three-lined leaf beetle, whose larvae cover themselves with their own excrement. 47 In some cases, insect larvae forged the paths into potatoes that were followed by the pathogenic fungi. Just as Phytophthora infestans followed the potato around the world, so, too, did many of these insect pests. When civilization marched up the Rocky Mountains, wrote a potato expert in 1870, and potatoes began to be grown in that region, the Colorado potato bug acquired the habit of feeding upon the cultivated potato. It went from potato patch to potato patch, moving eastward at the rate of about 60 miles a year, and is now firmly established over all the country extending from Indiana to its old feeding grounds in the Rocky Mountains. In about 12 years it will have reached the Atlantic coast. 47. Although the potato farmer faced many enemies, Bordeaux mixture was not the sole chemical tool in the turn-of-the-century gardening shed. Other pesticides were also available, such as bichloride of mercury, formaldehyde, Paris green, arsenate of lead, and arsenic bran mash. 23 And Bordeaux mixture proved useful beyond preventing late blight. It was also applied against other potato pathogens, and it induced vigorous growth. No matter where the crop is grown, wrote one expert, or whether diseases are present or not, the writer feels warranted in recommending the application of the mixture, on the ground that its use will yield a handsome return. 23 Another expert recommended the use of Bordeaux mixture, freely and vigorously, with the addition of arsenate of lead to kill potato bugs and larvae. 23 The combined mixture should be sprayed from all directions, flank and enemy, and he is in a dangerous condition. Advances in the chemical prevention and treatment of potato diseases, along with coincident advances in farming technology, such as the Iron Age traction sprayer, riding cultivator, potato planter, and potato digger, increased yields throughout North America and Europe. 23 The technology of mechanized pesticide applicators advanced along with the Industrial Revolution so that there always seemed to be new devices to buy. Increased yields from spraying could not be ignored. For example, American scholars calculated in 1912 that a potato field on the island of Jersey sprayed with Bordeaux mixture 5 times during the growing season at a cost of $1.25 each time yielded 13 tons to the acre, while an adjacent field only sprayed twice was scorched with blight. Enthusiastic growers sought perfection in a spud that nicely fills the fist of a good-sized man. 23. Next to bread and meat, according to a popular booklet from Colorado, the most important article of food to the Anglo-Saxon race is the potato. 23 Given that demand, efficient production methods utilizing pesticides yielded excellent profits. Demand for potatoes grown in Washington state at the turn of the century kept their price above $10 per ton, and farmers were able to secure net profits of $15–$20 per acre. 23 The focus shifted from famine in 1845 to profits half a century later because of the sweeping agricultural revolution brought forth by pesticides. The Irish potato famine of 1845–49 impelled the search for the responsible pathogen. Pasteur disproved spontaneous generation in 1861, and that same year de Bary discovered that the water mold Phytophthora infestans caused the potato rot. 2 decades later, Milledit developed the world's first effective fungicide. Bordeaux mixture first saved European vineyards, then averted additional potato famines, and finally boosted profits in the global business of potato production. Milledit proved that people could make chemical agents that were almost magical in their application. The door to fighting famine and infectious disease was thrown open, and a host of brilliant scientists charged through it, determined to conquer humanity's most pressing problems. Part 2. Plague. 2. Plague. Marsh fever, 2700 BCE 1902. Viewed in the light of our modern, germ theory, of disease, the punctures of proboscidean insects, like those of Pasteur's needles, deserve consideration, as probable means by which bacteria and other germs may be inoculated into human bodies, so as to infect the blood and give rise to specific fevers. Albert Freeman Africanus King, 188354. Malaria co-evolved with our human ancestors in Africa and accompanied anatomically modern humans as they migrated to Eurasia and later to the rest of the world. 55 Malaria was likely the first and most deadly infectious disease to sweep through ancient human settlements that formed with the advent of agriculture. 56 Reliance on water sources put villages and cities adjacent to the breeding grounds of the Anopheles mosquitoes that carry malaria. Further, the population density facilitated by agriculture allowed accelerated infection rates. The progression of malaria through its stereotypical periodic fevers is described as early as 2700 BCE in Chinese medical texts. 55 The Greek physician Hippocrates described malaria in detail in the 5th century BCE. He considered many variables when judging a disease state, paying attention to the whole constitution of the season, and particularly to the state of the heavens, the patient's dreams, and to flatulence, whether passed silently or with a noise. 57 Other distinguished authors of the ancient world, from India, Assyria, Arabia, Greece, and the Roman Empire, advanced knowledge of the disease and noted its association with marshes. 55 Malaria came to be known as marsh fever. The marshland association led to many hypotheses to explain malaria transmission, most of which involved miasmas, the term created by Hippocrates for poisonous fumes rising from the earth. 55 The belief in poisonous air as the cause of malaria led to its name, which is derived from the Italian mala aria, or bad air. 58 Miasmas as the cause of malaria appeared often in literature, as in Shakespeare's The Tempest, all the infections that the sun sucks up, from bogs, fens, flats, on prosper fall, and make him, by inch meal a disease. 59 Cures for malaria were diverse and often magical. Quintus Serenus Sammonicus, the physician to the 3rd century CE Roman Emperor Caracalla, advised sufferers of malaria to wear an amulet with the inscription, abracadabra, for 9 days, then to toss it over their shoulder into a stream running in an eastward direction. 60 Following this, lion's fat could be applied to the patient's skin, or the skin of a cat, adorned with yellow coral and green emeralds, could be placed about the neck. Although ancient people did not understand the role of mosquitoes in malaria transmission, they observed disease patterns and altered their behavior accordingly. The Romans attempted to drain wetlands, and the Abbasid Caliphate successfully reduced malaria in Baghdad through drainage. 56 In Southeast Asia, people constructed their homes on stilts, which placed them above mosquito flight paths. Malaria also structured cultural landscapes. Its association with wetlands and lowlands led many mountain people to stay at elevation during the malaria season, thereby strengthening the cultural divides between people of the mountains and people of the lowlands. The African slave trade conveyed the deadly falciparum variety of malaria to the Americas, where it joined other Old World diseases in wiping out most of the indigenous population. 56 African slaves had genetic resistance to malaria and acquired immunity to a host of tropical diseases, so the population crash brought about by the diseases they introduced to the Americas accelerated the slave trade. African slaves largely replaced both indigenous slaves and European indentured servants, who had no immunity. The disease resistance of Africans ensured the downfall into slavery. And because Africans had both genetic and acquired resistance to tropical diseases, they were regularly employed to crew slave ships. Malaria worked in concert with other diseases to set the course of political events in the American colonies. British forces overwhelmed the Spanish on Jamaica in 1655, but by the following year most of the British soldiers had fallen to malaria and dysentery. 56 By the turn of the 17th century, malaria killed more people in the North American colonies than any other disease. 61 When the British invaded the French colony of Saint-Domingue in 1794–95 to put down a slave revolt, they lost 100,000 soldiers to malaria and yellow fever. The British were so weakened that in 1801 the former slaves founded the nation of Haiti. 56 When the French then invaded Haiti in 1802, malaria and yellow fever whittled down Napoleon's force of 60,000 soldiers to fewer than 10,000. Malaria played similar roles in a long list of wars, including wars between kingdoms in Europe, colonial wars in Africa, the American Civil War, World War I, the Russian Civil War, and World War II. 56 A historian of the effects of malaria on warfare wrote in 1910 of the 1864 British campaigns in West Africa, "It can scarcely be called a war, as an enemy was never seen, or a grain of powder expended. Our troops were defeated by disease, much of which was preventable." 62 In Madagascar in 1895, the French suffered 13 deaths in battle and more than 4,000 deaths from malaria. 63 During the battles over Macedonia in World War I, malaria paralyzed the French, British, and German armies for 3 years. Almost 80% of the French soldiers were hospitalized with the disease, while the British had 162,512 hospital admissions for malaria compared to a total of 23,762 combat casualties or soldiers taken prisoner or missing. Following each war, infected soldiers trudged home and were bitten by mosquitoes that then initiated new malaria outbreaks. Even the political landscape that inevitably led to war could be blamed to some degree on malaria. For example, heightened malaria rates in the southern U.S. states accentuated the economic drive for slavery since Africans were resistant to the disease. More Africans brought more malaria and created an epidemiological divide whose geography mirrored the political divide between North and South. Malaria could not be separated clinically from other diseases that caused similar symptoms. This posed a formidable barrier to malaria research that was finally overcome in the early 17th century when Jesuit monks learned from the indigenous people of Peru that the bark of a South American tree effectively treated certain types of fevers known as intermittent fevers, that is, malaria. The tree was called the cinchona tree after the name of the Peruvian viceroy's wife, who was cured with its bark. The Jesuits imported the bark to Europe around 1640, but their treatment was ridiculed by most men of science. 64 Nonetheless, this discovery allowed astute investigators in the early 18th century to separate malaria from other sources of fever and thereby to chart the course of the illness more precisely than had been done before. 66. A British medical officer during the American Revolution wrote of the controversy regarding cinchona bark, "The Hessians were all of them inveterate enemies to the bark, and there were ever some of the British surgeons who employed it very sparingly. There was a Hessian regiment that lost 1/3 of its men by this disease and its effects, during 1 year's service in Georgia. There were British regiments also, which lost more than 1/4, while there were others, which did not lose 1/20. The whole of these regiments were engaged on the same services, they were all alike foreigners in America, and there appeared to be no obvious case for so great a difference in the degree of mortality, except a difference in the management of the bark." 67 In 1820 the French chemists Pierre-Joseph Pelletier and Joseph Bien-Aimé Caventou extracted 2 of the 4 active ingredients of cinchona bark, quinine and cinchonine. 56, 64, 68 Soon afterward, cinchona plantations and quinine extraction became big business. Chemical firms sprang up in Europe and the United States to produce quinine, and the modern chemical industry was born. Quinine became the first Western medicine produced to treat a specific disease and so paved the way for the modern pharmaceutical industry. 56 The widespread availability of quinine also facilitated European colonization of Africa and U.S. conquest of Native American tribes. The actual agent of malaria could not be discovered until after the invention of the microscope in the late 17th century, and even then, it took 2 centuries longer to make the discovery. First, in the 1850s, with the aid of microscopes, researchers discovered that malarial patients harbored black pigmented particles in their blood, which they called melanin.69. Pasteur and Koch then set the theoretical stage in the 1870s. The development of the germ theory of disease led to the rapid discovery of pathogenic bacteria that caused a host of diseases, including anthrax, relapsing fever, tuberculosis, pneumonia, typhoid fever, diphtheria, tetanus, and Asiatic cholera, all by 1890. Bacteriologists also chased down the microbe that causes malaria, but the investigation into bacteria as the culprit turned out to be a false start since the microbe is not a bacterium. The critical clue to the malaria pathogen was the presence of melanin in the blood of malarial victims. The person who followed the melanin trail, the French army surgeon Charles-Louis-Alphonse Laveran, started his stellar career in 1870, when, at the age of 25, he served the French military as a medical assistant major in the Franco-Prussian War. 69 Following the war, Laveran obtained the position of chair of military diseases and epidemics at a military medical school, which had previously been held by his father. In 1878, he was dispatched to a French military hospital in Algeria, where he set out to determine if melanin was only found in malarial patients and hence could be used as a diagnostic tool. His close inspection of the blood of malarial patients led him in 1880 to discover a previously unknown entity, which he determined was the malaria parasite. 70 Even though Laveran lacked staining chemicals to help visualize the parasite, he found that it developed in the red blood cells and destroyed them, which altered their pigmentation from red to black and thereby produced the melanin. 69 Laveran found that the malaria parasite was not a bacterium, but rather belonged to the protozoa. In 1882, Laveran moved to a marshland of Italy, and there again found the same parasite in the blood of malarial patients, and so gained certainty that this was the agent of malaria. He published this conclusion in 1884. 71 Although other scientists were at first skeptical, they were able to replicate his research, and in 1889, with his conclusion now accepted as fact, the French Academy of Sciences awarded him its Brain Prize. 69 Laveran's timing was perfect, and he initiated a new branch of infectious disease research focused on the protozoa. This led to the discovery that a group of protozoa known as trypanosomes, named for the Greek body borer, cause numerous animal and human diseases, the most important of which is sleeping sickness. 69 Because various species of flies are the vectors of trypanosome diseases, his discoveries also provided important targets for pesticides. Laveran received the Nobel Prize in 1907. He donated half of his prize money to establish the laboratory of tropical medicine at the Pasteur Institute. Laveran knew that his identification in 1880 of the malaria pathogen in humans had only begun the chase for a cure. His next objective was to find the parasite outside the human body. He searched in vain in the water, soil, and air of marshlands. 69 Other scientists tried inoculating human subjects with filthy marsh water to infect them with malaria. 65 The absence of the parasite in the marshlands led Laveran to conclude in 1884 that the parasite must be carried by mosquitoes. 69 After all, some agent was necessary to move the parasites from the blood of one person to that of another, and mosquitoes were ubiquitous in marshes. Other prominent scientists converged on this idea at about the same time. Patrick Manson, the Scottish physician considered to be the father of tropical medicine, determined in 1876 in China that mosquitoes transmit filaria worms, which cause lymphatic filariasis, also known as elephantiasis. 72 Manson's gardener was infected, so Manson had mosquitoes feed on him while he slept. He found the parasite in both the gardener and the mosquito and described the filaria life cycle. Amazingly, the filaria embryos hid during most of the day in blood vessels deep inside the body, then appeared in the peripheral blood in immense numbers from just after sunset until about midnight. It is marvelous, wrote Manson, how nature has adapted the habits of the filariae to those of the mosquito. The embryos are in the blood just at the time the mosquito selects for feeding. 73 Based on his work with filaria, Manson hypothesized in 1894 that mosquitoes were also the culprit in malaria transmission. 74 Living in England at the time, he could not test the idea himself, so he wrote, "I would commend my hypothesis to the attention of medical men in India and elsewhere, where malarial patients and sectorial insects abound." 74 Koch also thought mosquitoes served as vectors for malaria, but he did not publish his hypothesis. 65 In fact, the suggestion had been made much earlier, in the early 19th century. 54 Some records even show the idea of insects as vectors for malaria being advanced more than 2,000 years ago. and Italian peasants had blamed the mosquito for centuries. 58 Koch found the same belief prominent among natives of the Central African highlands, and in Ethiopia the native elephant hunters reported that they could safely pass through malarial regions because they daily fumigated themselves with sulfur. 75 Similarly, sulfur miners in Sicily suffered a small fraction of the malaria infections experienced by residents engaged in other occupations, and a Greek city of 40,000 people collapsed from malaria deaths after a local sulfur mine closed. The person who best developed the mosquito hypothesis was Albert Freeman Africanus King, so named because of his father's fascination with colonization of Africa. King was a 24-year-old assistant surgeon in the U.S. Army in attendance at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., when John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln. King was one of 3 physicians who attempted to treat the mortally wounded president. 76. King independently developed the mosquito hypothesis in 1883 based on the tight association between the geography of malaria and the life history of the mosquito. 54 Most of King's analyses were spot on. King pointed out that germs are so minute that a million may rest on the head of a pin. 54 Although King's development of the mosquito hypothesis was the most thorough of his time, some of his analyses were based on fanciful 19th-century ideas of nature's purpose. He argued, for example, that poisonous air could not be the source of malaria, for it was surely never designed that breathing the indigenous air of any natural environment should be, and without warning of danger, a means of death. 54 Nature provided warnings of danger, such as the rattle of a snake. Man, he wrote, naturally loves beautiful things, woman and the flowers. But the serpent also is beautiful, superficially smooth, tapering in form, elegantly elastic, absolute in symmetry, undulating in motion. Every element of beauty in woman finds its counterpart in the snake, yet we love the one, loathe the other. Based on his exhaustive examination of the mosquito's probable role in malaria transmission, King proposed a series of protective measures, including the destruction of mosquitoes. But King was not an experimentalist and did not have the means to test his ideas. 77 His ideas were disregarded. Annapolis, 1894–1902. The world requires at least 10 years to understand a new idea, however important or simple it may be. The mosquito theorem of malaria was at first ridiculed, and its application to the saving of human life treated with neglect, jealousy and opposition. Ronald Ross, 191078. The experimental development of the mosquito hypothesis fell upon an unlikely Scottish scientist named Ronald Ross. Ross, the son of a British general, began working in the Indian Medical Service in 1881 after a mediocre academic performance. 79. Although Laveran had already identified the malaria parasite a year earlier, Ross did not have access to cutting-edge science in his remote Indian outpost, and so he was unaware that a parasite was involved. 65 Ross's observations in 1889 that the geographic patterns of malaria infection were inconsistent with the old poisonous air hypothesis motivated him to study the disease in detail. First, he published papers outlining his hypothesis of intestinal autointoxication. 80, 81, 82, 83, 84 Then, in 1892, he became aware of Laveran's discovery of the parasite, though he did not believe it until 1894 when he returned to England and was convinced by a mentor that Laveran was correct. Ross's mentor told him to get in touch with Manson. 65 Manson showed Ross the parasite and told him of his mosquito hypothesis. 65 Ross knew that the problem of identifying the mode of malaria transmission was paramount, and he found himself, immediately and powerfully struck with the mosquito hypothesis. 65 He recalled and related to Manson that Laveran had the same idea. The mosquito hypothesis, Ross noted, was even held by some barbarous tribes who have only too great an experience of the disease. 85. Ignorant of the route of entry, wrote Ross, we could rest our prophylaxis only upon an unsatisfactory empirical basis. Cognizant of it, we might hope to stamp out the plague even in its most redoubtable haunts. 65. Ross and Manson hatched a plan. Ross would return to India, allow various species of mosquitoes, for they did not know which might be to blame, to feed upon malarial patients, and track the parasite in the mosquito's tissues and into the water where the mosquito deposited her eggs. 65 From there, Ross could determine how the parasite moved from water into human beings. This plan was based on Manson's erroneous belief that mosquitoes only took one blood meal before depositing eggs and dying, and therefore they could only communicate the parasite from humans to water, and subsequent infection must be through ingestion of water. 74. Ross returned to India in 1895 to serve as the medical officer of a regiment of Indian soldiers who harbored high rates of malaria infection. 65 British India in the late 19th century experienced dramatic drought-induced famine, 1876-78 and 1896-1900. 56 In a reflection of its treatment of Ireland, the British government allowed market forces to contend with the problem, and somewhere between 12 million and 29 million Indians perished. As with Ireland, the agent of death was usually fever, this time due to malaria. Ross raised mosquitoes in captivity to be sure they were not previously infected, then let them feed on malarial patients. He dissected the mosquitoes at various time points after feeding in order to create a time series of the parasite's development within the mosquito. 65 By the end of 1895, after excruciating work over his microscope, Ross found himself unable to locate the malaria parasite in mosquito tissue. 86 Frustrated, Ross realized that he must not have any preconceived notions of what to look for. Perhaps the parasite in the mosquito looked nothing like its form in people. The protein changes of many of the parasitic worms, he wrote, warned us that nature was capable of ordering any extraordinary transformations in the interest of parasites. 65. Even with his considerable expertise, Ross required at least 2 hours to search for the parasite cells within all the tissues of a single mosquito. 65 To put this in perspective, Ross pointed out that at 1000x magnification, a mosquito appears as large as a horse. 65 And he had to compare many mosquitoes fed on malarial patients with those fed on healthy people. I had no clue, he wrote, as to the form and appearance of the object which I was seeking for, nor was I even sure that the kind of insect under examination was amenable to the infection at all. I was looking for a thing of which I did not know the appearance in a medium which I did not know contained it. 65 Ross and Manson reasoned that once mosquitoes delivered the parasite to water, that water would be infectious to man. To test this, in 1895 Ross placed mosquitoes that had fed on malarial patients into jars with water until they died and theoretically infected the water. 65 Native Indian volunteers then drank the water to see if they would become infected with malaria. 87 Ross, unlike many of his contemporaries, considered the ethics of human experimentation. The experiment was justifiable, he wrote, owing to the slight degree of illness usually produced by malarial fever in natives when properly treated. 65 3 out of 22 subjects demonstrated a slight reaction to the malaria water, which Ross found inconclusive and possibly due to the fact that subjects were mostly from the lower castes of Indian society and may have used their participation fee for excessive drinking of liquor, which, he thought, could induce recurrence of a former malaria infection. Ross came to the view that mosquitoes must transmit malaria from person to person, rather than from person to marsh water. He knew that mosquitoes bred in stagnant water, and that provided the connection to marshlands. 65 Ross tried various experiments to clarify the mosquito connection. He even had mosquitoes of all the suspect species feed on a patient who had 3 varieties of malaria in his blood, and then they were applied in considerable numbers to his volunteer, the assistant surgeon of a hospital in Bangalore. 65 But this fellow remained uninfected. Meanwhile, Ross found himself distracted by a rivalry with Italian scientists, chiefly Amico Bignami, Giuseppe Bastianelli and Giovanni Battista Grassi, who attempted to shoot down his findings. Ross also felt harried by his official duties fighting a cholera epidemic, and discouraged by the continual negative outcomes of his malaria experiments. Towards the end of my stay in Bangalore, he wrote, as failure followed failure, I was naturally forced to reconsider the whole basis of my work. 65 But Manson put the screws on Ross to be quick about proving the mosquito hypothesis. The French, including Laveran, and the Italians were hot on his trail, so for goodness sake, Manson wrote to Ross, hurry up and save the laurels for old England, the fat is now in the fire and it is going to burn quickly. 88. Ross decided to move his research operation to the area of India with the highest incidence of malaria. His request was denied by the Indian government, which felt that Ross's role as a medical officer was too important, given the outbreak of the Afridi War. 65 So Ross used 2 months of leave that he had accumulated and his own funds to investigate malaria in the Nilgiri Hills, the Nilgiri Mountains of southern India. Ross took precautions. He slept at a rest house at 5,500 feet above sea level and only visited lower elevations during the daytime. But after just one excursion to the malarial area he became ill. He self-treated with quinine and recovered 2 weeks later. he found that nearly everyone in the area was infected, though mosquitoes were scarce. During his investigations he found a single individual of a new species of mosquito. He did not yet know that it was the one he was looking for. Upon returning to duty at his military base, Ross found another species of mosquito similar to the new species he had found in the Nilgiri Hills. 65 Both, it turned out, belonged to the genus Anopheles, derived from the Greek, good for nothing. Ross, unfamiliar with mosquito taxonomy and unable to access any literature on the subject, did not know this. He worked strictly by describing the appearance and behavior of the different species without having associated names. He called them dappled-winged mosquitoes. These Anopheles mosquitoes were abundant and the incidence of malaria among the troops high, but he could find no larvae for testing. 65 He set out to repeat his experiments. Larvae of the previously tested species were again collected and raised to adulthood, fed on malarial patients, all trained to submit to mosquito bites, a matter often of some difficulty with the superstitious natives of India, and then dissected at various time points, all with negative results. 65 Ross studied these mosquitoes with even more careful attention to every organ, to the feces, and to the contents of the intestines. Ross reported that the work was so grueling that he could scarcely see at the end of each day. His microscope decayed as his sweat rusted the screws that held it together, and the eyepiece cracked. Swarms of flies persecuted me at their pleasure, he wrote, as I sat with both hands engaged at the instrument. 65 Finally, in August 1897, Ross made his critical discovery. 89 An assistant found a few specimens of Anopheles larvae. These were hatched and fed on malarial patients. After some botched dissections, 2 surviving mosquitoes were available for inspection. When Ross examined the first of these, he found nothing, but just as he was about to give up, he discovered pigmented cells in the wall of the insect's stomach. 65 The second surviving mosquito had the same cells in its stomach wall. These 2 observations solved the malaria problem, he wrote. They did not complete the story, certainly, but they furnished the clue. At a stroke they gave both of the 2 unknown quantities, the kind of mosquito implicated and the position and appearance of the parasites within it. The great difficulty was really overcome, and all the multitude of important results which have since been obtained were obtained solely by the easy task of following this clue, a work for children. 65. Ross was elated. The secret spring had been touched, he wrote, the door flew open, the path led onward full in the light, and it was obvious that science and humanity had found a new dominion. 65. The next critical step was to study the life history of the parasite. With his experienced staff in place, sick patients accustomed to experimentation in the hospital, and a newly discovered breeding source for Anopheles mosquitoes, Ross was sure he could complete this task in a few weeks. But, without warning or explanation, the government transferred him to a remote outpost 1,000 miles away. It would be difficult for others to understand, he wrote, the effect of this cruel blow. 65. Meanwhile, Ross's Italian rivals pilloried him in scientific journals, finding ways to nitpick his findings and thereby cast doubt upon him as they raced him to find malaria's mode of transmission. I did not suspect that every line of mine, wrote Ross, even in some of my private letters, would be subjected to a minute and unscrupulous analysis in the hope of finding discrepancies which would serve to discredit my observations. Every possible artifice has been used for this purpose by the very men who learnt all they knew from these very publications. 65. Finally, after 5 months of frustration, Ross was able to return full-time to his malaria research. Manson had used his influence with the government of India and the Indian Medical Service to get Ross a year-long post for the study of malaria. 65 But now Ross was stymied again, this time not by bureaucracy, scientific rivalries, or a lack of the proper mosquito, but rather by riots. Bubonic plague was raging in India. Just before Ross arrived at his new post, the Indian government attempted to inoculate the Calcutta population with an experimental plague preventive, or prophylactic. Serious riots ensued, during which many of the Europeans had felt themselves obliged to go about armed with revolvers. 65. The ignorant populace, wrote Ross, thinking that the British were trying to inoculate them with a not against plague, flew into paroxysms of terror at the very sight of a European hakim, physician, while anything remotely resembling inoculation made them frantic. 65. Ross was barred from using malarial patients in hospitals for his research. Eventually Ross was able to bribe some malarial Indian beggars to participate in his studies. But when I proposed to prick their fingers in order to examine their blood, he wrote, they generally left their money, took up their crutches, and fled without a word. 65 So Ross, upon Manson's urging, turned to studying avian malaria, which is remarkably similar to human malaria. Manson pointed out that by infecting birds rather than human volunteers, Ross need not worry about accusations of homicide. 88. Ross let captive raised mosquitoes feed on infected larks, sparrows, crows, and pigeons, and confirmed that mosquitoes transmit malaria. 65 He also found that if he fed the mosquitoes additional blood meals, he could keep them alive for a month rather than just a few days. This was critical. It showed that mosquitoes could easily live long enough to transmit disease from person to person. It allowed Ross to work out the detailed development of the malaria parasite, and it similarly facilitated the discovery by others of the manner of infection of yellow fever. Ross hastily prepared a detailed report of his findings, which concluded with the statement that these observations prove the mosquito theory of malaria as expounded by Dr. Patrick Manson. 65 Yet once again British bureaucracy obstructed Ross, and he was barred from publishing his findings without the permission of the Secretary of State for India. So Ross asked Manson to publish the results for him. This publication finally drew positive attention to Ross's research, to which, he wrote, previously little credence had been attached. 65 Manson also felt the sting of criticism and wrote in one of his articles detailing Ross's findings, "I have been stigmatized as a sort of pathological Jules Verne, and hinted at as being governed by speculative considerations, and as being guided by the divining rod of preconceived idea." 90. Even with Ross's newfound recognition, and the critical importance of Ross's work, the mortality rate in India from malaria was estimated at 10,000 people per day. The government refused Ross's pleas for an assistant. 65 Although Laveran, Manson, and other experts accepted Ross's work as proof of the mosquito theory, the government would not support Ross until his work had been confirmed. Ross estimated that the lack of assistance delayed his further work by more than a year, and the deployment of appropriate preventive measures in India by several years. The truth is, he wrote, that for some inexplicable reason men will never recognize the transcendent importance of investigation into the causes of those great diseases which destroy them. 65 Nevertheless, Ross was able to press on with his research. In July 1898 he discovered that the spores of the malaria parasite collect in the salivary gland of the mosquito. 65 91 When the mosquito bites its victim, the spores pass with the saliva into the blood, causing malaria infection. He then demonstrated this experimentally by allowing malaria-containing mosquitoes to feed upon healthy birds and thereby pass on the parasite. 91 The exact route of infection of this great disease, he wrote, which annually slays its millions of human beings and keeps whole continents in darkness, was revealed. 65 He relayed his momentous finding to Manson by telegram. Ross and Manson exchanged more than 200 letters between 1895 and 1899. 79 92 Fig. 2.1. Ross's sketches of developing malaria parasites in the mosquito, including the mosquito's stomach embedded with 6-day-old parasites. 65. At this point, Ross had just one more critical task to perform, to demonstrate that humans could be infected by malaria just as birds are. But once again, Ross was thwarted by his job, as he was assigned to work on a different disease. Many of Ross's critics then rushed to analyze his specimens, which he had shipped to England and France. They not only replicated Ross's findings but also claimed credit for them. 65 Ross's Italian rivals gained credit for Ross's work for some years, though Ross found their experiments hasty and unreliable, misled by fondness for hypotheses. The Italians, he wrote, fell into fundamental errors. 65 The credit they received provoked Ross. Discovery is discovery, he wrote, the determination of parallel facts, the filling in of details, the publication of pretty illustrations, and the furnishing of formal proofs of matters which are already certain, are useful, but do not constitute discovery. 65 One of the Italians, Amico Bignami, successfully infected humans with infected mosquitoes in late 1898. 93 He was considered by many to have provided the first experimental proof of malaria transmission by mosquitoes to humans, though Ross considered this outcome a certainty, based on his earlier demonstration of mosquito infection of birds. Bignami's experiment was merely a formality, Ross wrote, of which the success could already be foretold with confidence. 65. Late in 1898, Ross was permitted to return to Calcutta in his malaria research. But his energy was spent by relentless work and stress, and his health declined. 65. The labor, he wrote, the disappointments, even the successes, of the long and anxious investigations of a single subject had been too much for me. 65 Although his own government took little interest in his work, others did, and soon Koch and other prominent scientists were actively engaged in follow-up studies. 65 Koch was the first to replicate Ross's findings of mosquito transmission, and Koch, like the Italians, also claimed credit for proving the mosquito hypothesis. 65 88 But Koch also supported Ross over the Italians in the contest for the Nobel Prize. 88 In 1900, Manson fed Anopheles mosquitoes infected in Italy with a benign form of malaria and shipped to England, on an unusual volunteer, his eldest son, Patrick Thurburn Manson. 58 94 Manson's son developed malaria, was treated successfully with quinine just a few days before passing his final medical exams, and then had a recurrence of malaria 9 months later, followed by a second recurrence during a shooting holiday, the first experimental documentation of recurrence. 79 95 96 Although this experiment replicated what the Italians had already done, it convinced many skeptics of the mosquito hypothesis because it was done in England, where there was no malaria, so accidental exposure outside of the experimental trial could not have occurred. Manson's son died from a gun accident on Christmas Island 2 years after the malaria experiment. He was only 25. 58 96 Manson also performed an exclusion experiment in a malarial part of Italy. Here his volunteers stayed in a mosquito-proof hut at night and remained malaria-free while all their neighbors suffered from malaria. 94 The Italians performed a more extensive demonstration in 1900 in which 113 railroad workers were protected from mosquitoes, none contracted malaria, while 49 out of 50 unprotected workers fell ill. 97 Koch continued with his amazing career, and discovered, in the valley of Ambarawa in Java, that epidemic malaria often struck down children but not adults, which meant that adults had acquired immunity. 98 The subsequent findings of Koch and others that native children are the source of malaria parasites transmitted to European colonists in the tropics led to efforts by the British, Germans, French, and Belgians to segregate Europeans, especially in tropical Africa, even to the extent of destroying native huts in the vicinity of European homes. 99 Segregation of Europeans at a distance from all natives, wrote the British team studying malaria in Nigeria, offers itself now as the only measure by which absolute freedom from the disease can be guaranteed. 99 Koch also discovered in German East Africa that quinine killed the malaria parasite, and hence could be used to facilitate German colonization. 56 Other colonial powers also combined quinine treatments with segregation policies. Ross was unable to secure additional work from the government to study malaria, so he reluctantly returned to England. Before leaving, he advised the Indian government, based on his research, to prevent malaria through the use of mosquito nets and through efforts to eliminate Anopheles mosquitoes. 65 His advice was ignored. But Ross understood the importance of his results, not just that mosquitoes transmit malaria from person to person, but that a particular type of mosquito that breeds in stagnant water is the perpetrator. Ross wrote excitedly of the implications for eradicating malaria by exterminating Anopheles mosquitoes. What a weapon for good was now placed in our hands. 65 With newfound status and resources as the first lecturer at the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine, Ross set out in August 1899 to complete his critical studies of malaria in the West African colony of Sierra Leone. I had at last, like Odysseus in Homer's Odyssey, come to my Ithaca, he wrote, after many mischances sent by many opposing deities. 65 Ross needed only a couple of weeks to find infected Anopheles mosquitoes, identify the malaria parasites in them, conduct feeding experiments, and establish that Anopheles mosquitoes only breed in stagnant pools of water, 100,101, if the dangerous mosquitoes prove to be confined to the genus Anopheles. Ross wrote, the problem will be much simplified, and it will be advisable to declare war against the whole genus. The larvae of this genus can be distinguished by any intelligent European. 85 The presence of Anopheles larvae in pools was sufficient to identify which pools must be dealt with. 65 Ross and his team determined efficient public health principles that should be employed in tropical regions, drainage of Anopheles breeding pools or their treatment with chelicicides, pesticides that target mosquitoes, segregation of Europeans, protection of public buildings with mosquito screens, isolation of malarial patients, and individual use of mosquito nets. 100 Ross also attempted to change the name of the disease from malaria which connoted a false mode of transmission, to hemamebiosis, referring to the amoeba-like pathogen and its infection of the blood. 101 The term did not catch on. He also suggested the term, gnat fever, as he preferred the Old English word for mosquito. Malaria spread with unprecedented speed as infected people and mosquitoes were rapidly conveyed by emerging technologies. European progress in tropical colonies, such as those in Africa, could be measured by the expanding railway network and was accompanied by increasing malaria rate. Railway engineers, in particular, suffered a great deal of malaria. 101 When track was laid, regular pits were excavated along the line to afford material for the raised track. Mosquitoes were thus provided with ideal breeding habitat that cut across otherwise inhospitable terrain and a ready supply of men for their blood meals. Furthermore, the malaria parasite traveled in infected individuals on the growing network of rail lines throughout the world to infect new territories. 56 Ross described the impact that malaria had on the fortune of nations. Very malarious places cannot be prosperous, the wealthy shun them, those who remain are too sickly for hard work, and such localities often end by being deserted by all save a few miserable inhabitants. 78 He emphasized that malaria rendered the whole of the tropics comparatively unsuitable for the full development of civilization. 78 Ross was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1902. In his acceptance speech, he pointed out that malaria haunts more especially the fertile, well-watered and luxuriant tracts, precisely those which are of the greatest value to man. There it strikes down, not only the indigenous barbaric population, but, with still greater certainty, the pioneers of civilization, the planter, the trader, the missionary, the soldier. It is therefore the principal and gigantic ally of barbarism. No wild deserts, no savage races, no geographical difficulties have proved so inimical to civilization as this disease. 65. Ross found the incidence of malaria in Africa to be particularly appalling. We may almost say that it has withheld an entire continent from humanity, he said. The immense and fertile tracts of Africa, what we call the Dark Continent, should be called the malarious continent, and for centuries the successive waves of civilization, which have flooded and fertilized Asia, Europe, and America, have broken themselves in vain upon its deadly shores. 65 Following his stunning scientific achievements, Ross vigorously promoted anti-mosquito campaigns and stressed the need to develop an improved and inexpensive insecticide to target mosquito larvae. It must be some cheap solid substance, he wrote, which kills larvae without injuring higher animals, and which, when sprinkled on depressions in the ground, will render the pools which form there uninhabitable for the larvae for a long time. 101 Yet here again, government inertia sapped his strength. Ross recommended draining mosquito pools or treating them with the best available chelicicide at the time, kerosene oil. 101 Others suggested using olive oil mixed with turpentine, iron sulfate, tar, lime, or peppermint oil. The British government informed Ross that mosquito eradication was impossible. Yet in towns in Egypt and Cuba where this was tried, researchers recorded an 80% decline in malaria. In Havana, the mosquito eradication efforts of 1901-2 also radically reduced the incidence of yellow fever, which had plagued the city continuously since 1760.65. The struggle over this matter, Ross wrote in 1902, has been almost as severe as that over the original problem, but it is now drawing to a close. 65. Despite successes in Egypt and Cuba, the available pesticides were inadequate. The British malaria expedition to Nigeria in 1901 reported that fumigation of homes with pesticides is more likely to expel the European rather than the mosquitoes. 99 An important addition to the chemical arsenal came with the development of a paint pigment called Paris green, or copper acetoarsenite, into an insecticide used to kill mosquito larvae. Paris green had been used in 1868 as the first large-scale insecticide when it was employed against the Colorado potato beetle in the United States. 102 Paris green could be augmented with pyrethrum, a natural pesticide derived from chrysanthemum flowers, which killed adult mosquitoes. 56 But pyrethrum only killed for a short time and so was impractical on a large scale. Unfortunately for the Manson-Ross collaboration, the two men's relationship soured after Manson criticized Ross's clinical skills as a physician, and after Ross downplayed the critical role Manson played in his discoveries. Ross ended up suing Manson for libel. 88 Despite all of his troubled relationships with colleagues and competitors, or perhaps because of them, Ross hoped for a brighter future for medical research. No form of enterprise is of such transcendent importance to humanity in general, he wrote, as the investigation of disease, the principal enemy of every man. My labors will be abundantly repaid if earnest students in this field of science receive, in the future, in consequence of this narrative, a little more assistance than was given to me. 65. Fig. 2.2. Photograph taken by the 1901 British malaria expedition to Nigeria, showing Anopheles larvae in different stages of their escape from the ova. 99. Than was given to me. 65. Fig. 2.2. Photograph taken by the 1901 British malaria expedition to Nigeria, showing Anopheles larvae in different stages of their escape from the ova. 99. Black vomit, 1793–1953. When it was evening I wished for morning, and when it was morning, the prospect of the labors of the day, caused me to wish for the return of evening. Dr. Benjamin Rush, Philadelphia, 1,794,103. The story of black vomit, or yellow fever, mirrors that of malaria. The disease arose in Africa, where it thwarted European efforts at colonization. 104 It traveled with soldiers, merchants, colonists, and slaves to the New World. 105 And then decimated the indigenous peoples of the Americas. 104 The greater immunity of African slaves increased their value, and hence yellow fever further entrenched the institution of slavery. Yellow fever also shaped the political landscape of New World colonies, perhaps best illustrated by its effects on the nascent United States. The 1793 slave revolt in Saint-Domingue, later Haiti, forced French colonists to flee. Some, infected with yellow fever, arrived in Philadelphia that summer, along with castaways hiding in the ship's water casks, the larvae of Aedes aegypti, the mosquito that transmits yellow fever. Fever broke out in Philadelphia that August, and by early November, 10% of Philadelphia's population had perished. 106. Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton and his wife contracted the illness on September 5, and other prominent residents fell ill as well. 106 People with financial resources needed no more convincing, and 40% of the population bolted from the city. Those who remained were the poor, the sick, and those who bravely stayed behind to help others. As news of the calamity spread, other East Coast towns and cities pledged to prevent entry by anyone or anything from Philadelphia. One Philadelphia woman, upon trying to enter Milford, Delaware, was tarred and feathered, while residents of a nearby town sank an approaching ship that originated from Philadelphia. Most of the city's doctors and other healthcare workers fled. The newly created Free African Society, a group of former slaves, was the only organization that volunteered to help the sick by serving as nurses, though after the crisis was over they were blamed for price gouging and stealing. 106 In his best-selling book printed as the epidemic waned in November 1793, Matthew Carey disparaged the black nurses, who themselves suffered significant mortality. The great demand for nurses afforded an opportunity for imposition, he wrote, which was eagerly seized by some of the vilest of the blacks. They extorted $2, $3, $4, even $5 a night for attendance, which would have been well paid by a single dollar. Some of them were even detected in plundering the houses of the sick. 107 Such racist accusations seemed out of character for Carey, who published anti-slavery articles, including some by black writers, and volunteered on the committee that oversaw city functions during the epidemic. 106 The leaders of the Free African Society, Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, published a response to Carey in January 1794, entitled, A Narrative of the Proceedings of the Black People, during the late awful calamity in Philadelphia, in the year 1793, and a refutation of some censures, thrown upon them in some late publications. 108 This manuscript is the first one known in which African Americans challenged racist accusations. 106 In it, Jones and Allen, themselves former slaves, stated, We feel ourselves sensibly aggrieved by the censorious epithets of many, who did not render the least assistance in the time of necessity, yet are liberal of their censure of us, for the prices paid for our services. 108. High prices were indeed paid in some situations, but this was driven by sick people outbidding each other for the services of nurses. Meanwhile, the Free African Society accrued financial liabilities from the assistance it provided. Jones and Allen asked what Carey would have demanded to nurse the sick and bury the dead had he not fled the city. They were dismayed at his branding of blacks as thieves, of his unprovoked attempt to make us blacker than we are, while neglecting to mention thievery by whites. Many of the white people, they wrote, that ought to be patterns for us to follow after, have acted in a manner that would make humanity shudder. For example, a white man threatened to shoot us if we passed by his house with a corpse. We buried him 3 days after. In many cases, neighbors and friends refused to help each other. Black nurses who became ill attending to white patients were tossed onto the street, and orphan children were abandoned. Noting that an ill name is easier given than taken away, Jones and Allen provided a case-by-case review of heroic actions by black people. This was not the first time that black people had been blamed for the consequences of yellow fever. In fact, some prominent physicians, noting the association between yellow fever and the slave trade, deduced that it was caused by noxious miasmata that come from the Negro body. 105 One physician wrote, "The organization of the Negro, and the more extensive functions of the skin of this race as an excreting organ, give rise to the most offensive and foul state of the atmosphere when numbers of this race are confined in a limited space, and particularly in a humid and warm atmosphere. Indeed, nothing can be imagined more nauseous and depressing than the respiration of the air so contaminated." 105 He concluded that black people poisoned the air and thereby caused outbreaks of yellow fever among white people. The most prominent Philadelphia physician who stayed to tend to the ill was Benjamin Rush, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, and a supporter of Jones and Allen in their effort to create the first independent black church in the United States. 109. Attending to the sick was a nightmarish task. Jones and Allen wrote of patients, raging and frightful to behold. Nurses attended to patients who were vomiting blood, and screaming enough to chill them with horror. Some lost their reason and raged with all the fury madness could produce, and died in strong convulsions. 108 Rush wrote, "What medicine could act upon a patient who awoke in the night, and saw through the broken and faint light of a candle, no human creature, but a black nurse, perhaps asleep in a distant corner of the room, and who heard no noise, but that of a hearse conveying, perhaps a neighbor or a friend, to the grave." 103 Among those who fled at the start of the epidemic were the founding fathers of the United States residing in Philadelphia, which was the new nation's capital. George Washington wrote in a letter to James Madison that most of the chief players in the federal government suddenly had matters of private concernment which required them to be absent. 110 Yet it only took a few days before Washington also decided it was time to abandon Philadelphia and return to his Mount Vernon estate. He left Secretary of War Henry Knox to run governmental functions, but Knox also took flight. Washington's abandonment of Philadelphia created a constitutional crisis. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who would later marry Dolly Payne Todd, widowed due to the epidemic, argued that Washington could not call Congress into session outside of Philadelphia. This created a federal government shutdown at a time of chaos. 106,110 Their reasoning was sound. English kings had used the political ploy of calling Parliament into session in remote locations with no notice. So, as the fever abated, the Founding Fathers gathered in nearby Germantown, where Jefferson, Madison, and James Monroe all had to sleep on the floor or benches of an overfilled tavern. 106 When it was deemed safe, Congress convened in Philadelphia and passed a law allowing the President to assemble Congress outside of Philadelphia in cases of emergency. Not only did the federal government collapse during the crisis, so also did the Pennsylvania state government and the Philadelphia city government, due to the death of some members and the flight of others. The mayor, Matthew Clarkson, stayed behind and created an illegal ad hoc committee to run the city. 111 The committee was composed of men, scarcely known beyond the smoke of their own chimneys. 106 These men stepped into a governing role in the vacuum of leadership created by the epidemic. The following year, in 1794, yellow fever revisited Philadelphia, and it did so again in 1796, 1797, and 1798. 106 The prospect of governmental functions perpetually subject to the effects of the disease deprived the city of its previous allure as the seat of government. Jefferson wrote in a letter to Rush that yellow fever will discourage the growth of great cities in our nation, though in his opinion this was not necessarily a bad thing, since cities are pestilential to the morals, the health and the liberties of man. 112 John Adams also noted a positive side of the epidemic, which came just as tensions over the U.S. relationship with France peaked and threatened to destabilize the young republic. The epidemic made the political conflict seem unimportant, and the fiery debate over relations with France fizzled away. The coolest and the firmest minds, Adams wrote to Jefferson, even among the Quakers in Philadelphia, have given their opinion to me that nothing but the yellow fever could have saved the United States from a total revolution of government. 113. Many influential people blamed the dirty Philadelphia water supply for the infection. Therefore, the city government decided that it needed a municipal water system. This system, constructed in 1799 by Benjamin Latrobe, became the nation's first municipal water supply. 114 Although contaminated water did not cause yellow fever, the construction of Philadelphia's waterworks led to the removal of numerous wells and cisterns, and therefore to the elimination of mosquito breeding habitat. Latrobe was the first professional architect in the United States. After completing the Philadelphia water system, he superintended construction of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., and subsequently served as architect of the replacement Capitol building after its destruction by British troops in 1814. Latrobe died from yellow fever in the 1820 New Orleans epidemic. 114 Perhaps even more important than its effects on early U.S. politics was the reversal of fortunes that yellow fever caused to France's American colonies. The French intended to stage troops in Haiti preliminary to the expansion of the North American Empire. But Haitian slave revolts and the flight of French colonists set back those plans. Napoleon responded to the 1801 Haitian rebellion by dispatching his brother-in-law, General Leclerc, with a formidable force. 106 The French troops slaughtered 150,000 Haitians as they wrested control from the former slaves, but then about 50,000 French soldiers, including Leclerc, perished from yellow fever. 115 The few thousand surviving French troops fled, Haitian slaves regained their independence and created the world's first free black republic, and France lost its military stronghold in the West. Weakened, Napoleon fell back and sold the Louisiana Territory to the United States in 1803 for just $15 million. 115 The purchase more than doubled the size of the country. The new territory included what became 15 states between the Mississippi River and the Rocky Mountains, extending from the Gulf of Mexico to Canada. Later in the 19th century, the French effort between 1881 and 1889 to dig a canal across Panama collapsed due to the deaths of 30,000 workers from yellow fever and malaria. 106 The canal digging and the water containers used by the French created innumerable mosquito nurseries, and infected workers from around the world who had come to work on the canal provided ready blood meals and a source for disease outbreaks. This situation also opened an opportunity for the United States, which reinitiated the canal construction in 1904 and created an American canal territory that unlocked shipping between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Why the United States succeeded where the French had failed less than 20 years earlier had everything to do with the discovery of the mosquito vectors of malaria and yellow fever. But the United States also suffered a great deal from yellow fever, which not only brought Philadelphia to its knees, but repeated its performance throughout the country for the next century. 116 Yellow fever hit Manhattan every year from 1791 through 1821, and again in 1858. 106 Here, Irish immigrants were blamed, and sick Irishmen were shuttled from newly docked ships to the Marine Quarantine Hospital on Staten Island. Such was the fear of yellow fever that on September 1, 1858, an angry mob 1,000 strong expelled the sick and burned the hospital to the ground. 117 They also torched the house of the resident physician and a nearby hospital, and when those fires were extinguished by police and firefighters, the mob returned to finish the job. During the 19th century, yellow fever also swept through Boston, Baltimore, Mobile, Montgomery, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Savannah, Charleston, and Jacksonville. 106 It killed 8,000 people in New Orleans in 1853 and 7,000 in Memphis in 1873 and 1878. 118 New Orleans experienced 39 yellow fever epidemics over the course of the century. Yellow fever outbreaks occurred in southern port cities of the United States in all but 7 years between 1850 and 1900. In one of those years, 1861, the South was spared from yellow fever due to the blockade by Union forces in the Civil War. 119 Practical measures were employed to impede the transmission of yellow fever, but these efforts did little since they were ineffective against the pathogen or its vector. For example, the prevalence of yellow fever in the South led to the fumigation of southern mail with formaldehyde. 106 Some southern communities tore up railroad tracks and burned bridges to keep infected people out. 120 Casualties during the American Civil War, like those in most other wars, were caused primarily by disease. This war also apparently led to the use of yellow fever as a biological weapon. 121 The Kentucky-based physician Luke Pryor Blackburn, according to a Confederate double agent, tried to initiate yellow fever outbreaks in northern cities by shipping contaminated clothing from yellow fever patients in Bermuda. 122 He used this same technique to try to assassinate President Lincoln through a package of contaminated clothing. After the war, Blackburn treated victims of several yellow fever outbreaks in the southern United States. He was called a hero in the 1873 epidemic in Memphis because he was the only physician who offered to perform the cesarean operation, in order that baptism might be administered to the unborn infant, when the mother was dead or in a desperate condition. 123 In this he contrasted sharply with other physicians, whose shallow sympathy in favor of the mother often led him to deprive a human being of that dual life which God destined for it. Blackburn was known to use his cane to strike a rival physician on the head and shoulders in public, after accusing him of interfering with his medical practice. This sort of behavior was much admired by his contemporaries. 123 He also promised to care for a 10-year-old girl, the sole surviving member of a family of 12 that he doctored during the epidemic. After parading her around his hometown of Louisville, and appearing with her in the press, he sent her to a Catholic boarding school, but never paid him a cent. By then he was the governor of Kentucky. The name, yellow fever, derives from the skin color of its victims, while the synonym, black vomit, is self-explanatory. A colonial doctor describing yellow fever symptoms in Jamaica in the late 18th century noted that in the progress of the disease, the yellowness increased fast, so that the whole of the body was frequently yellow as an orange, or of as deep a color as the skin of an American savage. Anxiety was inexpressible, vomiting was irrestrainable, and the so much dreaded symptom of vomiting of a matter resembling the grounds of coffee, at last made its appearance. The color of what was thrown up was often black as soot. 67 A physician in Philadelphia wrote that the patient has constant retchings to vomit, and discharges a dark-colored flaky substance, sometimes in small quantities. At others, by pints, quarts, and even gallons are discharged. His extremities become cold, his skin shrunk, his body assumes a cadaverous smell, and his breasts, neck, face, arms, and frequently every part of his body, is of a deep yellow color. And ere long the functions of life cease, and nothing but an offensive mass of putrid flesh is left. 124 Despite this poignant description of symptoms, the author of this 1804 treatise felt that a patient's countenance defied all powers of description, such that it would baffle the pencil of Raphael or Hogarth, and mock the efforts of a Shakespeare to delineate. Physicians were befuddled by fevers that were difficult to differentiate from each other, and this contributed to ineffectual treatment. Even after malaria was clinically separated from other fevers due to the intervention of cinchona bark, most of the other febrile illnesses were still in a primitive state of treatment. Medical writers have wandered from conjecture to conjecture, for more than 2,000 years, wrote a late 18th century physician, and we do not yet perceive any prospect of these conjectures being nearer to an end. 67. Many treatments were employed to fight yellow fever, including bleeding, using hot mustard baths, wrapping the body in a blanket soaked with tea, salt, brandy, or rum, administering opium and wine, and shaving the head and soaking the body in warm water before dashing a bucket of cold salt water onto the victim's head. 67,125 doctors administered mercury and poisonous plants to induce vomiting and diarrhea in order to purge the illness from the patient. 124 During the 1878 epidemic in Memphis, the local newspaper advised readers to stay cool, avoid bad whiskey, keep to the usual activities, and be cheerful and laugh as much as possible. 106 A prominent physician advised that drunkenness, late hours, the excitement of gambling, debauchery of any kind favors its spread and increases the mortality. 126 Bitter disputes arose between physicians over the efficacy of favored treatments. Benjamin Rush preferred aggressive bloodletting, a cure that Rush employed after reading a physician's letter 127 provided to him by Benjamin Franklin 106 about its utility in the earlier yellow fever epidemics in Virginia. During the Philadelphia epidemic, one prominent physician, a Princeton classmate of Rush's, criticized Rush's extreme bloodletting, saying that he would draw enough blood to fill a helmet with as little ceremony as a mosquito would fill himself upon your leg. 109 Another physician considered it pernicious treatment that sent many of our citizens to another world. 106 Rush's response to such criticism was defiant. The envy and hatred of my brethren have lately risen to rage, he wrote to his wife. They blush at their mistakes, they feel for their murders, and instead of asking forgiveness of the public for them, vent all their guilty shame and madness in execrations upon the man who has convicted him of both. 128 The demand for Rush's bleeding and purging cure was so strong that patients had to be bled in the street, and Rush enlisted the Free African Society to administer bleedings for 800 people. 108 Other physicians also considered bloodletting the treatment of choice. One wrote that blood may be drawn with a liberal hand, not confined to ounces but to pounds. 124. In Philadelphia, many preventive measures were employed, such as putting a handkerchief soaked in vinegar over the nose, or burning gunpowder to cleanse the air. 106 Some people smoked tobacco to ward off the illness, while others chewed on garlic, fired muskets in their home, or covered their floors with a layer of dirt. Some physicians of the time understood the meagerness of the tools at their disposal. "The ordinary resources of our art are feeble," wrote one, "and if good can be done at all, it can only be done by means, which in the common opinion of practitioners, border on rashness." 67 Late in the development of the disease, our labor is often the same, as if we attempted to resuscitate a corpse. Nevertheless, the public should not resort to psychical depression, but rather, remember that in the most malignant epidemics the mortality is rarely over 25%. There are, in other words, 3 chances for recovery to 1 for death. 126. With the advent of the germ theory of disease in the 1870s, many experts on yellow fever reasoned that it, too, was caused by a living organism, though they were frustrated by the seeming impossibility of finding it. "So long as it is intangible, imponderable, or recognizable to any of the senses," wrote a yellow fever investigator in 1876, "we have no positive knowledge of the essential nature of the poison." 129 Since medical practice of the day had no way to stop the progress of the disease once a person became infected, emphasis was placed on disease prevention. A Louisiana physician, working in the midst of repeated and terrible yellow fever outbreaks, wrote in 1878 that the goal was to attack these germs, wherever existing, by some agents destructive to low forms of life, without being injurious to their habitat. 116 The disinfectants employed for this purpose of attacking an invisible foe were sulfurous acid gas, sulfate of iron, lime, and diluted carbolic acid. 116,126,130 Unfortunately, these expensive efforts did not work, because the pests that needed to be destroyed were not wingless animalcula, transferred by infected clothing, but rather viruses transferred by mosquitoes. In response to the 1878 epidemic that sickened more than 100,000 Americans and killed 1/5 of them, the U.S. Congress initiated a Yellow Fever Commission to investigate causes and discover solutions. 131 By then yellow fever outbreaks had occurred in the territorial borders of the United States at least 88 times, with the first known outbreak occurring in Boston in 1693. Nearly all cases were due to importation from the West Indies on ships. Ships were particularly dangerous because yellow fever infection clings to them with wonderful pertinacity in spite of all the methods of ventilation, disinfection, and purification that have up to this time been called into requisition. The Commission wrote that yellow fever should be dealt with as an enemy which imperils life and cripples commerce and industry. To no other great nation of the earth is yellow fever so calamitous as to the United States of America. The Commission reported that yellow fever often fails to swell into epidemic prevalence under certain conditions, but it could not make a positive association between cause and effect. The discovery of this unknown factor in the generation of yellow fever epidemics, the Commission concluded, would be a great boon to humanity. Aedes aegypti, 1880-1902. By direction of the Secretary of War, a board of medical officers is appointed to meet at Camp Columbia, Quemados, Cuba, for the purpose of pursuing scientific investigations with reference to the infectious diseases prevalent on the island of Cuba. Detail for the board: Major Walter Reed, Surgeon, U.S. Army. Acting Assistant Surgeon James Carroll, U.S. Army. Acting Assistant Surgeon Aristides Agramonte, U.S. Army. Acting Assistant Surgeon Jesse W. Lazier, U.S. Army. The board will act under general instructions to be communicated to Major Reed by the Surgeon General of the Army. Special Orders No. 122, Headquarters of the Army, May 24, 1,900,132. It has been permitted to me and my assistants to lift the impenetrable veil that has surrounded the causation of this dreadful pest of humanity and to put it on a rational and scientific basis. The prayer that has been mine for 20 or more years, that I might be permitted in some way or sometime to do something to alleviate human suffering, has been answered. Walter Reed, in a letter to his wife Emily, December 31, 1,900,133. As in the case of malaria, some astute observers noted the association of yellow fever with mosquitoes long before their ideas were taken seriously. Josiah Nott, working in Alabama, hypothesized in 1848 that the yellow fever poison and the poisons of other, miasmatic, diseases were spread by insects. 134 Nott pointed out that it was impossible to explain the patterns of epidemics based on a poison in the atmosphere. For example, yellow fevers in 1842 and 43 traveled from house to house for more than a month, as would a tax collector, and was just about as much influenced by the weather, for neither the fever nor the tax collector like to travel in rain, though they pay no regard to the direction of winds. Similarly, in 1854 the French scientist Louis Daniel Beauperthuis suggested that mosquitoes spread filth through their bite, thereby causing yellow fever. 135 A commission tasked to review Beauperthuis' mosquito hypothesis, all but declared him insane. 132. Although nearly everyone who heard Nott's suggestion discounted it, a Cuban physician, Carlos Finley, found it worthy of experimental study and concentrated his work on the species Aedes aegypti, at that time known as Stegomyia fasciata. Finley noted that Aedes aegypti was common in areas plagued by yellow fever, it sought multiple blood meals, and it was active at temperatures associated with yellow fever outbreaks. 136 Finley credited Benjamin Rush's account of the Philadelphia epidemic with first giving him the idea that mosquitoes were to blame, since Rush noted that mosquitoes, the usual attendants of a sickly autumn, were uncommonly numerous. 103 In 1880, Finley fed mosquitoes on yellow fever patients and then on 5 healthy individuals, including himself. 136 One of his subjects developed mild yellow fever. His publication on the mosquito as the vector of yellow fever was panned by critics, who considered the disease to be transmitted only by human-to-human contact. 2 more decades passed before the mosquito hypothesis was taken seriously. Ironically, the human-to-human method of transmission had already been disproved nearly a century earlier by Stubbins Firth, a doctoral student in medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. During the 1802 and 1803 yellow fever epidemics in Philadelphia, Firth collected black vomit and blood from yellow fever victims and applied these bodily fluids to cuts he made in his arms and legs. He performed similar experiments with cats and dogs. 124 He also tried inhaling fumes from black vomit that he cooked on an iron skillet, manufacturing the vomit into pills that he swallowed, eating fresh black vomit and blood, and putting the vomit in his right eye. When these efforts failed to induce illness, Firth injected himself with blood, saliva, sweat, bile, and urine from yellow fever victims. Firth declared in his 1804 thesis, based on these experiments, that yellow fever is not contagious. This he considered a most important result because, as soon as persons are taken with fever, they are deserted by their dearest friends and relatives. The wife shuns the chamber of her husband, the husband of his wife, children of their parents, and parents of their children. They are consigned to the care of a mercenary, unfeeling black, and perhaps drunken nurse. 124 Firth also felt that proving that yellow fever was not contagious would render obsolete quarantine laws, which greatly damaged the economy. As research would show a century later, Firth was only partially correct. His hunch was sound that he could not get infected from the various bodily fluids, with the exception of infected blood. Somehow Firth escaped infection from the blood injection experiments. Firth also unintentionally suggested the means to eradicate yellow fever, by destroying stagnant ponds and draining meadows. He had in mind creating a clean environment, not exterminating mosquitoes. Finley did not give up on his mosquito hypothesis during the years when no one took him seriously, and, in fact, he extended the hypothesis into what he believed would be a public health tool. Finley thought that mosquitoes infected with yellow fever could be used to vaccinate healthy people in order to impart immunity to the disease. 137 Similar ideas had been expressed regarding malaria by King and Koch. 75 Finley tried this with 67 people and claimed that his mosquito inoculations provided immunity. 1384 Four of these people developed yellow fever, and one of them died. He repeated the experiment with 49 Jesuit and Carmelite fathers, and compared them with 32 control fathers who were not inoculated with mosquitoes. 5 of the control subjects died of yellow fever. The contaminated mosquitoes appear to lose, he wrote, either partially or completely their contamination after they have stung healthy subjects, whereas the contamination appears to become intensified by successive stings of the same insect on yellow fever patients. 138 Since all of Finley's subjects lived in an environment replete with yellow fever, and since he did not know about either the period of time when a patient can transfer yellow fever to a mosquito, the first 3 days of infection, or the incubation period of the pathogen in the mosquito, 10 to 16 days before the mosquito is infective, his results were inconclusive. 139 In 1900, the Surgeon General of the U.S. Army, George Sternberg, created the U.S. Army Yellow Fever Commission in Cuba. Cuba had recently fallen into American hands in the Spanish-American War. The motivation for the creation of the commission was an epidemic of yellow fever among American soldiers during the Cuban campaign. The success of the U.S. military occupation of Cuba and other tropical territories depended upon success in the battle against yellow fever. Sternberg appointed Walter Reed, a U.S. Army doctor, to head the commission. A hard-working and brilliant man, Reed completed his medical degree at the University of Virginia at the age of 17 after just a single year of study, then graduated with another medical degree a year later from Bellevue Hospital Medical College in New York City. 140 He worked as a physician in New York City and subsequently as an assistant surgeon in the U.S. Army. He served in many frontier posts and even treated the famous Apache leader Geronimo. At one point Reed rescued an abandoned and badly burned Indian girl, only 4 or 5 years old. He brought her back to health and kept her as a nurse for his children. Reed's biographer in 1906 wrote of this charitable act. When this child was nearly a woman, the savage Apache blood asserted itself and she ran away, after giving abundant evidence that 15 years of kindness, gentleness, and refinement had not modified the cruel and deceitful characteristics of her race. 140 After 18 years serving the Army's medical needs, mostly on the American frontier, Reed joined the Army Medical School in Washington, D.C., with the rank of major. Under Reed's leadership, the commission included 3 other surgeons: Jesse Lazier, only 34 years old, James Carroll, and Aristides Agramonte. Lazier knew of the discovery 2 years earlier that mosquitoes serve as vectors for malaria. He had also read Finley's 1881 paper hypothesizing that mosquitoes transmit yellow fever. And other insect vectors of disease had recently been discovered, including Patrick Manson's finding in 1878 that mosquitoes transmit elephantiasis, 72 Theobald Smith and Frederick Kilbourne's discovery in 1892 that ticks infect cattle with red water fever, 141 and David Bruce's work in 1894 showing that tsetse flies spread African sleeping sickness. 142 Lazier recognized the faults of Finley's experiment on yellow fever. It was inconclusive and needed to be replicated in a controlled fashion. But both Sternberg and Reed found the mosquito idea far-fetched or, as Sternberg put it, a useless investigation. 143 Sternberg and Reed prioritized research on the bacterium hypothesis proposed by the Italian bacteriologist Giuseppe Sanarelli. Sanarelli had just identified a bacterium in yellow fever patients and named it Bacillus icteroides, or yellow jaundice germ. 140,144 Sanarelli experimented with numerous animals, including mice, guinea pigs, rabbits, dogs, cats, monkeys, goats, sheep, donkeys, and horses. 144 Sanarelli also injected the microbe into 5 people, who did not give their permission, of whom 3 died, which made Sanarelli, for a brief time, a scientific celebrity for identifying the cause of yellow fever. 106 These few but very successful experiments, he boasted, have been sufficient to illuminate with a truly unforeseen light all the pathogenic mechanism until now so obscure and badly interpreted. 144 others considered his human experimentation to be criminal. Regardless, Sanarelli's accolades stopped pouring in when Reed's commission studied the blood from yellow fever patients and found that the bacterium was actually a type of hog cholera that had contaminated Sanarelli's blood samples. 132,137,145-147 Sanarelli was by no means alone in his use of unwitting subjects for medical research. Almost a century earlier, Edward Jenner infected his own baby boy with swinepox and smallpox before developing his pioneering vaccination against smallpox. The baby grew into a child of compromised health, and died at the age of 21. 143 Sternberg and Reed, in an 1895 collaboration, tested a smallpox vaccine on children in orphanages. 148 But they also supported self-experimentation, most notably illustrated by Sternberg's experiment in which he swabbed his own urethra, and those of 3 terminal patients, with gonorrheal cultures. He was unable to infect himself or the others. With Sanarelli's theory dashed, Reed permitted Lazier to spend time on the mosquito hypothesis. The commission members agreed that human experimentation was now necessary to advance their research, and they felt ethically bound to include themselves as research subjects if others were to be put at risk. 149 of the 4 commission members, however, only Lazier was initially available for self-infection. Reed had duties back in Washington, Agramonte was thought to be immune since he was born in Cuba, and Carroll was occupied with other duties on the island. Lazier and some volunteers let mosquitoes that had fed on yellow fever patients bite their arms. 132 They did not get sick. Carroll was skeptical of the mosquito hypothesis, and he eventually offered his arm to one of Lazier's mosquitoes. This one proved to be infective, and Carroll became the first person to be experimentally infected, though the commission could not conclusively establish that the mosquito bite was the source of infection. 137,145. The second was a hapless soldier named William Dean who had the misfortune to walk into Lazier's tent at just the time when Lazier happened to have mosquitoes ready for use. 132. You still fooling with mosquitoes, doctor? Said Dean, to which Lazier replied, yes, will you take a bite? Sure. Dean replied, I ain't scared of M. Dean's case convinced the commission that yellow fever was transmitted by mosquitoes. 137. Carroll nearly died, but both men eventually recovered. Carroll felt embittered and wrote to his wife that Reed's absence at the time of these self-administered mosquito trials by the commission members was too convenient. 149. The commission decided to halt the experiments. Fig. 3.1. Carroll's fever chart. 137. Then Lazier, either intentionally or unintentionally, was infected by a mosquito and fell ill. 132,137. His wife Mabel, recuperating from giving birth to their second child in Massachusetts, received a cable nearly 2 weeks later that stated, Dr. Lazier died at 8 this evening. 149. She had not known that he had contracted yellow fever. She wrote to Carroll to ask about the conditions of her husband's death. I am anxious to know more about these circumstances as to how Dr. Lazier contracted yellow fever. In a note from General Wood yesterday, he writes that Dr. Lazier allowed a mosquito to bite him that had just bitten a yellow fever patient. Is it possible Gen. Wood could be mistaken? Much as I know Dr. Lazier loved his work, I can hardly think he could have allowed his enthusiasm to carry him so far. 150. Fig. 3.2. Reed heard of Carroll's recovery while in Washington, D.C., and sent him this letter, in which he wrote, My dear Carroll, hip, hip, hurrah, God be praised for the news from Cuba today, Carroll much improved, prognosis very good. On the back of the letter Reed wrote, Did the mosquito do it? From Hench Collection, University of Virginia. Reed deduced from Lazier's logbook that he had purposely infected himself, which would be considered suicide, and this in turn meant his family would be ineligible for a life insurance payout. 143. Lazier's logbook then vanished from Reed's office and only resurfaced 50 years later. Reed hastily wrote and published an article detailing the commission's evidence that mosquitoes are vectors of yellow fever. 137. The article provoked criticism. Of all the silly and nonsensical rigmarole of yellow fever that has yet found its way into print, read an editorial in the Washington Post on November 2, 1900, the silliest beyond compare is to be found in the arguments and theories generated by a mosquito hypothesis. 106. The 3 surviving commission members knew additional work was required. We fully realized that 3 cases, rotogramante, 2 experimental and 1 accidental, were not sufficient proof, and that the medical world was sure to look with doubt upon any opinion based on such meager evidence. 132. Reed needed to establish beyond doubt that the mosquito hypothesis was true, and he requisitioned $10,000 to do a proper experiment at a new facility in Cuba, to be called Camp Lazier. Healthy soldiers were selected for the experiment and put into quarantine. 132. Following quarantine, 3 of the men were housed for 20 days in the infected clothing building, which was screened to block out mosquitoes. Their mattresses, pillows, pillowcases, sheets, blankets, towels, and clothing were soaked in the blood, black vomit, urine, sweat, and feces of yellow fever victims. On the first day, one of them retched when they opened a trunk full of soiled clothing. But they stayed the course and passed a more or less sleepless night, in the midst of indescribable filth and overwhelming stench. 132. None of them, and none of their replacements in additional trials, contracted yellow fever, despite their constant handling of the soiled and vomit-soaked items. 151. As the commission expected, the disease did not spread through infected clothing, bedding, or air. This experiment demonstrated that tossing out or burning the belongings of yellow fever victims, as had been practiced for centuries, was a useless waste of resources. Other volunteers were housed in the mosquito building, with sterilized linens. 132. A gramante transported mosquitoes that had fed on yellow fever victims in the hospital to the mosquito building so that they could feed on the volunteers. During one of his mosquito rounds, with the infected mosquitoes held in a cage tucked into his pocket, a Gramante's horse spooked at the sight of a steamroller and dashed down a hill out of control. His buggy flipped and sent him sprawling into the road. The mosquitoes were quite safe, however, he wrote, and upon my arrival at Camp Lazier I turned him over to Carroll for his subsequent care. 132. Two volunteers acted as a control group, experiencing the same conditions in the same building but with mosquitoes excluded from their room. They did not contract yellow fever. Fig. 3.3. Reads diagram of Building 2 at Camp Lazier, sent in a letter to his wife on November 27, 1900. From Hench Collection, University of Virginia. The Commission encountered difficulty finding volunteers for the infected mosquito trials. Although several men had expressed a willingness to be inoculated, wrote Agramonte, when the time came, they all preferred the infected clothing experiment to the stings of our mosquitoes. 132. So Agramonte recruited Spanish immigrants, as they alighted on the docks, for light work at the camp. Once brought in, they were bountifully fed, housed under tents, slept under mosquito bars, and their only work was to pick up loose stones from the grounds, during 8 hours of the day, with plenty of rest between. During this time, Agramonte obtained their history and dismissed anyone who was a minor, was unhealthy, had lived in a tropical country, or had dependents. Then he offered $100 to the remaining men to be bitten in the mosquito house, with an additional $100 if they contracted the disease. Needless to say, wrote Agramonte, no reference was made to any possible funeral expenses. The team employed an informed consent form, the first time this had been done for human experimentation, setting a benchmark for future human research. 1491 One of the volunteers receiving mosquito bites, John Kissinger, a private in the Army, was the first to offer himself for experimentation without compensation, and the first to fall ill. 132 It was the first controlled experimental infection with yellow fever. He survived, but spent the remainder of his life an invalid and became mentally ill. 143 Other volunteers contracted yellow fever after Kissinger, one of whom was his former roommate, John Moran, who also rejected compensation simultaneously with Kissinger. 118 Moran was an Irish immigrant to the United States who had supported himself from the age of 10 and joined the U.S. Army Hospital Corps at the age of 21. 152 When Moran's fever spiked, Reed said, "Mr. Moran, this is one of the happiest days of my life." 153 Moran, unlike Kissinger, made a full recovery. Some of the volunteers from the infected clothing building also volunteered for the mosquito trials. 132 Although they did not get sick from contact with the soiled clothing and bedding, they did get sick when bitten by infected mosquitoes. "Rejoice with me, sweetheart," Reed wrote to his wife, as, aside from the antitoxin of diphtheria and Koch's discovery of the tubercle bacillus, it will be regarded as the most important piece of work, scientifically, during the 19th century. I do not exaggerate, and I could shout for very joy that heaven has permitted me to establish this wonderful way of propagating yellow fever. 140. When some of the Spanish immigrant volunteers were wheeled from the mosquito building to the yellow fever ward, other Spanish volunteers panicked and bolted. 132 Reed noted that several of our good-natured Spanish friends who had jokingly compared our mosquitoes to the little flies that buzzed harmlessly about their tables, suddenly appeared to lose all interest in the progress of science, and, forgetting for the moment even their own personal aggrandizement, incontinently severed their connection with Camp Lazier. Personally, while lamenting to some extent their departure, I could not but feel that in placing themselves beyond our control they were exercising the soundest judgment. 154 In Havana, people whispered of a lime kiln full of the skeletons of Reed's volunteers, though none except Lazier had actually died, and the media reported that the Americans were injecting immigrants with poisons. 132 The work of Reed's commission was not yet complete. With the success of the mosquito tests behind them, and knowing that the yellow fever pathogen must therefore be carried in the blood of its victims, the Commission began blood injection experiments. 132 They withdrew 2 cc of blood from a yellow fever patient and injected it into a volunteer. 155 When he became sick, they withdrew 1.5 cc of his blood and injected it into another volunteer, who also fell ill. This experiment was performed on a few additional volunteers, and only one did not get sick. 132 The pathogen could pass from person to person in the blood, so humans served as a reservoir for epidemic outbreaks. Another volunteer was injected with 0.5 cc of blood from a yellow fever victim, and he then fell ill. 4 other volunteers who had had previous infections of yellow fever, Kissinger, Moran, and 2 others, were also injected with infected blood, and they did not get sick, which established that they had acquired immunity. 151 Reed decided that he would be the final volunteer, but in the last instant another man, John Andrus, stepped forward to take his place. Andrus was injected with infected blood, nearly died, but eventually recovered. 40 years later he lay paralyzed in the Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C., due, he was convinced, to the lingering effects of yellow fever on his spine. 143. Thus terminated our experiments with mosquitoes, wrote Agramonte, which, though necessarily performed on human beings, fortunately did not cause a single death. On the other hand, they served to revolutionize all standard methods of sanitation with regard to yellow fever. 132. The utility of anti-mosquito measures was now obvious. An epidemic can be stamped out in a community, wrote Agramonte, by simply protecting the sick from the sting of the mosquitoes and by the extensive and wholesale destruction of these insects which, added to the suppression of their breeding places, if thoroughly carried out, are the only measures necessary to forever rid a country of this scourge. 132. The clarity of the experiments drew scientific consensus behind Reed's commission. Even the Washington Post came to accept that mosquitoes serve as vectors of yellow fever, but the paper criticized the Yellow Fever Commission by asking, why not devote themselves to the eradication of the medium instead of killing more people by way of academic demonstration? 143. A Philadelphia resident at the time of the 1793 epidemic had actually suggested killing mosquito larvae in water barrels. 106. But his idea was lost amid the noise of so many others. Finley was compared to Sir Patrick Manson, and Reed to Ronald Ross. 143. Finley was nominated for the Nobel Prize 7 times. Though he was never awarded it, he was the most famous physician in Cuba. At a party in his honor, Finley summarized his work. 20 years ago, he said, guided by indications, which I deemed certain, I sallied forth into an arid and unknown field. I discovered therein a stone, rough in appearance. I picked it up and with the assistance of my efficient and faithful collaborator, Dr. Claudio Delgado, polished and examined it carefully, arriving at the conclusion that we had discovered a rough diamond. But nobody would believe us, till years later there arrived a commission, composed of intelligent men, experts in the required kind of work, who in a short time extracted from the rough shell the stone to whose brilliancy none can now be blind. 156. Although Agramonte credited Finley with developing the theory of mosquito transmission of yellow fever, he considered Finley's experiments to be useless. Agramonte wrote, the fundamental truth, the fact that mosquitoes transmit the infection, as conceived by Finley, was so wrapped up in a mass of errors, hypotheses and speculations in his original contributions, that it remained hidden from the eyes of science until the subject received a thorough overhauling at the hands of the United States Army Board, when at last the grain was threshed out from the chaff. Finley and Delgado's experimental cases formed part of the chaff. 157. Shortly after the success of his commission, Reed grew concerned that he would not receive the credit he deserved. He wrote to his wife that he expected Sternberg to write an article to say that for 20 years he has considered the mosquito as the most probable cause of yellow fever. 140. Sure enough, Sternberg claimed the credit for himself in an article published in 1901.139. Sternberg also used the discovery to argue his case for a promotion in rank. I beg leave to call attention to the fact, he wrote in his promotion application, that the important discovery that yellow fever is transmitted by mosquitoes was due to my initiative. Without detracting in the least from the honor due Major Walter Reed and his assistants, who demonstrated this fact by a masterly series of experiments, the official records will show that this investigation was made upon my recommendation, and that the members of the board were selected by me. I, also, gave personal instructions to the president of the board, and pointed out to him the direction this experimental investigation should take. 143. Research on yellow fever in Cuba continued. Finley and his associate Juan Guiteras believed that a single mosquito bite produced only mild yellow fever, whereas multiple bites could produce the deadly form of the disease. 143. They attempted to immunize people with the bites of infected mosquitoes. 158. Reed was convinced by the commission's work that a single bite was enough. After some poor devil dies, he wrote, they may change their minds. 143. Guiteras proceeded to test 42 volunteers using Reed's study methods, and 3 of them died. One was an American nurse who had volunteered herself for the research. 145,158. I was very, very sorry to hear of Guiteras' bad luck, Reed wrote, and can appreciate fully his mental distress over his loss of life. Perhaps, after all, the sacrifice of a few will lead to the more effectual protection of the many. 143. Guiteras' work demonstrated both that yellow fever strains differ in their deadliness and that he and Finley were wrong about their single mosquito bite hypothesis. The high rate of mortality in these cases, wrote Carroll, removed all doubt as to the virulent nature of the attack induced by the bite of the mosquito, and the autopsy upon the first fatal case, which it was my privilege to perform, established the presence of the characteristic lesions. 145 Carroll collaborated with Guiterres in his experiments in order to identify the pathogen that caused the disease. One impediment to their research was the now widespread knowledge that the pathogen was transmitted in the blood, either via mosquitoes or by injections. The excitement following the fatalities that occurred later among Dr. Guiterres' cases, wrote Carroll, rendered it exceedingly difficult for me to procure willing subjects. 145 Carroll was told by Guiterres that intentional infections with mosquitoes were no longer justified, but Carroll felt otherwise. Carroll produced a couple more yellow fever cases using infected mosquitoes. He then filtered the patient's blood to remove bacteria, and injected the bacteria-free blood into volunteers who became ill. 145 Therefore, the pathogen, unlike bacteria, was small enough to pass through the filter, and far too small to see under the microscope. Carroll had demonstrated, for the first time, that a human disease was caused by a virus. 159 He could not state it as such since the word virus was not yet used in this context, nor was it possible to see these ultramicroscopic organisms. It was also the first demonstration of a virus transmitted by mosquitoes. The Acebi strain, 1900-1953. It seems to me that yellow fever will entirely disappear within this generation, and that the next generation will look on yellow fever as an extinct disease having only an historic interest. They will look on the yellow fever parasites as we do on the three-toed horse, as an animal that existed in the past, without any possibility of reappearing on the earth at any future time. William C. Gorgas, 1,911,160. Reed's commission had discovered that a particular type of mosquito transmits yellow fever, but it did not discover the pathogen itself. The commission was able to disprove Sanarelli's hypothesis that Bacillus icteroides was the causative agent, but not without serious contention. At the 1901 meeting of the American Public Health Association, Reed presented the commission's groundbreaking work just 2 days after President William McKinley died from gunshot wounds to his chest and abdomen. 161 McKinley's anesthesiologist, Eugene Wasden, arrived at the meeting from McKinley's deathbed, where he had incorrectly blamed the death on poisoned bullets. Wasden had served on the president's board appointed to study the Sanarelli bacterium, and he was convinced that it was responsible for yellow fever. The fact that Dr. Reed states that the organism has not yet been discovered does not make that true, he said to the Scientific Assembly. The organism has been discovered, and it is not inconsistent with Dr. Reed's demonstration of the transmission of the disease by the mosquito, to accept the organism of Sanarelli as the cause of yellow fever. 162 Wasden considered mosquito transmission to be secondary to other routes of infection, such as from articles of clothing, and he stated that all of Reed's findings could be explained by the behavior of the Sanarelli bacterium. Reed, having just completed his trials, grew impatient. "It seems to me a waste of time," he responded, with all due respect to Dr. Wasden, who has labored so hard over this problem, "to longer consider this bacillus as the cause of yellow fever." 162 Not long after McKinley's assassination and the conflict with Reed, Wasden displayed mental illness, and he died in an insane asylum in 1911 at the age of 52. 163 Reed was considered for the Nobel Prize, but the first and second prizes, in 1901 and 1902, went to von Behring, for his work on diphtheria, and Ross, for his work on malaria. Reed died in 1902 from appendicitis at the age of 51. 118 The general in charge of Cuban forces said at a memorial for Reed, "Hereafter it will never be possible for yellow fever to gain such headway that quarantine will exist from the mouth of the Potomac to the mouth of the Rio Grande." 118 Reed's grave in Arlington National Cemetery reads, "He gave to man control over that dreadful scourge yellow fever." The human experiments in Cuba were halted, though both mosquito trials and blood injection experiments were replicated and refined by other researchers elsewhere. 145 and Carroll was denied a promotion advocated by Sternberg. 143 In 1907, a special act of Congress bestowed upon Carroll the rank of major, but his bout with yellow fever had so weakened his heart that he died later that year. He was 53 years old and left behind a wife and 5 children. 118,132. The U.S. government honored Reed, his team members, and the volunteers with a monument. This was fitting, given that the estimated number of yellow fever cases in the United States between 1793 and 1900 was 500,000, and that in some years the economic loss from an epidemic exceeded $100 million. 118 With the problem solved by Reed's commission, Congress compensated the volunteers and the widows with a payment of $146 per month. Sternberg's replacement as Surgeon General of the U.S. Army criticized the compensation. How discreditable appears this niggardly provision when compared with the action of the English government which more than a century ago, when the purchasing power of money was far greater than at present, gave to Jenner, the discoverer of vaccination, grants amounting to £30,000, 118 ultimately. In 1929, Congress awarded the 22 volunteers, or their widows, a gold medal of honor in addition to an annuity of $1,500.152. Following Carroll's death, Agramonte was the only surviving member of the commission. Agramonte received no financial compensation, but continued as a professor of bacteriology and experimental pathology at the University of Havana. Perhaps, he reflected, it is thought that enough reward is to be found in the contemplation of so much good derived from one's own efforts and the feeling it may produce of innermost satisfaction and informing the belief that one had not lived in vain. In a very great measure, I know, the thought is true. 132 Cuba hosted both Finley's experiments beginning in 1880 and the Yellow Fever Commission experiments in 1900. Cuba also benefited from the first fruits of that labor. Following the success of the Yellow Fever Commission, Reed's friend Major William C. Gorgas immediately led the eradication effort of Aedes aegypti in Havana. 164 His teams destroyed the breeding grounds and made widespread use of calicicides. Aedes aegypti females deposited their eggs in the still water found in sewers, cisterns, barrels, gutters, ponds, outhouses, cans, and canals. Soldiers drained, smashed, or carted off anything small that held water, while larger water bodies were sprayed with kerosene, which prevented the mosquito larvae from breathing. Gorgas's teams found and treated 26,000 water deposits containing mosquito larvae in Havana by the time they issued their first report in March 1901. They installed screens on water tanks and stocked ponds with mosquito-eating fish. They quarantined yellow fever patients under mosquito netting and fumigated their rooms with pyrethrum, tobacco, and sulfur to kill infected mosquitoes. Gorgas's 5-member teams could fumigate a large house in just 2 hours. After educating the public and making water containers mosquito-free, authorities began to impose $10 fines on people whose property contained mosquito larvae, which motivated individual efforts as well. Although the pesticides available at the turn of the century were limited to natural products, such as kerosene, pyrethrum, tobacco, and sulfur, Gorgas deployed them effectively. His mosquito eradication program followed a century and a half during which yellow fever invaded Havana on an annual basis. 147 In the previous 47 years, officials in Havana had recorded 35,952 yellow fever deaths. But within 3 months of the mosquito eradication program, Havana was essentially free of yellow fever and the malaria infection rate declined rapidly. 147,164 10 months into the program, the number of water containers hosting mosquito larvae had dropped from 26,000 to 300. It was likely the most successful operation against disease vectors ever conducted. When yellow fever struck New Orleans in 1905, the same aggressive anti-mosquito measures advocated by Gorgas were implemented by the U.S. Public Health Service, with kerosene used as the pesticide. Such efforts were then quickly replicated elsewhere in the United States and around the world, with successes in places such as the state of Texas, British Honduras, and Brazil. 132 Also at the turn of the 20th century, American interest in creating a canal across Panama peaked due to the Spanish-American War. At that time, Panama was part of Colombia. Reinforcing the Atlantic Fleet with ships from the Pacific Fleet required a journey around the tip of South America. To facilitate canal construction, the French, who wished to sell their rights and their railroad across Panama, and the United States conspired with a group of Panamanians, who did not want to lose the commercial benefits of a canal, in a revolution against Colombia. In November 1903, the United States recognized the new nation of Panama and immediately signed a treaty providing the United States with permanent and exclusive use of the canal zone. Panama received American money and military protection against a counterinsurgency from Colombian troops. The following year, Gorgas applied aggressive draining and pesticide use in Panama to facilitate the construction of the canal. 165 While 30% of French workers had suffered the fevers induced by yellow fever and malaria during the failed French construction effort in the 1880s, only 2% of canal workers fell ill during the American construction. 106 It took only 2 years for Gorgas's team to eradicate yellow fever from Panama. But the politics of Gorgas's program in Panama were dicey. Many people still ignored the work of Reed's commission and thought that Gorgas's anti-mosquito efforts were foolhardy. Consequently, Secretary of War William H. Taft and others lobbied President Theodore Roosevelt to sack Gorgas. But Roosevelt had seen firsthand what yellow fever was capable of during the Spanish-American War in Cuba, and so decided to seek the advice of a friend, Dr. Alexander Lambert, before acting upon Taft's recommendation. 166 Roosevelt said, "They tell me Gorgas spends all his time oiling pools and trying to kill mosquitoes. Commissioner Shonts claims that he is not cleaning up Panama or Colon, that they smell as bad as ever, and recommends Colonel Gorgas's removal. The Secretary of War has gone over the matter and acquiesces in the recommendation." 166 The President's Commission had reverted to the old ideas that yellow fever and malaria were spread by smells and filth. Lambert explained the science to Roosevelt and stressed that the canal could not be built without the anti-mosquito campaign. Roosevelt was impressed, and he kept Gorgas as the medical officer of the canal zone until the first ship navigated its locks in 1914. By then, Gorgas had already been president of the American Medical Association for 6 years. 166 During World War I and the 1918 influenza pandemic he served as Surgeon General of the U.S. Army. In 1920, on his way to Africa to study yellow fever as part of a new yellow fever commission, Gorgas stopped in London to receive the honors of King George. Versus he suffered a stroke while there, but received a knighthood from the king in the hospital, where he lingered for a few weeks and then died. His wife wrote, "It must have been a keen disappointment to be so suddenly halted in the midst of his labors, at the very moment the promise of fulfillment was near, the fulfillment of his dream to rid the world of yellow fever and make the tropics safe for the white man." 166 Another member of Gorgas's 1920 Yellow Fever Commission, Adrian Stokes, joined the 1927 team sent by the Rockefeller Foundation to Nigeria, to attempt the isolation of the organism which causes the disease. 167 By then, investigations of infectious diseases had moved beyond human studies to effectively employ animal models. The 1927 team needed to develop an appropriate animal model for yellow fever, and in their search for the right species they injected blood from yellow fever patients into guinea pigs, rabbits, rats, mice, Gambian pouched rats, dogs, cats, goats, chimpanzees, and various species of monkeys. 168 Of these, the rhesus monkey proved to be susceptible to yellow fever and therefore a good animal model for the disease. On June 30, 1927, the team took blood from a feverish man named Asibi, who survived, and returned to their lab in Accra, the Gold Coast, or Ghana, where they injected it into a rhesus monkey. 168 The monkey died, and Stokes's team performed an autopsy to confirm a diagnosis of yellow fever. Its blood was injected into another monkey, which also died, and this experiment was replicated in 30 monkeys, only one of whom survived. The team then passed yellow fever between monkeys through the bites of mosquitoes. Monkeys, it turned out, acted as a reservoir of the yellow fever virus, which explained how human epidemics could arise in urban areas adjacent to rainforest. Additionally, the team found that individual mosquitoes remained infective as long as they lived, and they could live longer than 3 months. Reed's team had earlier made the same important discovery, and noted that we have for the first time an explanation of the fact, several times noted in the literature, that the contagion of yellow fever may cling for several months to a building that has been vacated by its occupants, or to the infected area of a town, even though this latter has been entirely depopulated. On September 15, 1927, with the Asibi strain of yellow fever, possibly acquired through accidental exposure of infected blood through a monkey bite wound on his hand. 169, 170 From his hospital bed in Lagos, Stokes asked his collaborators to feed mosquitoes on him and then transfer the mosquitoes to their experimental monkeys, as well as to inject his blood into the monkeys. Both experiments led to fatal cases of yellow fever in the monkeys. 171 He also insisted that his colleagues autopsy him should he die. 143 The infection proved fatal, and the autopsy revealed a positive case of yellow fever in what appeared to be the first documented instance of transmission through the skin. 172 Stokes's colleagues published the discoveries shortly after his death, and honored Stokes with first authorship. 1684 Other Rockefeller Foundation researchers subsequently died of yellow fever during their investigations, including the famous Japanese bacteriologist Hideo Noguchi. 169,173. Noguchi had spent nearly a decade leading researchers astray with his incorrect conclusion that yellow fever was caused by a bacterium which he called Leptospira icteroides. 172 Stokes had demonstrated that it was not the responsible pathogen. In his effort to provide a final proof of this, Stokes had a prominent physician and Noguchi advocate examine him on his deathbed. 171 Stokes asked the physician, "Are you ready now to agree, to admit that yellow fever is caused by a virus and not by Leptospira?" 171 The physician responded, "I believe you fellows are right. I don't have the explanation, but I think you have yellow fever and got infected in the laboratory with what you call a virus." But Noguchi was persistent in his claims. Noguchi inoculated himself against Leptospira and thereby considered himself protected from yellow fever. Then he initiated his own studies in the Accra lab, only to find that he was indeed wrong. Carroll had been correct that yellow fever was not caused by a bacterium. Shortly after Stokes's death, Noguchi died in Accra of yellow fever. Researchers advanced two theories for how Noguchi became infected. One posited deliberate infection following the discovery of his monumental error, a scientific form of seppuku, or Japanese ritual suicide. 172 Another theory, considered more likely, held that infected mosquitoes escaped from experimental cages that were sloppily maintained in Noguchi's lab. Not long after, researchers discovered that Aedes aegypti was not the only mosquito that could transmit yellow fever. 174 When slavers sailed to the New World, they transported both the pathogen, in infected slaves, and the vector, Aedes aegypti. 104 Slavers likely first introduced the yellow fever pathogen to the Americas in the mid-17th century. Infected mosquitoes then passed the pathogen to people and monkeys in the Americas, and a permanent reservoir for the disease was established. Some of the mosquitoes native to the American tropics then also started carrying the disease. Worse still, Aedes aegypti is not only guilty of transmitting yellow fever, it infects people with two other major diseases as well, dengue fever and chikungunya, which means to walk bent over in Kiswahili, each caused by a virus similar to the yellow fever virus. 175,176. The path to a vaccine also claimed its string of casualties. A key development came in 1930 when Max Tyler demonstrated that white mice could be used as an effective model organism for yellow fever investigations. 177 to 179 Compared to monkeys, mice allowed for more efficient research at a fraction of the cost. The next year, Tyler protected mice from infection by inoculating them with blood serum from infected monkeys or humans. This gave scientists a powerful tool to map the occurrence of yellow fever in people and of jungle fever in monkeys, which leads to new yellow fever outbreaks in people. By transmitting the yellow fever virus from mouse to mouse, Tyler found that it became less dangerous and could be used to vaccinate monkeys. 179 The mouse vaccine was then developed for use in humans, and in 1938 Tyler's team developed a second human vaccine from the Acebi strain, taking advantage of a chance mutation that occurred in the lab, the 17D vaccine. 180,181 Tyler contracted yellow fever, though his was a mild case. 182 The U.S. military inoculated its soldiers during World War II. Although 84 people died from contaminated vaccinations, not a single American soldier contracted yellow fever. 183 A French team also developed an effective vaccine that could be delivered efficiently to large populations. 184 By 1953, 56 million Africans had received the French vaccination. 185 Eventually, the 17D vaccine was universally viewed as superior, and the French vaccine went out of production. 182 In 1948, Tyler was nominated for the Nobel Prize by Albert Sabin, who later developed the live vaccine that stamped out polio from most of the world. 186 However, that year the prize went to Paul Muller, for his discovery of the high efficiency of DDT as a contact poison against several arthropods. 3 years later, hours before the Nobel Committee's deadline for receipt of nominations, its chairman renominated Tyler and performed the evaluation of his own nomination. This nomination succeeded, and Tyler received the only Nobel Prize ever awarded for work on yellow fever, or for work on a virus vaccine. Also in the 1950s, researchers tracked down Acebi in the Gold Coast of West Africa, and the British Colonial Office awarded him a pension for his contribution to the development of the yellow fever vaccine. 172 The science of yellow fever followed a convoluted path. First, visionaries such as Knott and Beauperthuis suggested in the mid-19th century that insects, possibly even mosquitoes, transmit the disease. Finlay took this further by correctly stating in 1881 that a specific mosquito, now called Aedes aegypti, transmits yellow fever, and he initiated poorly controlled experiments to demonstrate this. Finlay was stung by 2 decades of ridicule before Reed's commission performed the critical and conclusive experiments. This proof that Aedes aegypti transmits yellow fever led Gorgas to immediately eradicate the disease from Havana, and similar massive mosquito elimination programs were initiated in Panama and other yellow fever hotspots. Meanwhile, Carroll established that the pathogen was smaller than bacteria, but its identity was still a mystery that lay beyond the reach of turn of the 20th century technology. Stokes and his collaborators in 1927 established the link to monkeys and jungle fever outbreaks, and this allowed the isolation of the yellow fever virus in monkeys in 1,928,187. The genome of the virus was sequenced nearly 60 years later. 188 in 1930, Tyler and his colleagues created the mouse model of yellow fever, and 8 years later they developed the 17D vaccine. The disease could then be attacked from all sides. Vaccination prevented human infection, and widespread use of pesticides and other anti-mosquito measures reduced the populations of the vector. Yellow fever was stamped out, for a time. 4. Jail fever, 1489–1958. Soldiers have rarely won wars. They more often mop up after the barrage of epidemics. And typhus, with its brothers and sisters, plague, cholera, typhoid, dysentery, has decided more campaigns than Caesar, Hannibal, Napoleon, and all the inspector generals of history. The epidemics get the blame for defeat, the generals the credit for victory. It ought to be the other way round. Hans Zinser, typhus researcher, 193,440. Lice transmitted 2 epidemic diseases during the Irish potato famine, typhus and relapsing fever, both referred to by the Irish as famine fever. 27 The Irish had a long, ugly history with typhus because it broke out whenever the potato crop failed. Remarkably, less than 30 years before the Great Famine, typhus infected 700,000 of the 6 million Irishmen. 189 Then it fell dormant until the sudden arrival of the potato blight. During the famine, the louse's role in infection was unknown. It was not until the 1870s that Pasteur and Koch developed the germ theory of disease. During the following 3 decades, in perhaps the most remarkable period in the history of public health research, the responsible germs and the animal vectors were discovered for numerous infectious diseases, including malaria, yellow fever, and bubonic plague. But in 1900 the germ and vector of typhus still remained a deadly mystery. Or rather, it was a mystery to all save Albert Freeman Africanus King. Not only was King prescient, though ignored, when it came to the mosquito hypothesis and malaria, so too did he predict, without notice, the mode of transmission of typhus and yellow fever. With our present knowledge of the germ theory, he wrote in 1883, one would hardly dare, even once, to plunge an inoculating needle into the blood of a yellow fever or typhus fever patient, whether living and comatose or recently dead, and then withdraw it and plunge it into his own blood or the blood of other persons. Yet this is exactly what the mosquito is doing in nearly every yellow fever epidemic, and what, perhaps, the flea is doing in the filthy jails and ships infested with typhus. 54. The word typhus derives from the Greek typhos, which means smoky or hazy, and describes the mental condition of infected individuals. 189 An older name for typhus is jail fever, or jail fever, due to its prevalence in crowded prisons. Although British law in the centuries before the famine sometimes listed more than 200 capital offences, including such crimes as shoplifting, horse theft, letter stealing, and witchcraft, more prisoners perished from typhus than from the noose. 190 Furthermore, prisoners often infected court personnel during trial, a phenomenon referred to as the black assizes. One notable example of a black assize was initiated by a prisoner named Roland Jenks at Oxford in 1577. 40 Jenks, a Catholic bookbinder, was arrested for criticizing the government, profaning God, and avoiding church. Considering the times, wrote bacteriologist Hans Zinser, he appears to have been a fellow of spirit and conviction. 40 The case aroused considerable public interest. Unfortunately, Jenks caused a typhus outbreak among the crowd who attended the trial. Subsequently, the judge, who had been the Speaker of the House of Commons, the sheriff, the under-sheriff, all but 2 members of the grand jury, 100 members of the faculty of Oxford College, and a few hundred other people died. Sir Francis Bacon investigated the outbreak and determined it was caused by corrupted air. 191 Others blamed papistical evil magic, released in town. 40 But the facts of the case, viewed through the lens of modern science, force a conclusion that no inconsiderable number of the faculty of Oxford College were, at this time, lousy. 40 Yanks had his ears cut off, but survived for another 33 years working as a baker in the English College of Seculars. Similar black assizes occurred at Canterbury in 1522, Exeter in 1589, Taunton in 1730, Lansdowne in 1742, and at the Old Bailey in London in 1750. 40,192 In response, the celebrated 18th-century advocate for prison reform, John Howard, pushed through improvements in prison conditions that reduced the incidence of typhus. 40,190 In 1790, Howard himself died of typhus while inspecting a prison in the Ukraine. Because typhus flourished during times of famine and in foul living conditions, epidemics were particularly common during wars and often determined the outcome. When the Spanish forces of Ferdinand and Isabella laid siege to Moorish Granada in 1489–90, they lost 3,000 men to combat and 17,000 to typhus. 40,193 At the cusp of victory, the majority of the French force that attacked Naples in 1528 fell victim to a typhus epidemic. Pope Clement VII was forced to submit to Charles V of Spain, who thereby gained the crown of the Holy Roman Empire. 40 The hopes of Maximilian II, the Holy Roman Emperor, were dashed in 1566 when typhus tore through his 80,000 troops amassed to attack the forces of Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent in Hungary. In the New World, that same year and the one following, typhus killed more than 2 million indigenous Mexicans. This was just one of the waves of epidemics brought by Europeans and enslaved Africans that decimated the indigenous peoples of the New World. 189. Typhus ravaged the forces of the Swedish king Gustavus Adolphus and the military commander Albrecht von Wallenstein in the service of the Holy Roman Empire as they met for battle at Nuremberg in 1632. Both armies retreated before fighting could break out, in yet another instance of epidemics driving the outcome of the 30 Years' War. 40 Besides typhus and bubonic plague, the 30 Years' War gathered together the forces of dysentery, typhoid fever, diphtheria, smallpox, and scarlet fever. 40 In one notable example, the population of the German region Württemberg collapsed from 400,000 to just 48,000. 192 The city of Prague fell to the French in 1741 because the defending Austrians lost 30,000 soldiers to typhus. 40 Typhus defeated Napoleon's mighty army at the height of his power in 1812, altering the course of European history. 193 Out of 500,000 soldiers in Napoleon's invasion force, only 80,000 reached Moscow and fewer than 10,000 returned to France. 192 Typhus and other epidemics were equal opportunity destroyers during the Crimean War. Between 1854 and 1856, typhus first plowed through the ranks of the Russians, then the French and the British, and then spread through the navies and merchant ships to land-based hospitals and into a general epidemic. 40 While approximately 60,000 French soldiers were wounded or died in battle, about 250,000 were sickened or died of disease. Similar results were felt by the British and Russians. Typhus, wrote Zinsser, had come to be the inevitable and expected companion of war and revolution. No encampment, no campaigning army, and no besieged city escaped it. 40 For those who contracted typhus and other infectious diseases during these centuries, their odds of survival were greatest if they did not procure the service of a physician, since medical treatments such as bleeding and non-sterile surgeries, as well as pathogens spreading through health facilities, typically worsened the patient's condition. By the late 18th century, the pioneering Scottish physician James Lind concluded that typhus was carried by clothing and other materials. 40 He noticed that workers assigned to refurbish hospital tents died of typhus, and that it spread through the bedding on board ships. He pushed for fumigation to combat typhus, but the fumigants at his disposal, derived from the likes of tobacco, charcoal, vinegar, pitch or tar, and gunpowder, were ineffective. Lind made serious inroads against the disease, however, through sanitation efforts. He introduced the idea that medical staff should routinely change clothing. Although Lind was unaware of insect vectors of disease, his observant nature and intuition led him to the threshold of stopping typhus. Ultimately, the lack of an effective fumigant stymied his progress. Clearly, typhus was one of the most important diseases to conquer. Rapid discoveries in the late 19th century of the causes of malaria, yellow fever, and bubonic plague created eager anticipation for the discovery of the cause of typhus. Identification of the responsible pathogen might present medical solutions, such as a vaccine. Identification of an animal vector might present a means of breaking the infection cycle through the use of pesticides. The vector was discovered before the pathogen by a man named Charles Jules Henry Nicoll. Nicoll loved literature and the arts, but he heeded the directive of his father, a physician, to follow in his footsteps. 194 Nicoll received his medical degree from the Institut Pasteur in Paris in 1893, and then returned to his hometown of Rouen for a faculty position. There he found his progress thwarted by insecure employment, colleagues who did not accept his scientific ideas, and a loss of hearing that precluded the use of a stethoscope. So when his older brother turned down the position of director of the newly created branch of the Institut Pasteur in Tunis, Nicoll applied for the job in the hope of transferring to a more promising career. Nicoll moved to Tunis in 1902. He was only 36 years old, and would hold the institute directorship until his death in 1936. 194 Nicoll determined that of all the infectious diseases ravaging North Africa, typhus was the most urgent and the most unexplored. 195 He noticed that typhus swept through the community in seasonal fluxes during cool parts of the year, and that those most affected were the poor. Densely occupied prisons, asylums, and makeshift settlements acted like magnets for the disease, and it frequently killed hospital staff and doctors. The majority of Tunisian doctors contracted typhus, and 1/3 of them died from it. The first time Nicoll scheduled research on a prison outbreak of typhus, in 1903, his stellar career was nearly cut short. Just before joining his two colleagues, Nicoll coughed up blood and so cancelled his participation. His colleagues spent the night in the prison, contracted typhus, and died. 195. The fact that I was fortunate enough to escape contagion, wrote Nicoll, in spite of frequent, sometimes daily contacts with the disease, was because I soon guessed how it spread. 195 Nicoll studied the people at the entrance and in the waiting room of a local hospital for the poor. 195 He discovered that typhus patients infected others during the hospital admission process up to the point when they were washed and dressed in clean clothes. Meanwhile, medical staff who took away their dirty clothing often contracted the disease. I asked myself, wrote Nicoll, what happened between the entrance to the hospital and the wards. This is what happened. The typhus patient was stripped of his clothes and linen, shaved and washed. The contagious agent was therefore something attached to his skin and clothing, something which soap and water could remove. It could only be the louse. 195. The lice hypothesis finally explained why war and famine almost inevitably led to typhus, and it made sense of the common names given to the disease over the centuries: jail fever, famine fever, Irish fever, camp fever, ship fever, hospital fever. When undernourished people were crowded together in filthy conditions, lice accelerated the pathogen's transmission into epidemic proportions. To test his lice hypothesis, Nicoll requisitioned a few chimpanzees from Émile Roux, then the director of the Institut Pasteur in Paris. The day the chimps arrived, Nicoll inoculated one with blood drawn from an infected patient. 195 A day later, the chimpanzee lay drained, heated with fever and blemished with skin lesions. 194 Nicoll gathered lice from the sick chimpanzee and put them on another chimp, which also contracted typhus. 196 Chimpanzees were expensive, so Nicoll extended the experiment by injecting blood from the sick chimpanzee into a taupe macaque. 195 After 13 days, the monkey also came down with fever. 194 Nicoll then placed 29 lice onto the fur of the sick macaque and gave them time to feed. He transferred the lice to other macaques, which also became ill, but after they recovered, they were immune against further infection. 194,195. Fig. 4.1. Charles Jules Henry Nicoll. In September 1909, Nicoll announced to the French Académie des Sciences that typhus is vectored by lice, thereby opening the door to typhus eradication through delousing efforts. 197 He also succeeded in infecting guinea pigs, which, unlike primates, were cheap. This allowed for continuous research on typhus, which had previously been limited to periods of epidemic. 195. Nicoll's evidence of lice transmission was confirmed a year later in Mexico by the American scientists Howard Taylor Ricketts and Russell Morse Wilder. 198 Also in 1910, Nicoll demonstrated that the pathogen reproduces in the louse's digestive tract, and that the feces of the louse infect the host. 195 Using these results as a guide, Henrique de Rocha Lima discovered the responsible pathogen in 1916. 199 Rocha Lima honored Ricketts and the Austrian scientist Stanislaus Joseph Matthias von Prowazek, 200 both of whom had died of typhus while studying it, by naming the pathogen Rickettsia prowazeki. 40. The human body louse lives in clothing and deposits its eggs in undergarments. 189 The eggs incubate for 8 days before hatching, and then the nymphs undergo 3 molts during a 2-week period to mature into adults. Adults leave the security of the clothing only to feed on their host's blood, which is their only nourishment. The louse contracts typhus from an infected person's blood, and the rickettsia pathogen appears in the louse's excrement a few days later. Their rickettsia may remain viable for months. Lice prefer normal human body temperature, so they tend to leave febrile infected people to parasitize uninfected people, and similarly they abandon a corpse to seek a more suitable home. On the new host, the louse bites a small incision to draw blood, and it simultaneously defecates. Nicole demonstrated that when a person scratches at the bite, the feces are rubbed into the wound, initiating a new infection. 195 Alternatively, infection may occur if the louse itself is crushed into the wound or the louse excrement is rubbed into the eyes. 189,195. Nicole's discovery of louse transmission had immediate practical importance. The public health department in Tunis began aggressive delousing efforts and, within a few years, succeeded in eradicating typhus from urban areas, mines, and even prisons. 195 Louse eradication efforts like those in Tunis were adopted all over the world, and so Nicole's discovery saved countless lives. Nicole believed that he could create a vaccine by mixing the typhus pathogen with blood serum from typhus survivors. 196 He administered this concoction to himself and remained healthy. He next tried it out on children, due to their greater resistance to the disease. "You can imagine how frightened I was," Nicole said, "when they developed typhus. Fortunately, they recovered." 196 Nicole's typhus vaccine was inadequate and so was not adopted. But capitalizing on his knowledge gained from experimenting with a typhus vaccine, Nicole did produce an effective measles vaccine, using blood serum taken from children who survived the disease. 195 In addition to his critical discovery that typhus is transmitted by lice, and his significant work on other infectious diseases, Nicole described in 1911 how an individual could acquire and convey an infectious disease without displaying symptoms. 195 He discovered this process of inapparent infection in typhus-infected guinea pigs. Some guinea pigs appeared healthy even though they were infected with typhus and transmitted the disease to others. Nicole found that rats and mice uniformly displayed inapparent infection with typhus, even though they passed the pathogen to other rats and mice, and could pass the pathogen back to the guinea pig where symptoms were induced again. Nicole extrapolated the phenomenon to other diseases caused by a variety of pathogens, and other researchers found that humans could also experience inapparent infection of some epidemic diseases. Critical concepts underlying the dynamics of disease outbreaks were thus born. Some people could spread an infectious disease far and wide even if they themselves did not get sick, and animals could serve as reservoirs for disease outbreaks. Inapparent infection in humans explained how typhus persisted in nature and broke out in seasonal waves. 195 The new concept of inapparent infections that I introduced to pathology, Nicole wrote, is, without a doubt, the most important of the discoveries that I was able to make. 195 Nicole also discovered that young children played a central role in typhus epidemics. They contracted only a benign form of typhus, sometimes completely inapparent, and hence served as a reservoir for lice to spread the disease. Shortly after Nicole discovered that lice are vectors of typhus, a tragic opportunity arose to apply his discovery on a massive scale. During World War I, typhus ripped through the Serbian, Austrian, and Russian forces along the Balkan and Eastern fronts, reaching a mortality rate of 70% at the peak of the epidemic. 40,193 Nearly all of the Serbian doctors contracted typhus, and about one-third of them died. But typhus did not make inroads on the Western Front, though trench fever, another lice-borne, yet non-fatal, disease, did. 40 Constant delousing efforts on the Western Front prevented typhus from gaining traction. The mortality of lice in this war, wrote Zinsser shortly afterward, must have been the greatest in the history of the world. 40. Nicole understood the full implications of his recent discovery. If in 1914 we had been unaware of the mode of transmission of typhus, wrote Nicole, the war would not have ended by a bloody victory. It would have ended in an unparalleled catastrophe, the most terrible in human history. Soldiers at the front, reserves, prisoners, civilians, neutrals even, the whole of humanity would have collapsed. 195 But the disease took charge where lice populations were unchecked. Immediately after the war, During the 1917-23 Russian Civil War between the Bolshevik Red Army and the White Army, typhus sickened 30 million people, of whom 3 million died. 40 Similarly, in World War II, typhus often ran rampant in the filthy and crowded Nazi concentration camps. Perhaps the best-known victim of the Nazis is Anne Frank. Unlike other members of the secret annex who were gassed or shot, Anne and her sister Margot were transferred from Auschwitz to Bergen-Belsen, where first Margot, and then Anne, died of typhus in the winter of 1945-201. Nicole's finding of lice transmission marked the conclusion of 2 decades of fast-paced discoveries in which insects and other arthropods were identified as the vectors of numerous epidemic diseases, including those that ruined civilizations, turned the tide of wars, forced human migrations, and facilitated the conquest of the Americas. Nicole was recognized for his experimental identification of the typhus vector with the 1928 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. A typhus-like disease expressed in people who were not lousy was discovered by Nathan Brill in 1898 in New York City. 189 The disease chiefly affected Jews who had emigrated from Eastern Europe. Zinsser hypothesized that the disease was a re-emergence of typhus in people who had survived epidemic typhus earlier in their lives. 202 The rickettsia remained dormant in the victim's tissues until it again initiated disease. The resurgent form became known as Brill-Zinsser disease. 189 Zinsser hypothesized that previously infected humans can reinitiate a typhus epidemic long after they recover if lice feed on them when the disease re-emerges. 202 This pathway to typhus outbreak was confirmed in 1958 in Yugoslavia. 189 Typhus is not dead, wrote Zinsser. It will live on for centuries, and it will continue to break into the open whenever human stupidity and brutality give it a chance. 40 Typhus belongs to a family of closely related rickettsia diseases. 192 Some, like typhus and the rodent form of the disease known as murine typhus, are transmitted by lice or fleas. Other rickettsia diseases are transmitted by ticks and mites. The discovery of the murine form of typhus in the 1930s provided another target in the war against typhus. Murine typhus hides in animal reservoirs, especially rats. The rat louse and rat flea serve as vectors of murine typhus between rats, and the rat flea can also transmit murine typhus from rats to people. 40 Although the rat flea prefers rats, it will shift its attention and transfer its murine typhus to people when its rat host dies. Rats, therefore, play a vital role in outbreaks of typhus and other horrid diseases, cementing their place at the center of human misery. Rats consume a great deal of human food, and have at times caused famine when their numbers were particularly high, such as in 1615 in Bermuda, 1878 in Brazil, and 1881 in India. Starving people cannot mount an effective immune defense against diseases such as typhus, so the rat can initiate disease from all sides. Some people in the ancient world suspected that rats carried evils. Although epidemics typically were blamed incorrectly on a variety of forces, some natural, such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, or eclipses, and some imagined, such as Jewish conspiracies, throughout history some perceptive observers faulted rats and mice. The association between these rodents and disease may explain why ancient Jews classified all mouse species as unclean, why the followers of Zoroaster killed rats to serve God, why the Greek god Apollo Smintheus protected against disease and killed mice, why early Catholic worshippers invoked Saint Gertrude to save them from plague and mice, and why, in the 15th century, the Jews of Frankfurt were forced to pay a tax each year of 5,000 rat tails. 40 But the greatest misery that rats conveyed was not typhus. Rather, it was an unparalleled pandemic that destroyed civilizations of the Old World, twice. Black Death, 541-1922. There was a deadly panic throughout all the city. The hand of God was very heavy there. And the men that died not were smitten with swellings, and the cry of the city went up to heaven. 1 Samuel chapter 5 verses 11 to 12,203. The oriental rat flea and the black rat instigated the Dark Ages. Together, they conveyed the most destructive disease the world has ever known, bubonic plague. Plague derives from the Latin plaga, meaning blow, stroke, injury, or misfortune. The plague, also known as the Black Death, disintegrated the Roman Empire in the 6th century during the reign of its last great emperor, Justinian. 204 Simultaneously, it initiated the collapse of the Persian Empire. Justinian's plague of 541–42 CE killed between 25 million and 100 million people in Europe and the Middle East. 115,204 The armies of Muhammad found the previously impenetrable forces of the Romans and Persians suddenly vulnerable. The Roman Empire devolved into medieval nation-states, and European civilization spiraled downward into what Francesco Petrarch, the father of humanism and the writer of some of the earliest literature in Italian, referred to as the time of darkness, 205 or the Dark Ages. Petrarch defined the time of darkness as the period between the fall of the Roman Empire, coinciding with the first plague pandemic, and his own time in the 14th century, corresponding to the second plague pandemic, or the Great Mortality. While Justinian's plague in the 6th century drove Europe into the Dark Ages, the Great Mortality of the 14th century coincided with the Renaissance. Petrarch glorified the culture of the Roman Empire, and felt that history subsequent to its fall was not worth recounting. He summarized this feeling with the statement, "What else, then, is all history, if not the praise of Rome?" 205 Nevertheless, during Petrarch's lifetime, everything fell apart again, and he recorded the events of the plague pandemic for posterity. The plague pandemic of 1347–52 originated around 1334 in the Mongol Empire and overwhelmed Asian nations. 206 Hidden in the fur of black rats that stowed away in the caravans of traders and soldiers, fleas carried the plague from Central Asia along the Silk Road to the Byzantine capital of Constantinople at the end of 1347. 207 An eminent scholar in Constantinople wrote that the disease did not spare those of any age or fortune. Several homes were emptied of all their inhabitants in one day or sometimes in two. No one could help anyone else, not even the neighbors, or the family, or blood relations. 208. Bubonic plague played a curious role in the annals of combat, as it was the agent of the earliest known germ warfare. Kaffa, an important and impenetrable trade city on the east coast of the Crimea, was the object of intense battles between different Mongol Khans, allied with Genoa, on the one hand, and Venice, on the other. In 1344, war broke out anew between the Genoese merchants in control of Kaffa and the Mongol army. A Genoese resident, Gabriel de Mussis, documented the subsequent siege. He reported that 3 years into the siege, the Tartars, fatigued by such a plague and pestiferous disease, stupefied and amazed, observing themselves dying without hope of health, ordered cadavers placed on their hurling machines and thrown into the city of Kaffa, so that by means of these intolerable passengers the defenders died widely. Thus there were projected mountains of dead, nor could the Christians hide or flee, or be freed from such disaster. And soon all the air was infected and the water poisoned, corrupt and putrefied. 209 The Genoese, some infected with plague, fled Kaffa in their ships to ports in Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and Genoa, and hence facilitated the rapid spread of the pandemic. 209 De Mussis lamented his inadvertent role in spreading the plague. "We Genoese and Venetian travelers," he wrote, "of whom scarcely 10 survived of 1,000, as though accompanied by malign spirit, entered our homes. Relatives and friends and neighbors came to us from all sides. Woe to us who carried the darts of death, as they held us with embraces and kisses while we spoke, from our mouths we were compelled to pour out poison with our words." Thus returning to their own homes they soon poisoned the entire family. 209 As the deaths mounted beyond society's ability to cope, the great and the noble were hurled into the same grave with the vile and the abject, because the dead were all alike. From Constantinople, the disease spread with lightning speed throughout the Middle East and Europe between 1348 and 1350, as rats scurried onto wagons and scampered onto ships with packages of textiles and food. A chronicler in Aleppo, shortly before his own death from the plague in 1349, wrote that, "The plague did its work like a silkworm. It destroyed mankind with its pustules. How amazingly does it pursue the people of each house! One of them spits blood, and everyone in the household is certain of death. It brings the entire family to their graves after 2 or 3 nights. 210 A writer in Florence described that bodies and soil were layered in mass graves in the same manner that one layers lasagna with cheese. 207 By 1352, half of Europe's population had perished, and it would take more than 150 years for the population to recover. 115,207 The norms of European society collapsed, and a new social order took hold. Even observers found it difficult to believe the scale of the disaster. Petrarch wrote, "Will posterity believe these things, when we who have seen it can scarcely believe it, thinking it a dream except that we are awake and see these things with our own open eyes, and when we know that what we bemoan is absolutely true, as in a city fully lit by the torches of its funerals we head for home, finding our longed for security in its emptiness. O happy people of the next generation, who will not know these miseries and most probably will reckon our testimony as a fable." 211 European reaction to the pandemic accelerated the spread of the pathogen. The flagellant movement, in which people chastised themselves with scourges, gained widespread popularity, as people believed that extraordinary atonement was required to appease God's wrath, and these masochists walked from town to town seeking converts and spreading the disease in their wake. 207 Plague doctors, outfitted in a bird-like mask and aromatic herbs to stop poisonous fumes, red glasses to ward off evil, and a long waxed overcoat to block bodily fluids, transmitted fleas from house to house. 115 Many people embraced hedonism, in the belief that the end of the world was at hand, and so neglected healthy habits and ignored societal norms. People behaved as though their days were numbered, wrote an observer, and treated their belongings and their own persons with equal abandon. 212 Considering each day to be their last, people failed to till the land or tend their flocks, and subsequent malnutrition weakened their immunity. Even bonds between parents and their children unraveled. Fathers and mothers, according to a typical description, refused to nurse and assist their own children, as though they did not belong to them. 212. It was widely believed, as one scholar wrote, that the plague originated from wicked men, children of the devil, who with venoms and diverse poisons corrupt the foodstuffs with evil skill and malevolent industry. 213 Christians, including the flagellants, accused Jews of poisoning wells to initiate the plague, and then burned them alive in retribution for their imagined culpability while destroying about 100 Jewish communities, primarily in Germany but also scattered throughout Europe. 207,214-219 Some interrogators stated that the Jews obtained their poison from the basilisk, a mythical creature that could turn men into stone. 2161 Prominent scientist of the day, Conrad of Megenberg, concluded that Jews were probably not to blame, but although the Jewish people are justly detested by us Christians in accordance with the fundamentals of the Catholic faith, nevertheless it does not seem to me that the said opinion concerning the cause of so general a mortality throughout the whole world, with all due respect to whomever is expressing it, can be totally and sufficiently maintained. My reasoning is as follows. It is well known that in most places where the Hebrew people had remained, they themselves had died in droves from the same exact cause of this common mortality. But it is not likely that the same people who ardently desire to multiply themselves upon the land should with malice aforethought destroy themselves and others of the same faith. Moreover, even after all the Jews in many places have been killed and completely driven out for nearly 2 years prior, the death now first strikes these same places with a strong hand and powerfully conquers the men who remain there. 218 Pope Clement VI agreed, and issued a protective mandate despite his admission that, "We justly detest the perfidy of the Jews." 219 All manner of other possible causes were invoked, in addition to well poisoning by Jews. Many people blamed the wrath of God. The flagellants preached a sermon in which God says, "In a few years, much misery happened. Earthquakes, hunger, fever, locusts, rats, mice, vermin, pox, frost, thunder, lightning, and much disorder. I sent you all this because you haven't observed my holy Sunday." 220. Despite this widely held belief that God had released the plague in response to man's many sins, it was difficult to understand God's timing. Petrarch wrote, "I do not deny that we deserve these misfortunes and even worse, but our forebears deserved them too, and may posterity not deserve them in turn? Therefore why is it, most just of judges, why is it that the seething rage of your vengeance has fallen so particularly hard upon our times? Why is it that in times when guilt was not lacking, the lessons of punishment were withheld? While all have sinned alike, we alone bear the lash." 211 In comparison to the punishment at hand, Petrarch thought that the wrath of God at the time of Noah would have been a delight, a joke, and a respite. While many attributed the plague to God's wrath, others found cause in astrological phenomena. The most prominent scientific treatise produced during the pandemic, by the medical faculty of the University of Paris, noted that the distant and first cause of this pestilence was and is a certain configuration of the heavens. In the year of our Lord 1345, at precisely 1 hour past noon on the 20th day of the month of March, there was a major conjunction of 3 higher planets in Aquarius. For at that time, Jupiter, being hot and wet, drew up evil vapors from the earth, but Mars, since it is a moderately hot and dry, then ignited the risen vapors, and therefore there were many lightning flashes, sparks, and pestiferous vapors and fires throughout the atmosphere. 221 A musician in the papal court at Avignon, like many others, attributed the Black Death to atmospheric causes and invoked biblical imagery. On the first day it rained frogs, serpents, lizards, scorpions, and many venomous beasts of that sort. On the second day thunder was heard, and lightning flashes mixed with hailstones of marvelous size fell upon the land, which killed almost all men, from the greatest to the least. On the third day there fell fire together with stinking smoke from the heavens, which consumed all the rest of men and beasts, and burned up all the cities and castles of those parts. 222 such wreckage was due to infection carried by the fetid breath of the wind blowing southwards from the plague regions. The overwhelming devastation also led to fanciful exaggeration, such as the report that in a Greek territory, men and women and every living animal turned into the likeness of marble statues. 223 scholars more disposed to logic searched for earthbound, naturalistic explanations. One prominent cleric argued that earthquakes allowed noxious fumes to escape into the atmosphere. 207 It was a reasonable hypothesis, because the onset of the plague coincided with earthquake activity in parts of Europe. The medical faculty of the University of Paris agreed that earthquakes were partly to blame, and also argued that disruption of the seasons and shooting stars played a role. 221 Other scholars, approaching much closer to the truth, blamed contagious passage of the poison from person to person. 224 Pope Clement VI apparently agreed since he bolted from his plague-beleaguered city of Avignon. 207 The Muslim world could not accept the theory of contagion because it implied that the disease spread outside the control of God. A prominent Muslim scholar, based on his own observations, concluded that the plague was contagious. 225 And for this piece of scholarship he was lynched. 207 Some perceptive observers noted an association between the Black Death and rats, and even chronicled efforts to destroy rats. 1. Before his death from the disease in 1348, wrote that it rained an immeasurable quantity of vermin, some as big as 8 hands, all black and with tails, some alive and some dead. This frightening scene was made worse by the stench that they emitted, and those who fought against the vermin fell victim to their venom. 223 Other intellectuals noticed a relationship between infection and the handling of the personal belongings of the sick. One scholar wrote of the Black Death that, not only did it infect healthy persons who conversed or had any dealings with the sick, making them ill or visiting an equally horrible death upon them, but it also seemed to transfer the sickness to anyone touching the clothes or other objects which had been handled or used by victims. 212. Medical providers recommended a diversity of preventive measures, such as the consumption of select wines and the burning of fragrant plants. 226 Many foods were to be avoided. For example, slimy fishes such as lampreys and eels and rapacious fishes, such as dolphin, shark, tunny fish, and similar fishes should be forbidden. 213 Those at risk of infection included people that live by a bad regimen, indulging in too much exercise, sex, and bathing, those who are weak and thin and very fearful. Also infants, women, and the young, and those whose bodies are fat and have a ruddy complexion. 221 Imagination and fear of death must also be avoided. This influence is of such great force that it will change the form and figure of the infant in the mother's womb. 213 Sadness was thought to contribute to the plague, though not in equal measure for everyone, for it strikes intellectuals the hardest, least of all idiots and indolents. 227 Doctors employed bloodletting and recorded it to be most effective in the middle of the third quarter of the moon, provided that the moon in such times is not seen in a sign unfavorable for bloodletting, such as Gemini, Leo, Virgo, Capricorn, and some others. 213 Ignorance of the cause inevitably led to a failure of prevention and treatment. A prominent Italian scholar pointed this out at the height of the plague in Florence. Against these maladies, it seemed that all the advice of physicians and all the power of medicine were profitless and unavailing. Perhaps the nature of the illness was such that it allowed no remedy, or perhaps those people who were treating the illness, whose numbers had increased enormously because the ranks of the qualified were invaded by people, both men and women, who had never received any training in medicine, being ignorant of its causes, were not prescribing the appropriate cure. 212 Another observer wrote of the pitiful state of medical care, noting that doctors from every part of the world had no good remedy or effective cure, neither through natural philosophy, medicine, or the art of astrology. To gain money some went visiting and dispensing their remedies, but these only demonstrated through their patient's death that their art was nonsense and false. 207 A chronicler in Siena wrote that, the more medicine people are given the quicker they die. 224 Petrarch noted the additional stress induced by not knowing the causes and origin of the evil. For neither ignorance nor even the plague itself is more hateful than the nonsense and tall tales of certain men, who profess to know everything but in fact know nothing. 211 The overwhelming mortality led to sadness and despair. Petrarch bemoaned, "Where are our sweet friends now? We should make new friends, but where or with whom, when the human race is nearly extinct, and it is predicted that the end of the world is soon at hand? We are, why pretend, truly alone." 211. The mortality led to bizarre behavior, including a dancing mania where dancers fell to the ground so that onlookers could trample them to effect a cure. 207 The chroniclers of such dances may have been describing Saint Vitus's dance, a neurological symptom of bubonic plague. Artists illustrated some of the stranger conduct, such as the dance of death. Sometimes, death was portrayed as a chess player, conveying the arbitrary behavior of the plague. 207 A macabre fashion developed among the wealthy to design their tombs before their death and to employ revolting imagery. A typical tomb of this style had worms emerging from and slithering into the arms and legs of a stone replica of the deceased, and frogs sitting upon the eyes, lips and genitals. The plague also crept into a wide variety of literature, the most heart-rending of which may have been Shakespeare's The Most Excellent and Lamentable Tragedy of Romeo and Juliet. 228 Romeo did not receive Friar Lawrence's letter describing his ruse because his messenger was locked up to prevent the spread of plague. As a consequence, Romeo drank the poison next to the apparently dead Juliet in the Capulet crypt. After 1352, the pandemic subsided. But then the plague returned in more than 100 localized epidemics. Outbreaks occurred somewhere in Europe every generation until the late 1700s. By then, the brown rat had outcompeted and replaced the black rat in most of Europe, as changes to human society favored the brown over the black. These changes included the widespread construction of water drainage systems and the separation of granaries and stables from homes. 229 Since the brown rat preferentially inhabited sewers rather than homes, contact with people fell along with the risk of plague. Plagues continued to devastate regions of Africa and Asia where the black rat dominated. 206. Yersinia pestis, 1894. A man seemingly convalescent takes his food, refers to it with a cheerful smack of the lips, tumbles back, and dies in a few minutes. Another, with no fever for days, and feeling his ordinary self, walks in the veranda and drops down dead. Dr. James Cantley, Hong Kong, 1,894,230. After a considerable hiatus, plague returned to the war-ravaged Yunnan province of China in the 1860s. 115 It moved east to coastal China and then hit Hong Kong in 1894. The rate of infection varied by social class, and hence by economic standing. A Hong Kong surgeon noted, of the various races in Hong Kong the following is the order of susceptibility: Chinese, Japanese, Hindus, from India, Malays, Jews, Parsers, and English. 230 When a patient fell under the care of a European doctor, the surgeon reported, the chance of survival was 20%. When receiving Chinese treatment, the survival rate was 3%. 100,000 Chinese residents fled the city, most heading to Canton, which itself had by that time 100,000 dead residents out of a population of 1 million. 231 As a consequence, wrote one correspondent, the busy, crowded thoroughfares of Hong Kong are but the skeleton of their former selves, and a sad stillness prevails. 231 Finally, an outbreak of plague corresponded to a period with the intellectual and technical capacity to study it. The man on the ground was the Scottish physician James Alfred Lowson. Only 28 years old, Lowson superintended Hong Kong's civil hospital, where he made the first plague diagnosis on May 8, 1894. 232. Lowson discovered that a crowded Chinese neighborhood harbored an outbreak of plague, and he recommended a series of public health measures to Hong Kong's sanitary board: thorough searches for plague victims, disinfection of their homes, quick removal of the dead, and quarantine of patients in special hospitals. 233 Hospitals were quickly established, including a hospital ship run by European doctors for European patients and the hospital on land run by Chinese doctors for Chinese patients. 234 Additional facilities to handle the deluge of plague patients swiftly sprang to life, though their offerings were meager, with no beds, blankets, or mosquito nets available. Indian and Japanese patients were provided with mattresses, but not Chinese patients, due to the rationing of limited supplies on the basis of race. A prominent Chinese board member and physician, Ho Kai, who along with Patrick Manson and others had founded the Hong Kong College of Medicine, warned that home searches, disinfections, removal of the dead, and quarantine actions would rile the Chinese residents. 233 Ho Kai's intuition was spot on. As usual with all Asiatics, read an editorial in the British Medical Journal, foreign interference in medical treatment was resisted. The native Chinese doctors are ever on the watch to find opportunities to cast a slur and heap ignominy on the heads of English doctors, and the present epidemic was seized on by them and by all anti-English as a golden opportunity of gratifying their heart's desire. 231 pamphlets distributed among the Chinese stated that English medicines were prepared from the bodies of the previous day's dead, or that English doctors gave the patients brandy and then crushed them with ice. When health teams attempted to remove plague patients from a traditional Chinese hospital, riots broke out. 233 physicians were stoned, 231 and henceforth carried on their duties with pistols on their belts, while the British military re-established order. 233 The Chinese continued to frustrate British medical authorities. A British medical editorial commented, "They will not report the presence of plague in their houses. They object, even to the point of positive resistance, to the intrusion of sanitary authorities. They attempt to smuggle their sick from the colony by all kinds of subterfuges. In fact, they do all in their power to hide the disease from the government." This is partly accounted for by the dread of being submitted to foreign medical treatment, by the knowledge that if a case of plague is found in a house all the other inmates have to turn out, but mostly by the inborn hatred of the Chinaman to have the seclusion of his home and the feng shui of his establishment disturbed. 235 A British authority in Hong Kong wrote of the Chinese after the epidemic, educated to insanitary habits, and accustomed from infancy to herd together, they were unable to grasp the necessity of segregation. They were quite content to die like sheep, spreading disease around them, so long as they were left undisturbed, and they preferred to see their sick friends and relatives suffering unspeakable miseries rather than be parties to their removal to European hospitals, where every comfort was provided. 236 Lawson, accompanied by soldiers, trod from house to house in search of plague victims. They were not hard to find. Lawson wrote, "On a miserable sodden matting soaked with abominations there were 4 forms stretched out. One was dead, the tongue black and protruding. The next had the muscular twitching and semi-comatose condition heralding dissolution. In searching for a bubo we found a huge mass of glands. Another sufferer, a female child about 10 years old, lay in accumulated filth of apparently 2 or 3 days. The fourth was wildly delirious." 237 Soon, the health teams began to encounter 100 new cases per day. 233 Most plague victims had lost their faculties, but those who were still conscious reportedly prayed for death, and beat themselves on the floor to hasten the end. 231 One district of Hong Kong was so infested with bubonic plague that the authorities condemned it, expelled the residents, and walled up its streets with brick and mortar. Doctors noticed that the plague did not appear to spread via direct contagion from person to person, but was associated with filth. 230 Nurses attending to the ill did not get sick, though some of the soldiers who cleaned the accumulated grime of houses of the dead did. Members of the many inspection teams did not contract the plague, but they also did not have intimate contact with filth. These outcomes were consistent with the Chinese belief that the plague toxin originated in the ground and rose up to infect those closest to the ground first. Hence, the Chinese observed that the plague struck in sequence rats, poultry, goats, sheep, cows, buffalo, and humans. Man, being the tallest in point of distance of the head from the earth, is that last to be seized. 230 The filth hypothesis also struck a chord with European doctors. The word soil comes, not only figuratively, but actually, near the mark, commented the British Medical Journal, for a Chinaman of the coolie class seldom or never cleans his abode, but allows the refuse of the household to litter the floor, where it gets packed and trodden down into a veritable midden. 235 Once the heat of summer arrived, doctors thought, the germs that had lain dormant in the midden came back to life. Competing scientists arrived in Hong Kong to search for the responsible germ. The Japanese imperial government sent a team led by Shibasaburo Kitasato and his rival Tanemichi Aoyama. 238 Both had trained under Koch in Berlin after completing their medical studies in Japan. Kitasato was one of the world's most famous bacteriologists for his isolation in 1887 of the tetanus bacillus, and in 1892 he became the first foreigner given the title of professor by the German government. 234,239 The Japanese team arrived in Hong Kong on June 12, 1894. 2403 days later, Alexandre Yersin arrived alone from French Indochina, comprising Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, dispatched there by the French colonial minister upon the suggestion and under the auspices of Koch's rival, Pasteur. 233,241 Yersin was born in Switzerland, but trained under Pasteur and became a nationalized Frenchman before joining the French Colonial Medical Corps. 241 He also briefly trained under Koch. 242 During an autopsy of a rabies patient in Paris, Yersin's knife slipped while cutting the spinal cord and drew blood from his finger. Pasteur instructed his assistant, Émile Roux, to vaccinate Yersin against rabies with his newly introduced vaccine. So began the friendship among Yersin, Pasteur, and Roux. 241. Yersin became known for his 1888 discovery with Roux of the diphtheria toxin, the first discovery of a poison produced by bacteria. 234 Kitasato and a colleague in Germany then showed that animals produce an anti-poison, or antitoxin, when injected with a toxin. 243 These antitoxins later became known as antibodies. Roux extended Kitasato's discovery to produce antitoxin to diphtheria in horses, which he used to save the lives of children infected with diphtheria, thus inventing serotherapy. Inspired by the Scottish explorer David Livingstone, Yersin then mounted expeditions of French Indochina to map the incidence of endemic diseases, such as malaria and smallpox, with the goal of protecting French colonists. 244 He was the first European to explore Vietnam's Central Highlands and, therefore, the first European seen by the mountain people who lived there. 242 During his explorations he contracted severe attacks of malaria and dysentery. Despite these achievements on behalf of France, Yersin did not have the stature of Kitasato when he arrived in Hong Kong. 233 Furthermore, the race between Kitasato and Yersin to identify the most dangerous germ in human history continued the old rivalry between Koch and Pasteur. Kitasato had a 3-day head start. He also had the assistance of Lawson, who gave him ready access to plague patients. On June 14, Kitasato discovered a bacillus during Aoyama's autopsy of a plague victim. 240 The autopsies were highly risky. Aoyama and an assistant contracted plague, which prevented Aoyama from competing with Kitasato in the contest to find the pathogen. 238 Aoyama survived. 234 Kitasato found that the bacillus was present in the blood, lungs, liver, spleen, and the swollen lymph nodes in the groin, the characteristic buboes of bubonic plague. 240 The patient in question had been dead for 11 hours, so Kitasato was not sure that what he had found was the responsible bacillus. He inoculated a mouse with a piece of the patient's spleen, and with various other tissues he inoculated mice, guinea pigs, rabbits, and pigeons. The mice were dead in 2 days and contained the same bacillus. The guinea pigs and rabbits also died in short order, and also contained the suspected bacillus. Then he found what appeared to be the same bacillus in other plague victims, in their buboes, spleen, lungs, liver, blood, brain, and intestines. Lawson felt sure that Kitasato had discovered the responsible germ. He wired details of the finding to the Lancet on June 15, the day after Kitasato first found the bacillus and the same day that Yersin arrived in Hong Kong. 233 A week later, the Lancet announced that Kitasato had succeeded in discovering the bacillus of the plague. 245 Lawson reserved all of the plague victims' bodies for Kitasato, and hence stymied Yersin's progress. 233 Lawson may have been motivated to bar Yersin from the plague morgue by colonial rivalries between Britain and France, or by prestige. Kitasato was far more famous than Yersin. Prudence, he was convinced that Kitasato had already found the bacillus, or scientific jealousy. Lawson wished to investigate the cause of plague himself, and he had made some attempts at this with rabbits and guinea pigs, but his duties left him insufficient time for meaningful research. Our time, he wrote, being entirely taken up by practical work in connection with the treatment of the plague, for which no fame is secured, we had so little time to look to the more purely scientific side of the question. 237 Fig. 5.1. Shibasaburo Kitasato in Koch's Research Institute, 1889. When Koch died, Kitasato built a shrine in the institute, and each year that he worked there, upon the anniversary of Koch's death, Kitasato performed a Shinto ceremony for the memory of the departed soul. 239. Yersin met Kitasato in the midst of an autopsy. 234 They had a stilted conversation in their only common language, German, of which Yersin was a poor speaker. Yersin was amazed to see that while the Japanese scientists carefully inspected the blood and internal organs, they did not focus on the buboes. Yersin felt that he must gain access to the buboes of cadavers, but he could not see how to do it until an Italian missionary who served as his guide recommended an unorthodox approach. 233,241 5 days after his arrival, on June 20, Yersin bribed the English sailors who disposed of the corpses to gain access to them. A few dollars conveniently distributed, wrote Yersin in his diary, and the promise of a good tip for every case have a striking effect. 234 While a body lay in its coffin in a bed of lime, Yersin exposed a bubo, excised it, and dashed off toward his laboratory, all in under a minute. Yersin's rudimentary laboratory was at first an open porch, and then a straw hut. 234 Upon viewing the sample through his microscope, he saw une veritable purée de microbes. 246 Yersin wrote in his lab notebook that, "This is without question the microbe of plague." 241 He named the pathogen in honor of his mentor, Pastorella pestis. 247 Pestis is the Latin word for curse or bane. Yersin grew the microbes extracted from the cadavers' buboes and injected them into mice and guinea pigs, which died the next day. The rodents also displayed typical buboes of plague. 234 He found the same microbes in the rodents' lymph nodes, and he also found them in dead rats in Hong Kong. 241 Yersin used this evidence to successfully appeal to officials for access to cadavers. The Lancet, as a British publication, displayed prejudice against Yersin. Armed with evidence provided by Lawson, 233 The Lancet published editorials on August 4 that both reiterated the discovery of Kitasato's bacillus and warned readers that there will probably be many local savants keen on discovering a specific bacillus, and it is necessary to caution the profession against accepting all the statements which will no doubt be put forward in this respect. 232 In another editorial, The Lancet wrote that Yersin had discovered another bacillus, which he, too, claims to be the essential cause of the disease, and others, equally anxious to discover something, have swelled the list, so that, as our correspondent says, the varieties of plague bacilli now outnumber the leaves in Vallambrosa. Amongst all these claimants for priority, it will be difficult to decide who of them, if any, is entitled to have his fame handed to posterity as the discoverer of the cause of plague. But, as we have before remarked, the name of Professor Kitasato is a guarantee of accuracy in observation and care in research, and when the opportunity is given for the review of his work it will probably be found to meet the severest tests. 248. Fig. 5.2. Yersin's microscopic images of 1. A bubo of a plague-infected Chinese patient, 2. A lymph node from a dead rat infected with plague, 3. A culture of plague bacteria in Buyur, 4. A lymph node of a mouse inoculated with plague, and 5. Blood collected from a plague victim 15 minutes after his death with 2 bacteria present in the image. 246. Later that month, The Lancet and the British Medical Journal published slides of Kitasato's pathogen, which had been provided by Kitasato and Lawson. 249,250 The forms of the bacillus were unusually diverse. The British Medical Journal also reported on Yersin's discovery of a bacillus and the quick mortality it induced in rats, mice, and guinea pigs, whether introduced by inoculation or by feeding the animals on the tissues of plague victims. 250 The Lancet thought that Yersin must be mistaken, since Professor Kitasato is such an accurate and reliable observer that we cannot conceive that he has rushed into print without having first satisfied himself as to the accuracy of his observations and experiments. 251 But Kitasato had, in fact, rushed into print. 233,234 He had discovered his bacillus just 2 days after his arrival in Hong Kong and 6 days before Yersin's discovery, and he undoubtedly felt the pressure of the competition. Despite his normally cautious approach to science, Kitasato also felt pressure coming from Lawson, who wanted Kitasato to get the honor of discovery before Yersin. 233 Kitasato's bacterial cultures were contaminated, which gave rise to the diverse morphology seen in the British medical journals. Initially, Kitasato could not determine whether his bacillus stained gram-positive or negative 240, such a determination was standard practice in bacteriology, and he published conflicting accounts of his findings. 234 He then found that his bacillus stained gram-positive. Kitasato's co-worker and rival Aoyama criticized him for this muddled work. 238. Yersin, however, was able to determine that the bacillus could not be stained using Graham's method. It was gram-negative. 241 The two researchers had, in fact, documented different bacterial species. 206,252 Nevertheless, reports around the world referred to the bacillus of Kitasato Yersin. 252 Although for decades both Kitasato and Yersin were honored for their roles in the discovery of the pathogen. 239,253, Lawson was not. Eventually the credit for the discovery went to Yersin. In 1970, 27 years after Yersin's death, the pathogen was renamed Yersinia pestis. 233,247 Up until his death in 1935, Lawson maintained his belief that Kitasato and not Yersin had discovered the plague pathogen. 233 Kitasato, however, did not persist in ascribing his pathogen to the disease once he had the chance to investigate another outbreak in Kobe, Japan, in 1899. In Kobe, he wrote, "I had the opportunity of examining plague patients, and in each case I recognized the truth that the bacillus of Yersin was the specific one. 252 The chief medical officer of the Japanese Navy lamented the turn of events. Now the honor of the discovery of the plague bacillus must belong to Yersin alone, he wrote, and we much regret that so distinguished a bacteriologist as Kitasato should have made so incredible an error in his search for the microbe. 252 But then considerably later, in the 1920s, Kitasato wrote that Japanese scientists, presumably himself, had discovered the plague bacillus. 234,254. As with so many other contagious diseases, there were those who attempted to self-inoculate with bubonic plague. The earliest of these attempts appears to have been that of an English army doctor in Egypt, who, in 1802, wiped the contents of a bubo over his groin and injected it into his arm. 206 He then died of plague. The Hong Kong outbreak led to a more fruitful preventive approach. When Yersin discovered the plague bacillus in Hong Kong, he immediately mailed a sample to the Pasteur Institute in Paris. He sent the live plague culture in a sealed glass tube held within another tube packaged inside a piece of bamboo. 242 Fortunately, the package reached its destination. Roux cultured the sample and prepared an anti-plague serum from it. 247 Yersin tested the new treatment in China in 1896 with some success. In 1897 Yersin was transferred to French Indochina, where he established the Pasteur Institute in Nha Trang, and then founded and led the medical school of Hanoi. 238 Yersin also established an agricultural station for the cultivation of Brazilian rubber trees, constructed a telescope within a dome upon the roof of his Vietnamese home, and in 1915 founded a new Vietnamese agricultural station to cultivate cinchona trees for the production of quinine to treat malaria. 255 This last effort, he felt, was critical to secure French supplies of quinine during World War I. 242 In 1940, at the start of the next World War, Yersin visited Paris and then caught the last flight out before the German invasion. He died 3 years later in Nha Trang. Yersin's tomb in Suoi Dai includes a pagoda for religious rites, and his epitaph reads, "Benefactor and humanist, venerated by the Vietnamese people." 256 The villagers in Nha Trang, where Yersin lived for half a century, called him Monsieur Nam, meaning Mr. Fifth, a reference to the 5 stripes of his French uniform designating him as a colonel, and also a way to avoid having to pronounce his foreign name. 242. Rat fleas, 1897–1922. That day, the 2nd of June 1898, I felt an emotion that was inexpressible in the face of the thought that I had uncovered a secret that had tortured men since the appearance of plague in the world. Paul Louis Simond, 1,898,247, 257. Although Yersin identified the responsible pathogen and its infectivity of both rats and humans, he did not discover how the pathogen infected its hosts, though he suspected that rats were principally to blame. 258 Yersin also hypothesized that the pathogen could spread through exposure to infected soil. 259,260 Kitasato speculated that the bacillus could infect humans through respiration, by entering through a wound, or via the intestinal tract. 206,240 He also wondered whether flies and other insects as well as rats and mice might propagate the disease. 206 It is curious that neither Yersin nor Kitasato made the connection to rat fleas, but their work in Hong Kong occurred in 1894, just before the critical discoveries of insect vectors of malaria and yellow fever. A Hong Kong surgeon, James Cantley, noted the preponderance of dead rats, but although he came close, he also did not connect the disease to rat fleas. The rats seem to leave their haunts in sewers and drains, Cantley wrote, and, escaping by their holes, seek the houses. They seem careless of the presence of men, and run about in a dazed way with a peculiar spasm of their hind legs. They are frequently found dead on the bedroom floor, but more often the foul odors from their dead bodies under the flooring is a proof of what is going on. 230 The Chinese also noted that rats died in exceptional numbers 2 or 3 weeks before the plague struck humans and regarded rats as heralds of the coming evil. 261 The superstitious Chinaman, noted a British medical report, regarded these animals as the messengers of the devil, and endeavored to drive them away. 262 In one quarter of Canton, officials organized the collection and burial of 22,000 dead rats. 261 and 1,500 rats were collected from one street in Hong Kong. 262 When inspected, the rats were found to harbor the plague bacillus, and Cantley pointed out that their physical and behavioral symptoms were the same as those of humans. 230 The inoculation experiments that conveyed the plague bacillus from humans to rats and other rodents also suggested an important connection. The rat infection therefore cannot be passed lightly by, wrote Canal, but must enter seriously into the conditions affecting the spread of the disease. Even assuming that rats are affected, and we cannot doubt it, they may be merely affected in common with man, or they may be the actual carriers of the disease to human beings. 230. The first written hypothesis blaming rat fleas came in 1897 from Masanori Agata, who wrote that one should pay attention to insects like fleas, for as the rat becomes cold after death they leave their host and may transmit the pest virus direct to man. 234. Agata found dead plague rats and collected their fleas. He crushed them and injected them into 2 mice, one of which died of plague. 263. Agata considered fleas to be one of many possible routes of plague infection. 247. Independently, the French physician Paul-Louis Simond experimentally demonstrated the critical role of the rat flea. Simond entered the field of plague research during the high point of his productive career. He directed a leprosarium in French Guiana from 1882 to 1886, where he survived yellow fever. 264. He then worked throughout East Asia before taking a post in 1895 at the Pasteur Institute in Paris, where he studied protozoan parasites similar to malaria. 247. He discovered male sexual elements in these parasites, which was an important step in the investigation of the natural history of malaria. Patrick Manson dispatched Simond's paper describing these sexual elements to Ronald Ross in India. Unfortunately, Ross did not recognize the significance of the discovery. In 1897, Simond filled Yersin's vacant post in Bombay with the assignment to study the utility of the new anti-plague serum. 265. The Indians' violent reaction to the anti-plague serum had motivated the authorities to bar Ross's research on malarial patients. In one of Ross's many setbacks. 65. Late that year, Simond, overtaxed by the intensity of his work, fell ill with malaria. 264. The following April, Simond was dispatched to Karachi, to investigate an outbreak of plague. 265. Just as Yersin had experienced in Hong Kong, Simond found his research in Karachi thwarted by British authorities who barred his entrance into plague hospitals. Simond discovered, as had Yersin and Canal, sick and dead rats in the plague-stricken areas. In one house he found 75 dead rats. 247. Simond recorded a critical observation in his notes. One day, in a wool factory, employees arriving in the morning noticed a large number of dead rats on the floor. 20 laborers were ordered to clean the floor of the dead animals. Within 3 days, 10 of them developed plague, whereas none of the other employees became ill. 241. He visited a village where the preponderance of dead rats made the wise inhabitants reckon that plague was coming and hence flee to an isolated camp. 2 weeks later, wrote Simond, a mother and daughter received permission to go back to the village to bring clothing from their house. They found several dead rats on the floor of the house. They picked up the rats by their tails and threw them out on the street and then returned to the camp. 2 days later, both developed plague. 241. We have to assume, Simond wrote, that there must be an intermediary between a dead rat and a human. This intermediary might be a flea. 241. Simond carefully watched the rats and observed that healthy individuals, which groomed themselves, sheltered few fleas, while sick rats were infested with them. 247. When the rats perished, their fleas departed from the cooling corpse in search of another rat or human, which meant that rats were particularly dangerous to handle immediately after their death. 266. Additionally, Simond noticed that some plague patients had small blisters on their skin that contained the plague bacillus, and he hypothesized that these were the sites of flea bites. 265. Simond's rat flea hypothesis encountered the skepticism of other plague investigators. 265. But Simond was encouraged by his mentor, Laveran, who simultaneously supported Ross's seemingly crazy hypothesis that mosquitoes transmit malaria. Simond examined fleas taken from plague-ridden rats, and discovered a bounty of plague bacilli in their digestive tract, though fleas from healthy rats did not contain the bacilli. He then needed only to demonstrate the flea's role in infection from one rat to another. Simond devised a simple experiment to test this idea. For the first stage of the experiment, he caught a sick rat in the home of a plague patient. It had several rat fleas scampering about its fur. He returned with the sick rat to his makeshift lab in the Hotel Reynolds in Karachi, where he placed the rat in a large glass jar with a mesh lid. Simond wanted to house additional fleas with the rat. I took advantage of the generosity of a cat I found stalking the hotel premises, he wrote, borrowing some fleas from it. 265. He added these fleas to the rat bottle. After 24 hours, he wrote, the animal I was experimenting on rolled up into a little ball, with its hair standing on end. It seemed to be in agony. For the second stage of the experiment, Simon suspended a healthy rat in a wire mesh cage above the sick rat reposed at the bottom of the jar. 241 The two rats could not touch each other, but fleas on the sick rat were able to jump high enough to reach the healthy rat, and they thereby transmitted the plague. Simon had already discovered that rat fleas can jump up about 10 centimeters. The sick rat did not move from the bottom of the jar, and died the next morning. Simon found that its blood and organs were resplendent with Yersin's bacillus. The suspended rat died of plague after 6 days, its blood and organs also harboring an abundance of bacilli. 257. Simon replicated the experiment with the same result. Additionally, when Simon caged sick and healthy rats together in a jar, but without fleas, the healthy rats did not contract the plague. 265 Simon had performed the first experimental demonstration of a bacterial disease spread by insects. 247. Other scientists rejected Simon's research, going so far as to proclaim it worthless, in part because they were unable to replicate his findings. 247,260,265 investigators typically did not record which species of rat flea they used in their experiments, and this could account for the discrepant results. 260 However, in 1903, 5 years after Simon's critical study, investigators in Marseille conducted confirmatory experiments. 267 Then, in 1906, an English commission studying plague in India also confirmed Simon's findings in a series of carefully controlled experiments with rats, guinea pigs, and monkeys. 260 The English commission found that close contact between infected and healthy animals in the absence of rat fleas, including contact with pus from plague ulcers, urine, and feces, did not convey plague. 260 Similarly, offspring did not contract plague from suckling on infected mothers. Plague was also not transmitted through the air. However, if rat fleas were present, then the plague spread from animal to animal in proportion to the size of the flea population. This occurred whether or not animals had contact with infected soil. When guinea pigs were released into the homes of plague victims, the animals attracted rat fleas and contracted plague. The commission then tried to first eradicate fleas from plague homes using an acid solution of perchloride of mercury or the fumes of burning sulfur before releasing guinea pigs, but they were unable to kill all the fleas. The commission found that the blood of infected rats contained as many as 100 million bacilli per milliliter, making it inevitable that rat fleas sucking the blood of the infected rat would imbibe many bacilli. Taken together, the English Commission's results finally led to scientific acceptance of the rat flea hypothesis. 265. Meanwhile, other investigators claimed credit for the rat flea hypothesis and deflected recognition from Simon. In 1905, the Indian Medical Gazette published a paper by Captain W. Glenn Liston of the British Indian Commission on rat fleas as the vector of plague, with language a great deal like that of Simon. 229 The following year, the Indian Medical Gazette referred to Captain Liston's rat flea theory as an epoch-making discovery. Simon's findings explained why quarantines against plague were ineffective. The word quarantine comes from the Italian quarantu giorni, a period of 40 days, during which ships must isolate themselves before gaining permission to dock, unload cargo, and disembark passengers and crew. 115 Many port cities employed quarantines during the plague of 1347–52, turning away ships with sick people, and disallowing entry if people aboard a ship became ill during the quarantine. Yet plague entered these cities all the same, since rats were able to scamper down the mooring ropes of docked ships or swim the short distances to land. Simon followed up his bubonic plague studies with 3 years running vaccination programs in Saigon, followed by 5 years of work on yellow fever in Brazil. In Brazil, he and his team confirmed the Reed Commission results that the causal agent of yellow fever is a virus transmitted by Aedes aegypti. 268 Simon then replicated Gorgas's mosquito eradication program in Martinique to stamp out yellow fever on the island. Simon hypothesized that a rat became infected with bubonic plague when, in the process of scratching a flea bite wound, it rubbed in flea feces that contained the bacillus. 269 He also speculated that infection could occur through a droplet of infected blood left behind by the flea. 257 In 1914, the entomologist Arthur Backett and the director of England's Lister Institute, Charles James Martin, discovered that the flea's feces were not normally to blame. At first blush, Backett's invitation to join the plague project appeared strange. Backett was not formally trained in science, he worked as a clerk, and he lacked experience working on fleas. 270 However, Backett had a keen mind for entomology, and quickly discovered the details of the flea's life history. His successes led to a position as entomologist at the Lister Institute. Beckett and Martin found that the flea's feces quickly dried up and contained few bacilli. 269 When the investigators deprived infected fleas of food for a day so that they did not defecate when fed upon a rat, they still conveyed the bacillus to the rat. They found that the bacillus multiplies in the flea's stomach and proventriculus, similar to a gizzard, to create a solid culture of plague, which, along with freshly clotted blood from the flea's last blood meal, blocks the passage of food, forcing the flea to seek constant nourishment. The flea suffers from thirst, wrote Beckett and Martin, and is persistent in its efforts to satisfy this appetite, but only succeeds in distending the esophagus. 269 A single flea can harbor over 1 million bacilli. 271 Each time the ravenous flea bites into a host, whether rat or human, it regurgitates fresh blood laden with plague bacilli into the bite wound, initiating the bubonic plague form of the disease. The bacilli can then reach densities of 1 billion individuals per milliliter of blood in the infected host. Fig. 5.3. Anatomy of the rat flea, Pulex chiopus. 260 The left inset shows the obstruction of the flea's proventriculus, p, by the plague culture and clotted blood, s equals stomach, o equals esophagus. 269 The right inset shows a female of the common rat flea Ceratophilus fasciatus chemically preserved and photographed during plague investigations in India in 1914. 272 The bacterium can also initiate pneumonic plague, spread directly between people through respiratory fluids, which nearly always results in death. 206 Rarely, the disease can spread from person to person via the bite of a human flea, which initiates septicemic plague, and this route is thought to lead to death within hours of infection. 206 207 Yersinia pestis is perfectly adapted to initiate pandemics. It can persist for 5 weeks in the feces of rat fleas. 207 Some species of rat fleas can survive for over 4 months without food, and under ideal conditions may persist without hosts for close to 2 years. 272 Yersinia pestis is transmitted by more than 80 species of fleas and infects more than 200 species of mammals, all of which can serve as a reservoir for disease outbreaks. 115,273 Analysis of ancient DNA from mass grave sites dated to the Justinian-era plague and the Black Death confirmed that both pandemics, like the Third Plague pandemic of the 1890s, were due to Yersinia pestis. 274 to 280 The plague pandemic of the 1890s killed 15 million people during its rapid spread along modern transportation corridors. At the turn of the century, the pandemic spread from Asia throughout the world, hitting Africa, Europe, Australia, and North and South America, every occupied continent. 262 In some places people accused the scientists of initiating epidemics from their research laboratories, something that actually happened through negligence in Vienna. 281 Yersin faced such accusations in China, where an outbreak occurred near his lab in 1898. 262 The greatest devastation occurred in India, where 12.5 million people died of the disease between 1898 and 1918. 273 As had happened in Hong Kong, British attempts to control the epidemic in the Indian subcontinent were met by widespread rioting and violence. 262 The advent of agriculture created a ready supply of food for rats and other rodents that carry the plague. Bubonic plague outbreaks occurred in the times of Justinian and Petrarch because rat fleas transmitted the disease from its natural reservoir, wild rodents, such as grass rats, gerbils, and marmots, to the domesticated black rat. 115 The infected flea moved along trade routes into Europe not only on the rat, but also on bundles of marmot fur. After discovering how fleas transmit plague, Beckett played a key role in the 1914 Sierra Leone Yellow Fever Commission. 270 After a year in Sierra Leone, he focused his research efforts on anti-lice measures. These measures were key to keeping soldiers healthy in the trenches of World War I, where trench fever raged. He tested his anti-lice measures on himself in realistic field conditions and, along with his colleagues, demonstrated the role of lice in the transmission of trench fever. In 1920, Beckett inadvertently infected himself with trench fever, and used the opportunity to feed lice collected from a public bathhouse upon his blood. He faced a difficult fever, and the lice that imbibed his blood were infected with the microbe that he and his colleagues had earlier described. For months, he continued to infect experimental lice by feeding them upon himself. Then, in 1922, he joined an expedition to Cairo to study the role of lice in the transmission of typhus. There he added to the long list of other typhus investigators who died of the disease they were studying. During Simon's 1898 experiments on rats, he deduced the important role of pesticides in combating plague. The mechanism of the propagation of plague, he wrote, includes the transporting of the microbe by rat and man, its transmission from rat to rat, from human to human, from rat to human and from human to rat by parasites. Prophylactic measures, therefore, ought to be directed against each of these three factors: rats, humans and parasites. 265. Two of these three lines of attack could be achieved with pesticides, rodenticides against the rat and insecticides against the rat flea. To prevent the long-distance dispersal of plague, Simon recommended the fumigation of ships with sulfurous acid to kill the rat and its fleas. 247 This was a far cry from the prevailing and unsuccessful method of sanitation directed against humans as the mode of infection. And it eventually led to international conventions on the elimination of rats from ships and planes. 282. Although Simon's experimental demonstration that rat fleas transmit plague was not internationally accepted until the 1906 English Commission conducted its confirmatory experiments, Simon found more receptive ears among Indian authorities. Immediately after his rat experiments, in June 1898, the Indian government began a vigorous poisoning crusade against rats. 260 sanitary workers flooded sewers with phenol, carbolic acid, spread carbolic powder around houses, and pumped sulfur fumes into rat runs. 283 Rats were also poisoned with arsenic, phosphorus, barium carbonate, camphor, chloride of lime, extracts of the plant Scilla maritima, and strychnine. Strychnine producers derived the poison from the seeds of trees in the genus Strychnos. Although strychnine had been used to poison animals for centuries, its identity as a chemical compound was not determined until 1818, when the French chemists Pierre-Joseph Pelletier and Joseph Bien-Aimé Caventou extracted it from a species of strychnos. 284 2 years later Pelletier and Caventou completed their historic extraction of quinine and cinchonine from cinchona bark. 68. In India, to disinfect just 180 houses, the enormous quantity of 13,500 cubic yards of carbolic acid were used. Quicklime was used in cartloads, and also lime with sublimate. Liquid disinfectants were scattered about the houses by means of firebombs in such quantities that for some time afterwards, filtering through from one floor to another, they made necessary the use of umbrellas to those who repaired the houses. 281. All these efforts met with poor success due to the inaccessibility of rats in sewer systems and underground nooks and crannies. 283 But they reduced public panic. The streets were veritable pools of hypochlorite of lime and carbolic acid, wrote an observer, the strong odor of which in some districts concealed that of misery and stinking fish, and raised at one and the same time the stomachs and the spirits of the public. Generally speaking, the authorities prefer disinfectants with a strong odor, because they inspire public confidence. The people who stop half suffocated at some corner by a smell like a druggist shop believe in good faith that millions of bacilli which would otherwise have attacked them are dead at their feet, and they go back praising the zeal of the authorities. 281 Other, more creative efforts were also employed in India, such as the inoculation of rats with a blood-poisoning pathogen followed by their release into rat-infested areas, even though the pathogen was also communicable to people, or the release of cats and screech owls in homes to hunt rats. 283 The problem with campaigns directed strictly against rats without simultaneous use of insecticides against fleas was that it encouraged fleas to leave their dead rat host in preference for a living human host. 282 Not only scientists, but also common people, noted an association between resistance to plague and products that were also used as insecticides. An oil store manager in Bombay observed in 1903 that his workers who handled oil and were regularly covered with it did not contract plague, while several workers who did not come into contact with oil died of plague. 229 Similarly, the British consul in Egypt in 1797 reported that, although death from plague was widespread, no mortalities occurred among men working the oil fields. Similar anecdotes were common, such as this report of a British observer in India. Another remark which the natives make, and which I think is likely to be just, as they are not apt to take notice of anything that is not extremely obvious, is, that those engaged in the expression of oil are not liable to infection. 229 Likewise, tobacconists who resided in their shops seemed to escape infection. Beckett conducted an extensive experiment on the effectiveness of various insecticide vapors in killing rat fleas during the 1914 plague epidemic in India. 285 The arsenal of insecticides that Beckett tested included lysol, flake naphthalene, formalin, benzene, paraffin oil, crushed camphor, ammonia, and phenol. Each of these compounds developed along its own path, which in the case of phenol became tragic. Phenol was first extracted from coal tar in 1834 and called carbol 286 or coal oil acid, which also came to be known as carbolic acid. It developed into an important pesticide in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Tragically, its killing power was extended by the Nazis, who used phenol injections to kill thousands of concentration camp inmates during the Holocaust. 287. This chemical crossover between pesticides and weaponry made its debut on a gigantic scale during World War I. The confluence of modern chemistry with industrial production technologies facilitated the arms race for superior chemical weapons and the transition from pesticides based on naturally occurring materials to synthesized compounds. It so happened that some newly synthesized pesticides made excellent chemical weapons, and innovations in chemical weapons design were readily translated into novel pesticides and delivery systems. The demands of war opened new frontiers in the fight against pests, and the status of chemists skyrocketed on both sides of the Western Front.